All right, guys. I saw the Supreme Court ruling today. I decided to throw away all of my Vyvanse. And we're going to go back to what made this place really special, all right? Let's go. I heard Draven is strong right now. Just kidding.
So I think Fractal Design currently makes some of the best looking PC cases on the market. Over the past year, speaker or something like that, which I think is actually a good thing. You put this next to your TV or at your desk setup, and it's not screaming for attention. It just really
What the fuck is
blends
this?
in. Don't
What
get
is
me
the
wrong,
form
I really
factor?
like the easy about this. I thought really. Here it is next to Fractal's, actually on the end quite plus. So the amount of space that it's going to be taking up at your desk or at your living room
Micro
is not going to be
ATX?
too different to
Oh.
most ITX systems out there. Now the airflow for this thing is actually pretty cool. Similar to the hot air that's building up inside the case, you've got this fabric which wraps one portion here, and the also does a sandwich. The moth is that when it comes to it, as a result, to move, fortunately, they're able to blow upwards towards that top exhaust fan, just to help with airflow a little bit more. But yeah, issues affects you. Not much to do in terms of serious cable management because there's so much room and empty space.
Kick contract? I don't know yet. I might resign with them. I honestly I haven't even I haven't booked an appointment yet to chat with them. This is the case I have. If you've seen my PC. Cute. Please negotiate about DGG chat on screen. We'll see. I haven't even started those conversations yet.
Oh, morning.
Hi, what's up?
Nothing. What's up with you?
You know, same old, same old. You should renegotiate with Rumble too. I'm pretty sure that bridge is burned. I left in like the worst way possible, so. What are we looking at? Oh, okay. What happened with Rumble again? Basically, I got a huge offer from Kick. I re-reviewed my Rumble contract, and I will only speak positively of Chris. Those contracts are crafted in an incredibly generous way towards the user, such that there was basically no obligation for the creator to uphold a contract, and you could escape them with a written notice with basically no reason, and there was absolutely no recourse for the signer side for Rumble. So I basically messaged him and I was like, hey, listen, I'm just letting you know I'm ditching this and I'm giving him my notice. And he was like, why? And I'm like, well, I paid them back my last paycheck to me. I don't know why. They don't need the money, but because I felt bad. But yeah, it was kind of. I don't know if I would say I'd fuck them over, but you know, I mean, I guess it's props to them for having generously written contracts, or it was an oversight. I'm not sure. What happened with the Twitter meeting? I don't know. It never got scheduled. I had like 3 different people reach out from me or to me from Twitter, and I sent them analytics, and I haven't heard back yet. I don't know what happens over there, though.
I need to see more Twitter shows with 600,000 live viewers or whatever they call it.
I have
Most bullshit metric ever.
no clue. Did you get a YouTube contract? No. I think YouTube literally. I think there was like a 6-month period where they were signing people and then they stopped. YouTube like has phases where they give a fuck about streaming and then they stop caring about it. You done reading Kick Chat now? No, I like you guys. I'll hang out with you guys. I still have you up on my screen. I'm streaming early, literally just so that I can. Actually, I barely even started early. Let's do a quick bit of work. The Bridges episode got posted today on YouTube. That wasn't supposed to get posted in audio only format. I'm not sure why.
Nice.
Let's see. Episode featuring Mr. Beat overview. No.
Who is that? Who's to blame for that?
I'm not sure.
Well, if you had to assign a little bit of blame, it could be like, hey, listen, they did it, but they didn't know. You can caveat it.
Well, it looks like it got auto published from Podbean. So that means either somebody put that setting there, or I did it when I initially set it up, but I don't remember doing it. So that's what I'm checking out right now to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Speaking of Podbean, that is another thing that we need to do.
Oh yeah.
What'd you say? Like August has to do episode descriptions? Actually, I'm gonna just go yell at him right now.
Yeah, you do that. Okay. It's gonna be a regular 8-hour stream, right? It might even be a little bit longer. Wait. Okay, so how did this get auto-published? Question mark. Are you 100% sure it happened via Podbean? More secret memes for DGJ. Oh, shut up. The Ayla one didn't get published. Episode list. Oh, wait, or did it? No, not yet. Okay. Ah, there it is. Aha, I see.
So you're the one to blame.
It was on YouTube, but it limits to once every 24 hours, which is why it didn't publish the Ayla one.
Turn up your voice sensitivity on Discord.
Why? I wasn't even talking to you. I'm talking to myself.
It doesn't matter. I'm supposed to be able to hear it.
No, because then it ends up something bad happens. I don't remember what. Oh, my mic activates all the time then when I don't want it to. Okay, episode here. Boom, boom. Yeah, I see. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, she can deal with that. Okay, you're done. Okay, Dan, what does Dan want? Oh. Okay, this guy. I heard you were on stream a few weeks ago that John Spencer from West Point was kind of a hack, but haven't seen anything to suggest that. I thought he's a legit urban warfare expert. What am I missing? Did I say that? Who's John Spencer? What have I... Fuck, did I watch a video with this guy? Tim, 100% chance Destiny spends his stream covering Hassan drama and worthless topics because politics is boring to him even after the most important ruling of our life comes out. Prove us wrong, Steven. No, now I think I will just cover Hassan drama all day. You agreed with someone on stream. He called him that. It was very quick. I either mixed him up with somebody else or we must have watched something very recently that made me think that. But I don't remember having a bad opinion of him, so I'm not sure. you see that Brad Taste guy called you a sex offender and sex abuser? Yeah, because he woke up to me banging his mom, and that was the only way he could rationalize it. Am I crazy, or is this ruling not as big of a deal as everyone is saying? I've only glimpsed it, but we'll go through the entire ruling today. From the little bit I've gathered so far, initially, it seems like a really big deal of a ruling. And then when you look at it a little bit more and you think about it, it's probably not actually that big of a deal. But then when you look into it a bit deeper, I think it is maybe the beginning of the unraveling of our democracy. So... Also, I have to do this for my own sanity. For exceptionally retarded comments, I'm probably just permabanning you from now on. Maybe I'll do milestone bans in the future. But there are certain, just so you know, whenever I permaban you, I will call out why I'm permabanning you, so the rest of you have an idea of just what I permaban. Okay. Be real. The only reason you like Hassan is because you have drifted so far right. You hate that he calls you out for basically being a Republican. Okay. If you accuse me of being like bad faith or disingenuous or whatever, then just, I don't know why you're here. Leave, okay? It's not even worth giving you oxygen. There's no reason. Because anything I say, you're just going to not believe me anyway. So don't. You don't have to believe. You don't want to. Wait, what the fuck? Oh. That's for an already published episode. Isn't it counterintuitive to ban people who say you're arguing in bad faith? No, there are criticisms that are worth responding to, and there are criticisms that aren't worth responding to. If somebody's going to accuse you of being a liar, I'm not going to try to convince somebody that I'm not a liar. I think that there's plentiful evidence to show that I'm pretty legitimate and sincere in my political beliefs. I don't think anything has ever come out in the history of my doing politics or streaming that has ever contradicted that. I've gotten in more trouble than most people for being pretty blunt and forward about my beliefs, so. Okay, delete. Appointment tomorrow. Wait, what the fuck? The ruling is really so bad. Are you going to organize protest against it? I don't know. I got there was a guy yesterday that we had on Bridges. We did 2 episodes yesterday morning, and on the second episode we did like a multi-guest episode, which I thought was interesting. But there was I think his name is Huey Lee. Huey Lee, Chinese, political science, PhD, TikTok. Oh, I spelled his fucking name wrong. Is it this guy? Oh, it is this guy.
I tweeted this the morning after the presidential debate. I predict that Biden's poll numbers will...
This guy gave me an argument against a 2-party system that I've never heard in my entire life. And it mind-fucked me. It's a pretty simple argument. I wrote this down on my iPad because it just fucked my head so much. Because I said, like, well, look, you've got obviously tons of issues with parliamentary systems. Like, why do you think a 2-party system is bad? And something that he pointed out was one of the huge issues with the 2-party system is if one of the parties goes really, really, really bad, you're fucked. And I thought about that for a second, because my argument against lack of diversity in a 2-party system has generally been, well, there's other candidates that you can vote for. The primary system is generally a lot richer, because in a 2-party system, your primary is going to have a greater diversity of candidates because they're not just going to jump to another party, which I thought was, I think is a good argument. I think he agrees. However, if one of your political parties starts to bend in a very negative way in a 2-party system, you have a unique pressure to continue to appease that party, not appease that party, but you have loyalty to that party because you're not jumping ship to the other party. And there's not a competing 3rd or 4th party in a parliamentary system that you can when I say parliamentary, does that necessarily imply more than two parties? He used the word parliamentary system, but there's not necessarily a in a multi-party system. In a what would you call it? Two-party versus two-party system versus parliamentary. Would you just call it multi-party? Okay, I guess maybe multi-party. Or wait, you might have to have, I'm trying to think if you have to have a parliamentary system with multiple parties. I think one might imply the other. I'm sorry, I've never thought of this before, but I think, I just don't consider it. Because I think if you have a multi-party system, but you still vote for the president, that means that you can have multiple parties with the understanding that certain parties, even if they might be represented in parliament, would never, ever, ever get to choose or have any say in who the presidential leader is. Whereas in a coalition-style government, you might, well, but I mean, in a coalition government, it's not like a small party. Maybe it might not actually matter that much. But anyway, yeah, he brought that point up, and I was like, oh, shit. Because if there was a third party right now, or a fourth party, that was competing with the Conservative Party for conservative voters, after the primary system, maybe some conservative voters like, you know what, actually, we're going to go ahead and vote for this other conservative party, and we'll form a coalition government, but like, you know, yeah. But Britain is a two-party system, and it is a parliamentary system. There are other parties that don't have a chance of getting. Yeah, okay, yeah, maybe that'd be it. Yeah. But I've never heard that. It's kind of a civil argument. I've never heard that before. Germany had a multi-party system before the electing the Nazis, but isn't this the point of a constitution? I don't know how much a constitution matters if the people don't care about it. That's the thing. I'm not sure. This. Do you agree with the Shapiro take? Probably not. SCOTUS. Presidents are immune for official acts but not unofficial acts. Dissent meaning Democrats. So you're saying Trump can run people over with a tractor. Wrong. Trump can only run people over with a tractor if he says he needs to as part of being commander-in-chief. Then he can do it. We'll get to. I was reading through this before in case it came up on. I did Piers Morgan earlier today, which was dog shit. But because it's a 4-person panel, so like I said, I'll read through all of this, but I was just glimpsing some of it. But a lot of people are trying to say that. Well, it's just limited immunity. It's not full immunity. Okay, it's not full immunity. The indictment next alleges that Trump and his co-conspirators attempted to enlist the vice president to use a ceremonial role at the January 6th certification proceeding to fraudulently alter the election results. In particular, the indictment alleges several conversations in which Trump pressured the vice president to reject states' legitimate electoral votes or send them back to state legislatures for review. Whenever the president and vice president discuss their official responsibilities, they engage in official conduct. Presiding over the January 6th certification proceeding, at which members of Congress count the electoral votes, is a constitutional and statutory duty of the vice president. The indictment's allegations that Trump attempted to pressure the vice president to take particular acts in connection with his role at the certification proceeding thus involve official conduct, and Trump is at least presumptively immune from prosecution for such conduct. And so the immunity the presumptive immunity is quite broad. But then there's a whole question of, well, how do you even begin to probe that? And I think like questions of what type of evidence can even be considered, I think is also dealt with in here, but we'll get through that. We'll get through that. We'll read this today. Episodes list. Okay, wait, hold on. I need to figure out why the fuck. How would you have decided? I think it's clear there needs to be some form of immunity. Does there need to be? like, in what circumstances? Like, I think civil immunity for public officials is probably fine. I think that's like agreeable, but can the House still impeach the president and then make criminal charges, or is that not a thing with this ruling? I don't know how impeachment would get you any closer to criminal charges here, but maybe that's how they read it. We'll see. What SCOTUS result would have been better? I'm guessing it would have been nice if they supplied an actual test to delineate between official duties and private actions. I don't know. We'll see how they rolled. So you don't like the idea that impeachment is the only way to punish an official act? Impeachment is supposed to be for removing a person from office, okay? Just let me, so that you understand, historically, okay, impeaching politicians, impeaching people in the United States is very, very, very important, okay? Because without impeachment, there are two ways to remove somebody from office. The first way is by assassinating them, which you don't really want. And the second way is by, why don't I have anything over here? The second way is by figuring out a criminal charge. Meaning, if you don't like a politician, well, now we got to get some criminal charges to get him out of office. Impeachment was a happy negotiated middle ground between these two things. Well, what if the public doesn't like a particular elected official, but like he hasn't committed a crime? Do we have to kill him, or do we need to fix up charges, or can we impeach him on the grounds that we don't want him as president or an elected official anymore? That's what impeachment is supposed to be for. Oh, I see. Weird. Okay, this wasn't working. This reads like he has carte blanche for any coup attempt as long as he does it under the guise of upholding the rule of law. Yeah, that's kind of the issue, right? That's basically what it seems like. But who knows? Maybe there'll be more nuance in the ruling. How late does your anything else show run? In case after is an option. This goes from 7. Wick wants to do a panel thing from 7 to 9:30-ish. Can't do the 3rd until 6. I wouldn't trust anybody's opinion on this, by the way, unless they fully read the ruling. Fuck everybody else. From now on, we're going to demand our level of research, okay? There's two huge issues, but I haven't read this yet, but my understanding is there's two huge issues that we'll figure out in this. One is that some people are saying, oh, well, there's limited liability or there's limited immunity because it's just official acts. That can expand to a whole bunch of things. And then two, I believe something that's addressed in here are questions of what are you even allowed to use to show like criminal intent or to even demonstrate that something bad was done. And I think I read, I was perusing articles this morning and it looked like there were quotes coming out saying that you're not even allowed to probe on official acts because you can't use them as evidence of like, but I haven't, like I said, I haven't fully read this yet. So take everything I say with a grain of salt right now. The government asserts that these weighty concerns can be managed by the district court through the use of evidentiary rulings and jury instructions, brief for but such tools are unlikely to protect adequately the president's constitutional prerogatives. Presidential acts frequently deal with matters likely to arouse the most intense feelings. Allowing prosecutors to ask or suggest that the jury probe official acts for which the president is immune would thus raise a unique risk that the jurors' deliberations would be prejudiced by their views of the president's policies and performance while in office. The prosaic tools on which the government would have courts rely are an inadequate safeguard against the peculiar constitutional concerns implicated in the prosecution of a former president. Although such tools may suffice to protect the constitutional rights of individual criminal defendants, the interests that underlie presidential immunity seek to protect not the president himself, but the institution of the presidency. But we'll read it. Expand the court to 1912. Dems, to 1912. Dems and Republicans. Every Dem says no to impeachment. So it's good. It sounds dumb. Maybe I'm dumb. I don't understand the ruling. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, is Dan here? Are you awake right now?
Yeah, sorry, what? Hi.
Why are you apologizing?
Oh, I was fucking with my audio. What's up?
Fucking with the audio. Do you want to do, if you could choose between doing anything else, if we moved it from the 3rd, would you want to do tomorrow night, Tuesday, or Thursday the 4th?
Don't care. Whatever you. I'm fine with either one.
The
Is
4th
there
would
anyone-
be July 4th. It'd be a July 4th episode.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, then I can't do that. Then tomorrow.
Okay. Tomorrow at 7 then.
Okay. Oh, look at that. You just moved it just like that. My calendar got updated.
Gotta set up some Minecraft server for Nathan. Oh boy.
I gave away that monitor because you didn't respond to me.
Based. One of the ones downstairs?
No, on Discord. I messaged you.
How big is the monitor?
Well, it's like a 65-inch TV, but like I bought a new one. It's an 80-inch. It's old and a piece of shit.
Well,
You don't
fuck
need
that.
it.
We don't want old pieces of shit.
True.
Who is Dave Green? Green Man 6. A proper reactionary. Put me in, coach. Ask the cat what he thinks about the ruling. True. Okay, I think on the 3rd we're having a debate. I think Jank might be involved. Oh boy. Wick, Jank. What is this over? Oh, should Biden drop out of the race? Ugh, fuck me. Jesus, why? Okay. That's at 6 o'clock on the 3rd. On the schedule. Meow. Have you looked into the 13 keys at all? No. Kylo wanted to get him on the show. Maybe I should have said yes. I just don't. Those prediction models I just don't usually care much about.
Respect, Grant, from the day,
Yeah, this didn't happen under President Trump.
with all due respect, Grant, from the day Trump won the election November 8th, 2016 to the day that he left office January 20th, 2021, I was not able to get hard. Soft for 4 years.
Yeah.
Not one boner, Grant.
Joe,
So there was coordination.
This is a absolutely fucking epic TikTok edit.
4 years.
Joe,
Do
I'm
you know
gonna,
what
Joe,
that
I'm gonna
was?
cut you.
Like, hear me out.
I'm already weak.
I mean,
I'm already
you
low on
have
time,
no
Joe.
idea.
Joe,
Here's
cut him
what
off,
this is-
please. Cut him off now. Cut him off now. You're not gonna blame this on President Trump on my show. That's not happening.
Can some DA charge Obama with murder for the killing of Anwar al-Awlaki if some random citizen ordered a hit on al-Awlaki? Presumably, it would be fine to bring murder charges. How? You would have to have intention that he wanted to kill him for personal reasons. Where you would need, would a grand jury even? Where would you even find the evidence to begin this, like, grand jury indictment? Okay, boom, boom, boom. Give us something to watch while I finish my shit. Logins, add new.
What's happening on Wednesday that you have to reschedule?
Debate on whether or not Biden should drop out involving Cenk.
Well, it's probably worthwhile.
Andrew and Tristan Tate watching the presidential debate. I do not give a fuck. I don't know why you're liking this. Don't care. Beta watches girl sleep with Sigma. You won't believe it. Okay, true. Have this one.
It's like a nice
Coming-
YouTube video.
Coming
Oh,
up.
it is a YouTube video.
Yep.
Coming up on tomorrow's teachings.
He's like known for making girls squirt.
She wasn't here? You're joking.
Dude, you're so drunk.
Hi,
Bird.
what can I get started for you?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
Hi. Hi, what can I get started for you?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. What do you want?
Can I get one macchiato and a black coffee?
Yeah. Anything else?
No, that'll be it.
Awesome. That will be $4.95.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Darman, man. He doesn't even fucking pay me. Where's my money? I've been asking for it all week.
Uh-oh.
Espresso, double black. Thanks. You look good too. Are you on the menu? I'll get that number then.
Yeah. Here's your coffees.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, babe.
Brandon.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh my God, Brandon.
This always happens. I'm really, really sorry, babe.
Looks like y'all need some help.
No, it's okay. Thank
No,
you.
it's fine. It's fine.
Let me get some more napkins.
Please.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
If you weren't with a bad bitch right now, I'd be fucking you up.
Huh?
Don't me. If she wasn't here, your jaw would be on the fucking floor. You fucking up my new shoes like that, bruh. Fuck is wrong with you? Shut your ass up.
I have the napkins.
I'm Chad, by the way.
I'm Kate.
Nice to meet you. And you are...
Brandon.
Brandon.
Right. So, nice meeting you guys. Are you guys related, siblings?
Oh my God, no.
Friends?
That's my girlfriend.
Well, I'll see you around then. Have a nice day. Especially you.
What is wrong with you? Why are you so awkward?
Hey, babe. Go ahead, bench over there.
Okay, baby.
Brandon had never set foot in a gym before. But when his girlfriend expressed her desire to go, he felt a sudden obligation to impress her. Despite his inexperience, he couldn't shake the determination to rise to the occasion and show her his best.
You good, bro?
What is that?
Babe, are you okay? Oh my God, like he saved you.
You almost got crushed. Next time, just put on lighter weights.
Babe, I literally thought you were gonna die.
No, it's not a big deal. Just seriously though, you could have killed yourself.
I didn't need your help.
What have you seen?
You really need to lower the weight, you know? You're not Superman.
I'm going to the bathroom.
Brandon found himself in a perilous situation, his mind racing with anxiety. He knew that his beloved girlfriend was now under Chad's influence. Chad's physical attributes, especially his meat, were more impressive than Brandon's. The painful reality that his girlfriend was more drawn to Chad's allure gnawed at him.
Oh, you have such nice arms.
Yeah? You like that?
So big. You have nice arms.
You like that?
Yeah. Hey, babe. Bree, hey.
Kate, do you know who that is over there?
No.
Hey.
What?
That's Chad Long.
He's like known for making girls squirt.
He has a huge dick. I never feel it with my boyfriend, but when Chad f***ed me, I came so hard.
I want you to fuck my girlfriend.
What?
Wait, Kate, your boyfriend's black. Doesn't he have a big dick? No.
No, I thought all black guys had big dicks.
not mine.
You heard me. I want you to take my girl to Pound Town.
Are you for real?
Broken. 3 inches.
I'm sure, but I'm gonna be there to watch.
Okay. I got you.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's enough.
Oh my god.
Hold up. No, this is too late.
Brandon quickly came to the realization that this wasn't his path. His principles had become entangled, swayed by the mind-numbing content he consumed, pushing him into a decision that felt increasingly foreign and disconnected from his true self. Suddenly, he understood that the only thing he could change to improve was himself.
I'm not Adam 22. I'm not Sneeko. I'm not Destiny.
Like soil already tilled and planted, immutable in its composition, only he had the power to grow. In that moment, he grasped that self-worth was the seed of progress. He continued to diligently work on himself, focusing on fitness, financial stability, happiness, and most importantly, cultivating the confidence to embody the essence of a Sigma male.
Give me an espresso, double shot, hon.
Do I know you?
Do you want to know me?
Yeah, you're hot.
Meanwhile, Chad Long had been spiraling down a dangerous path. His poor choices becoming increasingly reckless. One fateful night, he went to the clubs, drawn by his insatiable attraction to women. In his drunken haze, he made a horrible mistake, mistaking someone who wasn't as they seemed.
Oh, okay. Wait.
Good morning, Chad. I just wanted to let you know that I had a blast last night. You really know what you were doing, okay? And you were so drunk.
Jesus.
I just want to let you know that I had a good time, and I wanted to say thank you.
Wait, that's not the one from the whatever show. That the person that everybody talks about, is it?
And I'd love to do it again.
Yes,
This
it is.
devastating error ultimately cost him his life by catching a deadly sexual disease. Now he lives with the regret of what he has done.
What's up, guys? This is Oliver from Tomorrow's Teachings. Thanks for tuning in to our new video. We hope you guys learned a great deal. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe to our Tomorrow's Teachings channel, and make sure to check out our Patreon for exclusive content on Tomorrow's Teachings. Don't forget, guys, we got brand new merch. Link is in the bio below us, so check that out before it sells out. Thanks.
Guys, Karen Hunts Mexicans Part 3 is almost here. We'll be releasing the full-length film in July. Get ready for the movie of the century.
Part 3. Okay. 43 emails. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Most of this is bullshit. Wait, what was that? Oh, more schizo posting. Hey, Destiny, I have solved all 6 mathematical conjectures. I'm not a crackpot. Please look over my papers as I'm going to share the solutions to each conjecture. Don't open on stream. Each solution is worth $1 million, literally. Okay, I think I'm good on this. Monday morning order with Uber Eats. Don't care about this. Who the fuck is at Melanie Mac? Do I know this person? This is what meat eaters look like standing next to vegans. Is because I'm... Okay. Oh, I get it. Never mind. I thought she was calling us both meat eaters. We looked like he was a vegan. She's the girl that says the F slur on X. Okay. God, Twitter has devolved into so much engagement baiting. It's actually so fucking, like, fucked. Holy shit. Boom. She's friends with the quartering retard. Did he ever reply to my shit? 37. What is this? Oh, shit. Oh. ABBA and Preach. Here, watch this.
So did you see the video I did on the Dr. Disrespect stuff? Yeah. There's been a bit of an update, and it's kind of changed the scope of everything in terms of like how many people may potentially be involved. This comes from a former Twitch employee, the Dr. Disrespect situation. I don't think most people have an idea.
I don't even think this guy's I was gonna say not even a real ex-employee, but maybe he worked there, but I don't believe any of this shit. Anytime people are like this fucking vague, I don't believe it.
Of how bad things were behind the scenes at Twitch. I literally worked in the department that had access to most of the data and information. I saw private whispers, which are their form of DMs, and it was literally my job to investigate daily. I saw things every single day that I wish I never had to see. I always advocated for being a good human, always expressed with heavy emotion on my stream how Twitch let kid diddlers, Diddy 2.0, whatever word you want to use.
Bad boys.
Yeah. Bad boys. How Twitch let bad boys run free. I like that. I like that.
Bad boys is fine.
We call them bad boys now.
Take that.
All right. Bad boys with young boys. That just sounds like rapper groups. I'm just realizing, bro. Rapper groups are weird names. He said, I signed an NDA and afraid to get in trouble, but I have to say something. It's been bothering me for so long. These sick F words don't deserve to be free. Sorry, it's pretty vague. I'm literally afraid for legal and safety reasons. Wish I could explain more, but I wanted to let you guys know half the shit you assume is probably true. Of course, I reported everything when I saw it directly to authorities within minutes. It's highly legal to save anything.
Where's Dan at? Is he here? I can't renew my fucking Nebraska concealed carry permit. How fucking annoying are these things to get in Florida? Picture ID, copy of training document or other certificate that confirms you're proficient with a firearm. Learn more. You don't need one now? Wait, are you sure? To conceal carry? Florida permitless conceal carry. Nah, he's delaying because he's waiting on his cope delivery because he's going to need it. Destiny is super wrong and it's going to be extra ass-mat over the ruling. Permabanned. Anytime you make a suggestion that I'm avoiding something because I don't want to deal with it, why would I even put it in my title? Why would I even have it open if that was the case? Permabanned. Okay? Remember, when you buy the Drano, it's got to be the extra strength. Okay? And even if it hurts a little bit, keep drinking. Okay. Permitless carry. Starting July 1st, 2023. Sonic machine gun. Oh. Wait, what? Hold on, wait. I need to make sure this is. Constitutional carry means that the state's law does not prohibit citizens who can legally possess a firearm from carrying handguns openly and or in a manner that's no state permit is required. Sometimes constitutional carry may be conditional, such as in those states that have no laws prohibiting the open carry of a handgun, but which require a permit to carry the handgun concealed. Oh, based. Okay. Okay, so I actually don't need one. We're good. We're Gucci. If I did want to get... The only reason why concealed carry is nice is because if you have... or I don't know if every gun shop does it like this, but if you go to buy a firearm... if you don't have a permit like this, sometimes they make you wait a few days to pick up the gun. Acceptable firearms training documentation. Can you just like use an old concealed carry permit? Any hunter education or safety course, any national rifle, any firearm safety or training course available to the general public offered by law enforcement, any law enforcement firearm safety or training course or class offered for security guards, any national... No. Okay, I'll put that on my to-do. Conceal carry Florida class. Sneeko being Sneeko. What?
Every Etika mystery, there is an Etika explanation. Someone who knows the truth. Perhaps that someone is watching here tonight. Or maybe that someone is Sneeko, in which case the only thing he's watching is his girlfriend.
Good one.
Related to these cases, look up CSAM laws. Let's just pray investigations complete and creeps are held accountable. Okay. So, that was the initial message. And one of the replies says, your job was to go through streamers' private messages. I mean, I'm sorry there were so many shitty people that did unspeakable things, but I don't feel comfortable knowing someone was going through my private messages. I just want to touch on this for like 2 seconds. Okay. Any private correspondence you make on these social media apps is monitored. They're monitoring it for, potential terrorist stuff. They're monitoring it for prawn things. They're monitoring it for keywords that alert the authorities. How do you think so many people get caught? And most of the people who do these kinds of crimes don't use these messages. Why? Because everything is monitored. And I'm pretty sure it's in the terms of service. There is no right to privacy when it comes to what you post on these social media apps. So, this is for all the viewers watching. Yo, shit is not private. They're going through filters and algorithms and AI where they're looking at stuff and they're trying to find keywords and things like that. And then when they do, they sift through it.
It's not private messages. It's less people messages. Private messages is really between you and me.
Yeah.
Less people messages is just between you and me and whoever else in the company is watching.
Yeah.
Potentially watching.
Yeah, exactly.
Just renew your Nebraska license? I don't think I can because my Nebraska driver's license is fully expired.
Now, essentially what's starting to build up in the story is essentially back in 2017 when this feature, Twitch whispers and private DMs were a thing, there was a lot of dudes, creators, women, who were basically talking to underage people. That's becoming now the topic of discussion. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on the whole situation. What did you think?
I know you hate when I say that. You hate it.
When I say what?
When I say that I'm not surprised. And the reason I'm not surprised is because prior to 2017, I was working under NDA myself in a hotel, and I've seen some stuff.
What kind of hotel?
5-star hotel.
What does that mean?
That means that, well, you know, it's the stars were there. There's people that
So celebrities and famous
celebrities and famous people and people that got money. Yeah. Right. And you have to sign a waiver, NDA, and you cannot talk about things that happen in the hotel 2 years after you don't work there no more. You can't talk about it while you work there.
But you can talk about it now.
Now I can talk about it.
So start naming names.
Okay. Well, whenever
I was joking. You gonna name names? You about to drop names?
Yeah.
Do you have any proof of anything you're claiming?
No. You want to name names? Still want to do that because we're liable. There you go. So I'm not gonna name names.
I'm just saying. Listen,
but there's some people that have been outed after that in the whole I as well movement, the Me Too movement that I already knew. Hell, the NDA doesn't mean that you can't talk to your girl about it. So I was not talking about to nobody about it, but I was talking about girl. And when some of the names came out that came to Montreal, and I was looking at my girl like, remember what I told you about that person? And stuff like that. So I'm like,
Can you give them an idea of what you may have seen? So I don't mean.
For example, famous producer that came out in the I as well movement. I used to work in the mornings, right? I was the supervisor of the room service and the provisioning of the room. So I was serving them their breakfast and provisioning the room. Provisioning.
I like that. I guess after the high school thing I did, they probably tell the students like, "Hey, make sure that you send an email to a speaker you like." I feel like they suggest a template because when you're reading, I can tell sometimes that they're following. Like they've been said, like, "Oh, make sure you say this. Introduce yourself. Make sure you say a few things that you like. Make sure you mention a couple things that you learned." And then, hello, my name is blah, blah, blah. I just wanted to reach out and thank you personally for sacrificing your time to come out and speak for us. Your intelligence, courage, and honesty specifically stuck out to me, making your speech something I will never forget. I admire how you are confident to stand up for your views, even when faced with opposition and awkward situations, which is something I think a lot more people need to learn how to do. Some of the things I learned from you included applied position versus moral positions, read the full article, recognize the biases you have, and develop a sense of self. I hope that you know you've already impacted the lives of someone. It was just funny. You can tell. You can tell they were given like a checklist.
The rooms, yeah. So
I appreciate it.
That when I used to come up in the morning, 6:30 in the morning, so I have to be there prior, like around 6. I used to see boys coming out of rooms. And when I say boys, it's not necessarily like super underage, like, but barely legal. Like, yo, you supposed to be in school, coming out of rooms like they just got partied, like the eyes bloodshot, and you do not look sober. Okay, so stuff like that, just entering the room, the different parties that different people were having in the room and stuff like that. So yeah, I saw stuff like that.
Yeah,
I saw stuff that. So I'm not surprised that on a platform, on the undercover, streamers
on a platform for fucking social autists.
So on a platform where people have somewhat like, that's the real life, right?
Zero social skills, cults, power, and I say cults
money.
Because difference between YouTubers and these people, they're with their chat like 8 hours.
Wait, what did we say? Hold on, wait, what?
I saw the different parties that different people were having in the room and stuff like that. So yeah, I saw stuff like that.
Yeah,
I saw stuff that. So I'm not surprised that on a platform, on the undercover, streamers
on a platform for fucking social autists.
So on a platform where people have somewhat like, that's the real life, right?
Zero social skills,
cults, power,
and I say cults
money.
Because difference between YouTubers and these people, they're with their chat like 8 hours.
Yes.
It's very intimate to some degree. Like, people will watch them while they're eating.
I mean, don't like rappers and like hip young people, aren't these people like a lot of them rapists and shit too?
Hanging out, doing stuff, and watching their every move and chatting the whole time. So it's a different level of like
100%. So that's the reason why I'm saying I'm not surprised, because I've seen it prior to that dates on real life when I was working, and I'm like, yo, y'all, this experience changed my whole view on people that got money. Like, I knew stuff was going down, but golly, some of y'all degenerates. So I just saw that. So I can imagine with someone that just have influence, because you don't need money. You need influence. Someone that influence people, put you on a pedestal and stuff like that. young impressionable people. Whenever stars used to come down in at the hotel, the lineups outside, the lineup for what? Just a glimpse, just to have the chance to say a glimpse and have the start that kind of power, that kind of influence. That I believe is the same thing for streamers and people that are on those streaming platforms and stuff like that. So whenever you talk to them on a private setting and stuff like, I'm not surprised that some of them will creep, like you said, nerd, no social skills, influence. That's the recipe for that.
Yeah.
There's definitely going to be some creeps.
Yeah, I would say that in my experience, when people say like, oh, it's crazy how many people are getting outed, I think there's actually less of these weirdos today than there was before.
Yes.
Because right now, I think like we went through the whole like I as well era where like, creepy dudes were being outed for going against women against their will. Now we're in this era, which is basically like the Predator era. This is what this is, right? But when you go as far back as 8-7 years ago, none of this lingo was really out there or mainstream. The whole idea of like grooming or all this stuff wasn't mainstream. And I know because even when I was in high school, it was just so common to see 17-year-olds with 26-year-olds and 29-year-olds, 16-year-olds.
It was a flex.
It was a flex.
Wait, did you say it was common to see that? Wait, what?
For going against women against their will. Now we're in this era, which is basically like the Predator era. This is what this is, right? But when you go as far back as 8-7 years ago, none of this lingo was really out there or mainstream. The whole idea of like grooming or all this stuff wasn't mainstream. And I know because even when I was in high school, it was just so common to see 17-year-olds with 26-year-olds and 29-year-olds, 16-year-olds.
It was a flex.
It was a flex, right? And for the dudes involved in those relationships, it wasn't socially not well seen as it is today, right? People didn't view it as bad as they do now, right? So there was actually
he's right in that we didn't have like all the lingo and stuff for it. I don't know if I would say it was acceptable. It wasn't as bad. I think people still saw it as kind of weird or kind of creepy. It's definitely way more stigmatized now. But some of the age ranges he gave were crazy. Like I think like a senior dating like a sophomore or something, like maybe stuff like that. Or maybe a college guy, fucking around with some high school chick, maybe like 29 and 16 or whatever. That's a wild one. That was a lot farther.
People didn't view it as bad as they do now, right? So there was actually a lot of dudes, a lot of ladies engaging in inappropriate behaviors that wouldn't be acceptable today, but they were doing it back then. And all these platforms, Twitch, YouTube, whatever it is, they had zero oversight. And if you look at that era of creators, so many of them have been outed as predators already, or they're in prison.
I will say it is kind of funny that on Reddit, not even how many years ago? Was it 7 or 8 years ago? There was a whole subreddit called Creep Shots. Was Creep Shots especially for minors, or was that just jailbait? Was jailbait for minors? I know that jailbait was I shouldn't say official subreddit. It was a subreddit, a huge subreddit, where it was just underage minors, like sexy pictures of minors. And then you had Creep Shots, but I don't remember if Creep Shots were minors or just like ordinary, non-consensual photos taken of women in public. Like, Jesus. When I was 14, I had seniors hit on me, and it wasn't too weird at the time. It depends on what side of that you're on, I think. Man, I worked so much in college. We're stretching my social acumen. But from what I remembered, in high school, if there were older people showing up, it was like a whatever to a slight flex maybe, where like a girl would be like, yeah, I'm dating the student at college. He's got a car. He's whatever. However, once you got to the other end, when you were in college, I don't think you ever wanted to be around anybody that had a high school or anything. Like if there was a party in high schoolers where there were underage people, you just didn't want to be with it at all. Like some upperclassmen didn't even want to go to parties with like underclassmen in college. The idea of like if you were ever at a party or anywhere and there were high schoolers there, it was just literally the lamest. You'd rather be at a fucking party with your parents. But I'm trying to think if in college, if you could flex dating a high schooler as a college guy.
What's up? I'm back.
Cool. I feel like I don't remember that as much. I think in high school you could flex it, but I don't know if a college guy would flex it. I think everybody is still young enough that I don't think you're thinking about youngness at that age. Like when you're a 21-year-old guy, I don't think you're thinking like, this chick is like 20. Oh, but she's 16. She's so much hotter. She's so much more youthful. Like you're not at that age yet where you're like lying about how old you are or looking for people to significantly. I don't think you generally do. I'm sure there are some people that did it. I just don't think it's a rule of thumb. I don't think it generally happened.
Or they're literally banned from everything. EDP's a good example, right? Is there anything more egregious than that? There is. There's Onision, there's a couple other people you can start naming. Some of them are literally in jail for long sentences. I remember there was one kid, a blonde kid who looked like and he was like a 23-year-old who would be, or inappropriately texting with a bunch of 13, 12-year-olds. And he would be like demanding stuff from them. But there was so much insulation around these people because there was no oversight from these platforms.
Were you asking about
and so now
concealed carrying?
I don't know if I could use my old license to skip the training requirement for Florida, but I think you still need a training certificate.
As far as I know, you do not need that anymore.
But it's nice to have the things that you don't have to wait when you buy guns and shit. You don't have to wait the few days or whatever bullshit.
Oh, they still cuck you on that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, do I get cucked also? Hold on.
I had to go back after my alien arrived. I had to go back a few days later.
Now a lot of that's changing. So there's a lot of people who would socially accept.
So you're gonna get it anyways?
Maybe I'll put it on my to-do list. I'll see if I can schedule time for it.
Well, nowadays, it's definitely not socially acceptable. So there's a lot of pushback. So I would argue there's less today, but it's not surprising to me, much like Preach said, that this is all coming out because I feel as though it's been there since I was a young man.
It's just that it was acceptable and there was not like a clear transition. It's weird to talk about it like that, but it was not a real transition from, hey, in the world it's acceptable to nah. Yeah. It was a clear cut. So a lot of things are carrying over and a lot of people are just like, man, whatever.
To your point, I was so unaware of all this stuff. So I remember I immigrated to Canada and like these are things that weren't being discussed. So I would see the relationship dynamics and I'm like, okay, whatever. You just don't think about them because they're just everywhere. Yeah. I remember being 23. Okay, and I was hired to do something at a middle school, basically like teach a workshop. Right. And I go there, it's a gymnasium full of kids, so you can imagine the chaos. You're talking about 200 kids trying to teach a hip-hop workshop. Fucking, you got people standing on the walls, you got whatever it is.
Okay, I'm gonna run downstairs and grab a Red Bull from the fridge. I'll be back 1 sec.
Okay, it's my first time doing this.
Then we're going hard today.
Right? Somebody came to me with a contract, so I'm like, hey, money, I'll take it. Like, I never want to teach in schools, but I don't care.
Sure. You got to do what you got to do to survive.
I got to be there for the whole school day because I got to do one in the before and one in the afternoon. And this bitch is far, so I'm not going home. So lunchtime comes around. I go to the lunch area where all the kids are, and basically I sit at the table with a bunch of dudes, basically a bunch of 13-year-olds. We having lunch. We just chatting. I'm not thinking much of it. I'm like dapping them up. I leave. I get a call later from the teachers group being like, "Hey, we thought that was inappropriate." And me, I'm like, wait, what are you guys talking about? They said they didn't like the fact that I was sitting with the boys and then having boys being boys.
No.
Boys being boys.
No.
And what's wrong with hanging with the homies they have at lunch?
No, not that one.
I'm just saying.
Not that one.
I was with the boys.
Bro, not that one.
Yo, I was with the boys. I was with the boys.
Not that one.
And ain't gay to sit down with your homies.
Bro, get out of there.
Grab a lunch.
It's not a problem.
Maybe they eating a sausage. You eating a wrap.
How old are they?
Got a little juice squeezing out.
Whoa.
All right, anyways. Listen, I gotta be me even when it's sensitive.
Wow.
Now, I didn't think much of it, but that's because culturally it wasn't normal to know about this kind of stuff or know that was that. Because like you don't get professional training when you become a dancer. You don't have like ethics and all this stuff. So I had to learn the hard way, and that's when I first realized like, oh, this stuff is like it's very, even if there's nothing happening.
And what's gonna happen in a dance school? In a dance school setting, you're gonna teach your kids, and then after that, if they need to eat, you're gonna be eating with them and just hanging. So in a school setting, you're gonna be like, I don't see the problem.
Right. And for me, it was a business opportunity because a lot of these kids ended up wanting to come to the hip hop class afterwards. So for me, it was like, oh, you know, like, hey, yeah, you want to roll through. I was not trying to hang out with them. I was not trying to see them. But that was a transition. But even that was seen wrong. But then I had to learn from that point. Culturally, it wasn't, but I had to learn from experience.
But also, you're a man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, men have always been seen that way. But I've never been around kids that often to have that worry or to hear about that kind of stuff. So at a young age, I just wasn't thinking about that. As I got older and I got exposed to more media, then I started to realize what the narrative looked like.
Yeah.
But when you're like a young person, especially, what is this, 2010, that's not topics of conversation.
No.
So all to say, the culture and the media around this stuff and the messaging that everyone does know in the back of their head has completely changed. So yeah, I feel like we're in a different era now. So it doesn't surprise me that there's this many people being outed. I'm sure there's a lot more who are sending crazy things to a bunch of minors. And the real question is, why was Dr. Disrespect singled out? And what about these other people? If there's so many of these guys who are running free, what is Twitch doing behind the scenes that they're not taking care of this stuff more efficiently? Now you got to question the whole platform. Because it sounds like they were aware behind the scenes that a lot of this stuff was going on, but never took action. At which point, we having a different conversation. Because now it's not individuals or groups. We're talking about systems. We're talking about businesses, platforms. That's a different thing.
Yep. A business platform about a platform that is targeted to kids. And then
I mean, they say it's not targeted to kids, but there's a lot of goddamn kids there. The video games that they play are geared towards kids. I'm sorry, Fortnite was your biggest game, and it was a bunch of 12 and 11-year-olds on there watching these people.
Come on now, B.
All right, let's keep it a stack. What are your thoughts? Anything else?
No, it's just it is. I gotta wait till I want to see the depth of it to where it unfolds. What happens to that? Okay, cool. Now that we know that it's happening, cool. What are the steps that we're gonna be taking in order for it not to happen again?
Yeah.
It's cool to be like, oh, this shit happened. It's fucked up. Okay. What are the steps? What are the steps that we're gonna take? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to see. I'm not gonna say like it's all inherently the platform's fault. The same way that in our comments there's some degenerates. It's not necessarily inherently our fault. But what can we do into the go?
I feel that's a different relationship.
Go ahead.
We don't employ our commenters. We don't give them a paycheck. We don't make them sign a contract.
That's a very good point.
Isn't that the same thing?
That's a very good point.
That's if you're a boss and your employees are doing pedo stuff on the job, that is your responsibility.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, the way you're gonna vet them, the way you. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I take that back.
Yeah.
That's not a good example.
We're going to stay on top of this story. I think it's worth covering. I think this is important stuff.
Ooh, we're going to stay on top of it like they stayed on top of kids. Yeah, don't put that.
Always be a boy. That's it for today's video. Also, we got a Discord where we're discussing a lot of these topics. We have research groups. So if you want to be part of the people who help us get some of this information out there, we'd love to hear from you. Also, we have a Reddit.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, we be posting. We also be on there looking for new topics, so get on these platforms and be part of the community. We want to make sure things are more insular so we can get more information. All right? Peace. Why don't you get an email? Urgent 16-year-old interview. What is this?
I remember Circle was like always on top of me, always trying to like hug me. I'm like this, and you'll see on my face like in the streams. I'm like, what the fuck?
How old are you?
22.
Oh! Hey, you expired. Oh, you turned 18
Whoa, for the fact that this email came to me right as I started doing this shit is really trippy. Ugh. First off, lady, I don't know why you there, okay? You need to be a little bit accountable and go the fuck home to your parents, and your parents need to slap your shit up. And yeah, these dudes is creepy fucks. Super weird.
What was that?
I would never hang around dudes making those kind of jokes out off. That's
what was that?
Weird. What?
What I just saw. You just popped that shit open. What was that?
You...
What was that?
Bad boys.
What was that?
I don't know.
Tabarnak, bro.
Let's go back to what I was reading. Holy shit. During a bad boy store, we had a bad boy break.
That's
Okay.
a single right there. Jesus. Jesus.
Oh my god, I didn't even know I was still in here.
Oh yeah.
Where the fuck have you been? Have you just not been saying anything for like an hour?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. I thought you were talking to them the whole time.
I forgot I was in here.
Check the box. You don't want anything pre-installed on your server. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Click on.
What are we doing today? What's the schedule, please?
It's all boring. My whole stream this month is just gonna be insanely boring.
Okay, new stream direction this month. What does that mean?
Check them. Oh, I'm being a fucking idiot. Hold on. I have to set this fucking Minecraft thing up. Okay, hold on. How many players do you expect to be on the server? How many players? Not saying anything. Okay, we'll do 25, 50. I don't know, 50. I need to have room for all the 30-year-olds who want to play games with my kid, apparently. Budget or premium? Okay, budget. Select New Jersey. Okay. $10 GB RAM.
Listen, I'm going to tell you right now.
Uh-oh.
You're going to be in here talking with someone that you care about, and you're going to be cutting in and out constantly because that's what I hear.
I'm not trying to talk to anybody. I'm literally just talking to myself. So I don't think anything's going to get cut out. I'm just
good.
Yeah.
Good, because you just cut out there also.
Did I actually though?
Yes.
Wait, did the volume hold on. Oh shit. Hold on, wait. No. Did Discord change? Hold on. Voice and volume. Select. All right. Whatever. Hopefully this is better.
I think something that might be an easy fix is just having the. Isn't there a delay where it will keep picking up when it hears your voice or something before it stops? Or is that just a push to talk delay?
Oh, like a threshold thing? I think that's just a push to talk thing.
Fuck.
Maybe use a different program for peers that fucked it up. No, it was the same. I don't know. Sometimes Discord changes the threshold for some reason. Okay, do we need this? No. Wait. What is Nathan's Minecraft username? Nice. Doxes himself. Okay. Budget server advanced support. Nope. Mail me stickers. Nope. Continue. Check out. Wow. James Lindsay keeps taking shots at you on Twitter. Link him if you want. you going to go on Tim Pool? If he wants me to. Okay, order confirmation. Who do I forward this email to? Question mark. Forward, send. Okay. All right. This month, we're going to try something different, okay? Because my brain is destroyed. I don't actually know what direction I want to take my content or what I want to do or what I can even emotionally stomach these days. So I think this month is just going to be really, really, really heavy reading. It's going to be boring. I'll probably try to do debates if people want to. There are a couple of things I think strategically that have worked for me, and there are a couple of things that haven't. I think the irony thing actually worked really well, as much as people seem to think that that wouldn't work. I think the irony thing worked well, and I see a lot of people post shit about me now, and nobody seems to believe a lot of the bad clips. Remember, I always see people say like, "Oh, that's a troll, blah blah." That was a good idea. Okay, that worked. Something that I don't know if it worked as well was the being incredibly polite in debates. It still seems like the people that I debated, that I treated like children, fucking hated me and didn't want to have a second conversation anyway, even though it got me the first one. So I think I might go back to being a little bit less compromising in debates and a little bit more brutal. I think those are two big changes going forward. I don't know how many debates we'll get. As part of the reading stuff, one thing I'm probably going to be continuing to improve upon this month that I'm going to focus on a lot is improving our note taking. I think it'd just be good to be able to reference stuff better. This means taking notes on things that we read and being a little bit more proactive. Sometimes I write down stuff that I want to read more about, and we don't do it. But I'm probably going to be focusing more on actually writing notes and doing the reading on this. Like when I add these notes, we need to do this. So I'm probably going to start chewing my way through stuff like this. Yeah. Oh, and then also using the structure. We read about this in that email. The guy gave me that frame, function, and further. I'm going to try structuring my debates a little bit more formally as well. What is your take on why everyone seems to be dodging you? I think because most people know that they are completely and totally without fact, and they know that in an actual conversation they'll get demolished. So I think that we have to focus more on how to do the small, short TikTok videos, whatever bullshit. People seem to really like that stuff. And it seems to be the most effective way to communicate. And then for the rare moments when we do get debates, the goal will just be to overwhelmingly annihilate whoever I speak with, since going gentle apparently hasn't really done much else for us. So. You want people to stop avoiding debating you, become so big people can't ignore you? I think I'm big enough that people can't really just pretend I don't exist, but I think you can always ignore someone. You just have to not say anything about them and then pretend that they don't exist. I think Dave Smith is a good example of that. In that, he literally, people tried to tag us on Twitter because they were saying that I was avoiding tagging him. And then he had it back and forth with me on Twitter. And now he's like, oh, I don't want to have a conversation with that guy. But his fans will just go along with it. The thing is that if your partner or your parasocial daddy is avoiding a debate, you can always find a way to rationalize it. And his fans did immediately. They 180'd immediately. I think the only way to get people to force people to have conversations with you is if you're friends with other content creators who host conversations. So if I had a close relationship with Tim Pool, I could maybe pressure Tim Pool to pressure somebody else to talk to me. But yeah, that seems to be the only thing that works on that. But I won't focus on that right now. I'm going to be more aggressive with bans in chat. If you say retarded shit, I'll tell you why it's retarded, and then I'm perma-banning. So good luck. Why won't you do Twitter Spaces? Oh, I need to incorporate Twitter Spaces as well. What are your top research priorities for this month? The things that we have for this month are, I need to start reading through these 3 Supreme Court cases. I'll start that right after this. creating notes and researching any of the topics that I write here, and then working my way through the Israeli content still, and then working my way through that, hopefully that World War I book, as we crawl forward through time. Oh, and then also like doing more Biden-Trump stuff, putting together talking points, although I don't know if it even matters, but... We've got 2 emails, one from my lawyer friend guy. Hey, Stephen. This is a guy that emails us just shit about lawyer stuff all the time, or law stuff. There are whole textbooks written on venue and jurisdiction, so I won't try to spend this email teaching you the ins and outs of jurisdictional matters. The heart of jurisdictional fights, though, happen in civil matters. In criminal matters, you don't get to play that type of game. In criminal jurisdiction, the jurisdiction is where the crime is committed. The defendant's domicile doesn't matter. There is no concern whether the defendant has established minimum contacts with the state. DAs don't have the luxury of charging crimes in different jurisdictions like civil litigants. Where it happens is where it gets charged. The internet mucks it up only a little. The crime is always in the place of the defendant when he commits the crime. And if he targets someone in another jurisdiction, usually the location of the victim where, when they are targeted. If we say defendant in state A with age of consent is 16, solicits and exchanges sexual messages with a 16-year-old in state B with an age of consent of 18, state A could not bring charges, but state B could. He would have to target the state. So if he posted a Craigslist ad asking for a 16-year-old sex, it would be difficult to claim he targeted a specific minor in state B. The defendant/victim are planning to go to state C. No jurisdiction is going to attach state C until one or both of them go there and some sort of crime is committed. At that point, you wouldn't be able to bring the solicitation charges in state C. You wouldn't be able to bring any statutory rape charges in states A or B. Defendants can't play the same games with jurisdiction when it comes to criminal matters. Whether or not the lack of criminal charges indicates a lack of criminal action is questionable, especially if the defendant or victim live in a rural county. The technological understanding and desire to bring these types of charges varies based on the DA. DAs vary wildly in smaller communities. When it comes to larger locations, usually the DA's office will likely have specific divisions which handle these things better/more consistently. These would very likely not be federal charges until either 1, the victim steps over state lines, or 2, the DMs lead to the production of child porn. Finally, I would be skeptical of criminal liability attached for leaking. Redacted, no explicit child content, obviously logs. What was read sounded like standard industry regulations. Regulations are automatically civil in nature. There are many hammers that can be dropped on companies violating industry standards and regulations, but rarely is that criminal. Many statutes that establish regulations also make violations potential misdemeanors, but those are rarely pursued, and when it does come up, it just ends up being another avenue to get fines and fees. I admit, though, this is outside of my area of expertise, so you should talk to a criminal lawyer focused on tech crimes for a better review on the matter. There you go. Thanks, babe. Christendom, and then one more email. Christendom versus Dar al-Islam and the expulsion of the European Jews. Hello, Stephen. During yesterday's stream, some chatters were arguing with you about the clan/balanced opposition system present in Arabic/Muslim cultures. People kept wanting to claim that medieval Christianity acted in the same way, in the exact same way with you, in the exact same way with you disagreeing. I wanted to say that you are mostly correct, and here is why. Interestingly, the term Christendom does translate to the same exact meaning of Dar al-Islam, house of religion. Christendom as a concept, is it Christendom or Christendom? I don't think you pronounce a T, right? Oh, also bitching about content on stream gets you an automatic 3-month ban. The worldwide body... Oh, wait.
Christendom.
Christendom. There is no T pronunciation. Okay. Christendom as a concept did arise during the later Crusader era, but in practice, Christians were far less likely to wage religious warfare in the same way that you described in the balanced opposition system. Firstly, Jerusalem was first captured by caliphal caliphal forces in 637, around 450 years before the First Crusade. Christians supposedly viewed the church as a uniting force of each and every clan/ruling dynasty. Why did it take them so long to deal with the external threat? The answer is that Christianity, of course, does not direct people into holy war. The First Crusade, in a nutshell, is that Westerners were following pilgrimage routes to Jerusalem for centuries with relative safety. It was the conquest of the Holy Land and surrounding regions by the Seljuk Turks in the 11th century that made pilgrimages far more dangerous. The Seljuks, I don't know how to pronounce this. I feel like I'm saying this wrong. Seljuks? 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 I'll say Seljuks. The Seljuks, yeah, we'll say that. The Seljuks were in a period of civil war, and Turkish leaders gained political legitimacy through violence against Christians. The Byzantine Empire lost most of Anatolia, modern Turkey, all the way to Nicaea, which was right across the pond from Constantinople. I'm not as well read on this, but at the same time, Pope Urban II was having his own legitimacy issues, so a unifying war against heathens was a great way to justify his position as pope. In summary, the First Crusade began not as a practice of Christian scripture or as a rule of warfare/clan organization, but due to the pragmatism of three separate groups which all gained from the war. Returning to the pilgrims, there was also an expectation of gaining new lands and conquest. Knights from all across Europe were leaving their families behind in order to found new dynasties and kingdoms. A great example of this is Bohemond of Taranto, a Norman prince from southern Italy. He was an illegitimate heir, meaning that his ambitions were limited to lands that he could acquire through conquest. The First Crusades ended as a success, but also ended with interfaith conflict between the Byzantines and Crusade leaders. The leaders thought that the Byzantines did not provide enough military support. They did not, but their army was still recovering from recent wars and needed to defend their Balkan territories, and therefore broke their oaths to return all territory to the Byzantines and made their own independent polities, now known commonly as the Crusader states. Before ending this rant, let me add that while technically the East and West schism had already occurred decades before the First Crusade, was largely a political and superficial conflict. The First Crusade was Christendom at its most unified against a common enemy, and we can see how quickly it splintered across different parties for material gain. It would only be a century later that the Crusaders attacked Constantinople, with a later justification that the Byzantines were worse than Jews and therefore a valid target. I remember you complaining that Westerners think of the Sunni-Shia divide as being much more important than it is in practice, and when looking back into European history, it's no wonder why Christian history is full of heretics and began with a few different crises of faith: the Donatists, Arians, Monophysites, or early heretic groups that the Roman Empire violently destroyed. This is centuries before the larger divides of Catholicism/Orthodoxy and Catholicism/Protestantism, which were far worse and more consequential to a collective Western history. Secondly, on the expulsion of the Jews. Hopefully this info dump is shorter than the first. One chatter asked why Jews were expelled from so many countries across history, and that list typically begins in the Middle Ages. You give a pretty decent answer focused on the economics. Yes, Jews were forced either coercively or directly into the positions of money lending and sometimes criminal practices such as coin clipping, the practice of cutting off the edges of coins, smelting that metal down into precious metal bars, and using the clipped coins for their original price. It was this economic position that led to Christians seeing them as greedy and opportunistic, charging large rates of interest on peasant and nobles alike. However, we should not forget the narrativization that was happening at the same time. Christians blamed Jews directly for murdering Jesus Christ because the Pharisees took him to Pontius Pilate in the first place. Christians believed that the Jews, probably from internal guilt, would kidnap Christians, usually children and usually young boys, and ritualistically murder them as if to reenact the crucifixion. This is commonly known as blood libel and is one of the commonplace forms of anti-Semitism during the Middle Ages. It is no coincidence that the expulsion of Jews from England in 1290 was enacted after decades of blood libel accusations against English Jews. One of the more famous ones is the death of little Saint Hugh of Lincoln, and you should definitely read more about it. Legally speaking, it was typical for Jews to be barred from owning property. In the case of England, any property that Jews owned was ultimately the property of the king. This made expulsions far easier to enact, as there was precedent for Jews to lose their property, to be moved to other areas of the kingdom by force, usually because they needed financiers. for their properties to be neatly handed over to the state. I will add that when anti-Semitic violence broke out, it was usually a diverse collection of people who came out to do the attacks. Knights and commoners alike were disgusted morally with the alleged murders of Christians and the harsh interest paid on loans. Finally, just to make the Eurocucks mad, the same pattern is accurate for the Romani people without the blood libel. Romani were trained artisans and pastoralists. However, a lot of the areas they migrated into had little need of this type of labor, especially Western Europe. Artisan guilds did not just exist to protect the labor and economic interests of those involved, but also to prevent migrant labor from outcompeting them. Guilds held substantial political influence throughout Europe and could practically ban immigrants from producing or selling their wares, even if the prices were lower. Inevitably, we see Romani becoming musicians, acrobats, street performers, actors, with these fields already having associations with poor moral character. At worst, Romani had no choice but become thieves. There were a few imperial diets in the Holy Roman Empire accusing the Romani of committing espionage and banishing them. The Romani and the Jews are criminals because Christian society prevented them from integrating into the economy, and then they are charged a second time for adapting to the inequality. Sources plus suggestions for further reading. Lame books. Thanks, babe. 8K people listening to this. Oof, another ban. Peace. Wait. How many months is that a subber for? I'll remember your name. Don't say anything else retarded. Good luck. You said the DOJ couldn't criminally charge Obama for drone strikes because there isn't really a charge that would fit. I agree, but why wouldn't something like involuntary manslaughter fit? I don't even know if you can charge people for paying for hits or for ordering hits in another country. I don't even know what the venue would be. Wouldn't it be the other country that would have to charge you? Wouldn't that make it an international issue? Please watch this. Trump versus Biden, a data scientist prediction.
In the last.
I'm good. All right. When you're talking about the quartering guy, shit talking you on X. I don't know. I need to respond to him on. Nope, Kick taking the L, unfortunately. I've been responding to Kick chat all day. You're banned for a week. Goodbye. Are you still going to debate Aaron Matt from the Gray Zone? Maybe. I would need to even find something for us to debate on. All right. Are you concerned with the amount of hate you're getting? Seems almost unanimous when it was brought up on Twitter. Absolutely not. These people are fucking clowns. Nothing makes me happier than people that hate me but are scared to talk to me because I know where the hatred comes from. It's called fear. And that's good. That's what I want them to feel. Okay, so research, subjects. What do I have my Supreme Court stuff under? I never know how to organize my shit. Legal. Oh, legal. Okay, legal. U.S. Supreme Court. Trump versus United States. What's the label for this? 23939. How do you draw the distinction between them being fearful of you and them thinking you have nothing of value to say or discuss? Because I have a large platform. If I had nothing of value to say, or if you thought I was an idiot, then you would just come and embarrass me, and you'd reap the rewards for it. There was a dipshit that I knew was famous. I'm always talking to that dipshit every time. And you would, if you genuinely thought you could trounce them, you would talk to them, and you would capitalize off the fame, basically. This was moved correctly, right? I can delete this? Is this added to? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Does that logic mean you would go on Hassan's channel to have a debate with him? Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. No shit, without even a second thought. July 1st, 2024 decision. Rename. July 4, 2024 decision. Rename. Is there two spaces here? There is. Okay. Opening this. Okay, how do we do this? We go files, Obsidian, research. Oh no, wait. No, yeah. Oh, wait, fuck. Oh, yeah, it's July 1st, you're right. Why is it wrong to move the burden of punishment from the criminal justice system to Congress? Isn't that what the ruling did? Because impeachment is a different thing than criminal liability. These are two different things. They have different purposes. They're not supposed to be seen as the same thing. Can you get prison sentences from an impeachment? No. Okay, to this. We go here. Nice, good one. Okay, files. Obsidian. Wow, Benjamin, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. U.S. Supreme Court. Trump v. United States. Yes. Okay, and then open. Okay. Oh, why did I leave this downstairs? It's okay. Are we looking to Chevron it all? No, we might read that too, though. Today. Let's see how long it takes us to read this. Okay. At Destiny, this doesn't apply to crimes unless you're saying it is the president's official capacity to commit crimes. Like people saying Biden can end Trump in a video game are saying they believe it is in the constitutional authority of the president to end American citizens without due process. I mean, was there due process like in the Civil War, or is there I mean, like, what do you mean? Like was there due process when Obama ordered a drone strike on a guy in it was an American citizen in Syria, Yemen? Didn't this, like, what do you mean? It absolutely can come under the purview of the president for things like this. Like, the thing is that plenty of things could be argued to be within the purview of the president. We'll get to all this. Don't worry. This is all part of the. It's all part of the reading. We'll get there, or the ruling. Okay. This is working. This is there, and this is here. Boom. All right.
What would happen if Biden basically ordered his whoever, XYZ, to investigate and arrest most of the conservative Supreme Court justices and state that he did it because whatever, they're under the control of foreign governments or whatever bullshit it was, and basically the only court left to try it, the Supreme Court, would have nothing but liberal justices as a result.
You could impeach him, but that's it. It wouldn't be. You can't review that decision.
But the Supreme Court at that point would be all liberal. And
Supreme Court shouldn't even hear it. That would be his. If he was having a conversation as the head of the DOJ and the FBI, these are all things that exist under the president. That's him speaking in his official capacity as president. If he wants to give orders to the DOJ to arrest political opponents and all that, yeah.
Let me. I'm curious. I listened to I think most of the oral arguments when this was going before the Supreme Court. Do you think why do you think that why do you think that the I guess the prosecutor or the defender, I forget which one, is on the side of getting rid of this, but one of the appellants, the one that doesn't want this to happen, why wouldn't they be more progressive, being like, to be clear, if you allow this to take place, what's to stop President Biden from dismissing you immediately afterwards? Like, basically making it more clear to them that, like, hey, listen, if you decide this way, there's immediate repercussions that you're okaying for President Biden to do, versus being very like, you know, Trump could have done SEAL Team 6. Why not say, hey, what's to stop Biden from saying that you guys are an agent of Russia and dismissing you tomorrow?
I think that question, I don't remember if that came up in oral arguments or if that was asked in the media, but this question has been asked already. Yeah.
Yeah, but in the media, I think is different than.
No, yeah, I understand. I don't remember if it was asked in
arguments.
oral arguments. It might have literally come up in oral arguments. I don't remember. Destiny, no, it's not in his official capacity to get them to do anything he wants. He's still bound by the Constitution. Blazing Tiger, with all due respect, you're dead fucking wrong, and you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. The whole point is that when he's acting in his official capacity, it's not on you. Who the fuck are you, an ordinary U.S. citizen? Why the fuck would you think that you could have anything to say about the criminal liability of the president when he's acting in the official capacity as president? Not only are you wrong, you should be assassinated, because the president has the right to do that to protect the country, and it's not even available for judicial review. You're dead wrong, and you deserve to have whatever the president does to you, because he's allowed to do that. Because that's what we've all decided now, apparently. Okay. Recording is streaming. Are you talking to him today? He said he wasn't free to talk till Friday because he's incredibly busy.
When you talk with these conservatives coming up, I assume about this and how this is a good thing and everything. How hard do you plan on pushing? Like, so to be crystal, is it okay right now if Biden feels that Trump is controlled by Russia and has him
It's-
XYZ?
I will write a list of strategies out for it. I can guarantee you, clip me right now. They will never,
this
ever,
one's
ever, ever, ever answer a direct question about Donald Trump. I won't even be able to finish the sentence before, what about Joe Biden? What about Joe Biden? What about Barack Obama? What about? Like, that'll be the first thing that comes out. There is
Well, that's what I'm
absolutely
saying.
no.
Don't even ask about what Trump's done. Being like, hey, so it sounds like anything in official capacity is okay.
Yeah, then I mean, I could try it. I'll ask, but the answers are always fucking retarded. There is no, you're like asking me like, what do you think is like the steel? There is no steel man. This is unfathomably fucking retarded. This wouldn't be even remotely defended for any type of Democrat asking for this. Like, Republicans would roll themselves and their lard asses out of bed to go and fucking revolt against the government if a Democrat was even considering asking for something like this. So there's no defense whatsoever. It's total delusional fantasy. If you were to ask them about what if Biden would do this, they would say something like, oh, well, Biden probably would do that anyway. He's already using the DOJ to prosecute his political, but they would say something like that. They would just, there's absolutely no steel man for this. I can't think of one. I mean, I could,
What
but
about
it's
something
dog
coming
shit.
up with elections being? I mean, that would be the something. What do they hate? What do they hate? They hate mail-in voting, there's got to be something the president can do. Be like, I don't fucking know. He can just say he's going to only use his electors moving forward, right? Which is what Trump tried to do.
Yep.
So are you all right with Biden only accepting his electors moving forward?
Okay. I mean, I can try asking.
How do you think they would feel about
They're just going to say something like, oh, well, hopefully the
steel man
people stop it. Like, good people would stop that. They wouldn't let that happen or something like that.
Why? Is that bad? That's what Trump tried to do.
That is what he tried to do, yeah.
But so was Trump trying to do something bad? I'm confused.
Was Trump trying to do something bad? When you say bad, do you mean immoral or illegal?
Both.
Well, illegal, I guess, is I'm not sure the answer to that now. It's possible that the entire case for January 6th dies because the president can literally do anything in his official capacity as president that is beyond criminal review. So I'm not sure yet. Immoral, I mean, I would argue that any time the president tries to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power, it is probably contrary to one of the most fundamental aspects of our country and our democracy. So I would say it's highly immoral and unethical. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I guess the argument. I mean, you're a much better debater than I am. Actually, you're not much better. You're like slightly better. But that said, I think pushing them on can Biden do what Trump did would be the...
Yeah, but they already think that Biden has done worse than Trump's done. They already
Yeah,
downplay
so
all
we're-
of Trump's
we're-
actions, and they think that Biden has already done way worse than any... So.
Yeah. So just say, okay, yeah, you're right. Biden's worse, but we're just going to do what Trump did moving forward. We're going to use our own electors. And now the Supreme Court said that's okay. Is that all right?
Maybe, yeah. I guess we could try it. Okay. What?
I'm sorry. Is there something else you wanted to discuss? You seem upset and flustered.
Well, I mean, I can't try... No, what do you mean? There's nothing I can say. I can't try any of these arguments right now. I don't have anybody to debate. And when I do these debates, it's just stupid. Why does this NDI capture keep stopping? Go find conservatives to debate. Bring them up here. We can ask them.
I talked to Richard Lewis, and I was like, hey, we should get you on the show more often. And he's like, well, listen, election stuff's coming up. How are you going to feel about that? And I was like, listen, I think it'll be good. So would you be okay if he came on as more of a repeat guest?
For Richard Lewis?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted to, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
He's a cool dude.
I feel so as well. He is a cool dude. Even on political topics, I know there's some people saying...
Maybe, yeah, we'll see.
Okay, can we talk shop for a second? Where are we at exactly with all the audio podcast shit?
I don't know. Last I gave it to August, it was to upload descriptions of all the episodes in the thing.
Okay, so that needs to be done. I think I have a strategy that I think we should do moving forward. Let's wait 6 hours before we delete the YouTube VOD. And I told August to do that moving forward. And I think that will probably solve all the European bitching and moaning.
Okay.
And I don't think it'll hurt revenue too much at all.
Okay.
I still want to delete the kick one immediately, though. Any issues with that?
No, I think it sounds fine.
Okay. Yeah, so it's basically... Then it's only Australians that get fucked, right?
Yeah, fuck, we don't care about them. Okay, I'm gonna start reading this. Supreme
that
Court.
was like a very cavalier, casual. Like
No, I think
okay,
it's fine.
fuck
Yeah,
off.
wait 6 hours to delete it, so that people are watching it, they don't get instantly cut
Okay,
off.
there's
We
a
don't
few other
optimize
things
for. We
before you
can't
read this.
optimize for all 3 time zones.
Yes,
we can't
I
optimize for
understand.
Australia and Europe and the United States. It's literally
was a
impossible.
joke.
Yeah.
That was a joke. I understand that.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. There is other things that I'm bringing up now. After that, that one is done. Okay,
Okay.
we're gonna get. You'll have so many hours to read this Supreme Court thing in a second. Hey, big anus. Guess what? The D-man's not the only one who can go and do that. Fuck you. All right. Okay. God, you're fucking triggering me. Okay. What is the audio issue with the buzzing of the cable? Just tell me.
It's just interference that the cable's picking up.
Which cable?
Right now, it's just one for the mic that Erudite was using. Maybe the
So
cable.
why'd you say that you unplugged the laptop then? What'd that have to do with it?
Because the power running from the laptop cable to the laptop might be the thing introducing interference.
Did that fix it?
It did, but it could have literally also just been the fact that we juggled the cords while unplugging it that fixed it. I don't know.
Is there no way to solve this issue? Because obviously we need the laptop.
Yeah, of course. You just have to find a way to shield the cables from interference. Either running the cables differently or...
Is there interference tape or...
I'm not sure. I haven't looked it up yet. Maybe a thing you can buy for it.
Okay, I'm gonna look for that. I got the webcam. Okay, the audio when you're doing the... Listen, I'm out of here in 5 minutes, so fucking relax, chat. Okay, the audio only. Do you already have that set up so that can be uploaded right away for everything? Or is that a conversion that's going to have to happen after the fact?
Nope. I just hit record on Audacity, and it records everything.
Okay, so we have video game recorded right away and being uploaded. Or do we have to do the uploads, or is this something we're giving to August to do?
I don't think we decided that yet.
Okay. I mean, I guess we can drop. I mean, how difficult is it for you to click start uploading to Patreon on that PC before we leave?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry, just looking through. All right, whatever. Good enough. Have fun reading your Supreme Court shit.
Okay. Be careful.
Bye.
Bye. Supreme Court of the United States. Trump v. United States. Certiorari. Hold on.
This is 60 Seconds Civic. Party involved in a lawsuit for civic education in a federal case. It is not required so by filing a petition for writ of certiorari.
Certiorari. Certiorari to the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. Hold on. I always look up every term to make sure that I know what I'm talking about for this. Parties who are not satisfied with the decision of a lower court must petition the U.S. Supreme Court to hear their case. The primary means to petition the court for review is to ask for a...
Sorry, how many feet of this shit do we need?
I have
The
no
shielding?
idea. I'd have to go down and measure it. I'm not sure.
Guesstimate?
I mean, you've seen the same cords I have. I
don't know which one is causing issues. Like, that's what I'm asking.
All four of them are the same length.
So all four microphone cords are the only things that we have to shield. We don't have to shield anything else, just the microphone cords.
Correct.
And they're like, what, like 20 feet each?
I don't know. Aren't you the construction guy? Why would you think I'd be able to guess it better than you? It's the mic cords going from the microphones down the center of the table.
You bought the fucking cables, not me. I have
Each
no
one has
idea.
an extension cable attached. I don't know what the total length is of what is needed for all of them. They've also got a lot of slack too.
Man, this shit is expensive.
What is it? What are you looking at?
It's called tinned. Oh, maybe I can just send you this link here. Also, I don't know.
Tinned copper braid metal cable shielding sleeve. Would this even help? Make sure that you Google first and look that whatever the fuck we're ordering is actually.
Well, I mean, this by nature is like stopping EMI, right?
Is that the I don't
It's like
know anything about the interference picked up by XLR cables. I don't know why it happens or where it comes from or what induces it or what doesn't. I don't know 100%. So
Buy some aluminum foil. Yeah, that's gonna look really good in the fucking studio. I mean, I can try this. You said it's only one microphone that does it?
right now, yeah, it's just Erudite's, which seems to mean maybe the cable is shit or something, and I could replace the cable.
Okay, you get this and hold off, or like I'm just gonna not do anything. I'll let you fucking figure the audio issues. All right,
Okay.
never mind.
It's not a okay. It's a writ of certiorari. That's what it's called, right? Hold on, let me watch
This
this,
is
dude.
60 Second Civics from the Center for Civic Education. I'm Mark Gage. A litigant or party involved in a lawsuit who loses in a federal court or the highest court of a state can ask the Supreme Court to review the case. The party does so by filing a petition for writ of certiorari. The Supreme Court is not required to issue a writ. The court's rules currently state that the justices are more likely to allow review if there is disagreement among the federal courts of appeal on a legal matter. If 4 Supreme Court justices vote to allow review of a case, then the court issues the writ, which commands the lower court to send the record of the case to the Supreme Court. The court traditionally does not explain its rationale for accepting or rejecting cases for review. Each year, the Supreme Court receives thousands of petitions asking it to issue a writ of certiorari. The justices accept only a small fraction. The number of cases that the court decides has
The primary means to petition the court for review is to ask it to grant a writ of certiorari. This is a request that the Supreme Court order a lower court to send up the record of the case for review. The court is usually not any application. Okay. certiorari to the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. So that just means that the Supreme Court is responding to the request for review coming up through the circuit, the DC Circuit. Okay. Which circuit is that? Does that have a name, or is it just called the DC Circuit? Is this like the 12th, the 3rd, the 4th, the 8th, the 50th? I think we only have 9 or 10 circuits, right? We call it the DC Circuit. Is it just called the DC Circuit? Oh, there's 13. Okay. This was argued on the 25th of 2024, decided on July 1st, 2024, today. A federal grand jury, wait, music. My piano music, okay. A federal grand jury indicted former President Donald J. Trump on 4 counts for conduct that occurred during his presidency following the November 2020 election. The indictment alleged that after losing that election, Trump conspired to overturn it by spreading knowingly false claims of election fraud to obstruct the collecting, counting, and certifying of the election results. Trump moved to dismiss the indictment based on presidential immunity, arguing that a president has absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for actions performed within the outer perimeter of his official responsibilities, and that the indictment's allegations fell within the core of his official duties. The district court denied Trump's motion to dismiss, holding that former presidents do not possess federal criminal immunity for any acts. The D.C. Circuit affirmed. Both the district court and the D.C. Circuit declined to decide whether the indicted conduct involved official acts. So the case here that President Trump would be arguing to dismiss, I believe, when we're talking about the indictment alleging that after losing the election, Trump conspired to overturn it by this would be the Jack Smith federal indictment, the Jack Smith federal case. Now, whether this would carry over to the state Georgia RICO case that has many of the same allegations in the indictment, I don't know if it would or wouldn't. Not sure, but okay. Held. Under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power entitles a former president to absolute immunity from criminal prosecutions for actions within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority, and he is entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution for all of his official acts. There is no immunity for unofficial acts. Probably pretty important. Let's check real quick if there's a legal definition for presumptive immunity. Hey, buddy, do you want to check out Factorio Pina? Okay, people that just like suggest like the most random, unrelated fucking things, they are not even remotely related. We'll say 30-day ban. This case is the first criminal prosecution in our nation's history of a former president for actions taken during his presidency. Determining whether and under what circumstances such a prosecution may proceed requires careful assessment of the scope of presidential power under the Constitution. The nature of that power requires that a former president have some immunity from criminal prosecution for official acts during his tenure in office. At least with respect to the president's exercise of his core constitutional powers, this immunity must be absolute. As for his remaining official actions, he is entitled to at least presumptive immunity. I think I would tentatively agree with that argument. There's probably some things that we don't want. Maybe For the president to have coming under criminal review, possibly, maybe. I'm like open to that, but I haven't thought hard about both ends of that. I've served on active duty for 19 years. I'm pressing the button at 20. I can't imagine getting orders that my commander wouldn't be on the hook for. I don't recognize the US anymore. Fuck monarchy. Jesus. Wait, let me check real quick. Presumptive immunity for measles. Why did I Google this? Presumptive immunity. And it's all news things. Presumptive immunity before 2023. Presumptive evidence of immunity can be established in any of the following ways. Measles. Wait. Presumptive immunity. Law. Legal. Does this fall under like they just invented it. Oh, is this like not a real thing? I know qualified immunity is a thing. Okay, presumptive immunity before 2023. Huh. Interesting. Do I take notes on these? Sure. New note. At least with respect to the president's exercise of his core constitutional powers, this immunity must be absolute. As for his remaining official actions, he is entitled to at least presumptive immunity. Are there a such thing as core? When they say core constitutional powers, do they just mean things explicitly in the original Constitution? Core powers president. Is this a term that's ever explicitly spelled out? Before 2023. Notes. We'll just put questions. No, not questions. What are core powers of the president? Let's write these down. We'll keep in mind as we go. What is the difference between absolute versus qualified immunity? I should know this. Okay. Can you move this over so we can see? Let's see. I would need to create a new layout. Launch layout editor. Create new layout. We'll call this iPad layout. Right here, save. Okay. Article 2 of the Constitution vests executive power in a President of the United States of America. The President has duties of unrivaled gravity and breadth. Referencing Trump v. Vance. His authority to act necessarily stems either from an act of Congress or from the Constitution itself. Referencing Youngstown Sheet and Tube Company versus Sawyer. Hold on. Is this too loud? Man, it's fucking annoying. In the latter case, the president's authority is sometimes conclusive and preclusive. When the president exercises such authority, Congress cannot act on and courts cannot examine the president's actions. That's important to understand. So Youngstown Sheet and Tube v. Sawyer. Court case grants the president some actions that are not reviewable. We should see what that case actually says. When the president exercises such authority, Congress cannot act on it, and courts cannot examine the president's actions. So to be clear, when somebody says the court can't examine it, what that means is that there is no criminal review, meaning if you do it, you can't even ask the question legally of, was that allowed? Was it not allowed? I don't know. You can't, the court's not allowed to even look at that particular thing. Let's see. It follows that an act of Congress, either a specific one targeted at the president or a generally applicable one, may not criminalize the president's actions within his exclusive constitutional power. Neither may the courts adjudicate a criminal prosecution that examines such presidential actions. The court thus concludes that the president is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution for conduct within his exclusive sphere of constitutional authority. Not all of the president's official acts fall within his conclusive and preclusive authority. The reasons that justify the president's absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for acts within the scope of his exclusive constitutional authority do not extend to conduct in areas where his authority is shared with Congress. To determine the president's immunity in this context, the court looks primarily to the framers' design of the presidency within the separation of powers, precedent on presidential immunity in the civil context, and criminal cases where a president resisted prosecutorial demands for documents. The framers designed the presidency to provide for a vigorous and energetic executive. The Federalist number 70, pages 471, 472, by some guy named Asshole Hamilton, they vested the president with supervisory and policy responsibilities of utmost discretion and sensitivity. Nixon v. Fitzgerald. Fuck. Okay. One of the things that Vyvanse poisoned my brain on is that when I would go and I would read underlying citations, the citations were not accurate. I distinctly remember in oral arguments before the Supreme Court, Donald Trump's judge brought up something to do with not wanting to have to criminally indict a sitting president. It was a quote by Benjamin Franklin, and why impeachment should be used instead or something. This quote was used in the oral argument to further the idea that a president shouldn't be criminally liable for things. But if you actually go up and you read the context where Benjamin Franklin uttered that statement, what he was saying was impeachment is important to be able to remove a sitting president because we don't want to have to fabricate criminal charges or murder the person in office to get them to step down. That's why impeachment was important. Nothing about that conversation implies that Benjamin Franklin was saying that a president should be above criminal prosecution. He was just saying it was important to have the process of impeachment so we don't have to kill or fake criminal charges to remove somebody from office. So when the Supreme Court cites these court cases, I just want to go and read the underlying case, but I don't have time to read every single court case. Or maybe we will, who knows? Okay. appreciating the unique risks that arise when the president's energies are diverted by proceedings that might render him unduly cautious in the discharge of his official duties, the court has recognized presidential immunities and privileges rooted in the constitutional tradition of the separation of powers and supported by our history. I think we should. I'll write this here. Nixon v. Fitzgerald. What kind of presidential immunities and privileges was the court talking about in this case? In Fitzgerald, for instance, the court concluded that a former president is entitled to absolute immunity from damages liability for acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. The court's dominant concern was to avoid diversion of the president's attention during the decision-making process caused by needless worry as to the possibility of damages action stemming from any particular official decision. Just real quick, when we're reading stuff, when you say id, it just means it's referring to the former thing that was already cited, right, basically? It is citing the former source. Yeah, okay, yeah. When somebody says chat on screen frozen, I don't know why the chat is freezing so much. If it does it again, we're throwing back up kick chat. I don't know why the on screen chat keeps freezing. Oh, I can't even refresh it in OBS. Also, when we say Nixon v. Fitzgerald, 457 U.S. 731 750, is 457 like the case number, or what are we referring to here? So 457 U.S. 731, 750. Nixon v. Fitzgerald, 457 U.S. 731. What does the 750 mean? Were there two different cases? Nixon, okay. 457 U.S. 731. 7 U.S. The book volume is 457. Page start number is 731. Goes to page 750 and ends there. Oh. What is the book? Is that like an official book of Supreme Court rulings? Is that what it's published in? U.S. Okay. Are these books that it's referring to, 457 U.S., are these only books for the Supreme Court, or are these books for the entire U.S. judicial system, or are these books for the entire, like, government stuff?
Hey.
Hello?
I can barely hear you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, I can hear you now. Just to give you a quick overview, when you're talking about, like, 457 U.S. 731, these are pin sites. These are supposed to be very easy to find references to the case or the specific point in the case that they're trying to reference.
Okay.
So 457 is the reporter volume, I think, and then US will tell you which court. So you'll have like DC Circuit, so it'll be like 457 DC Circuit might be the case before this in the DC Circuit. And then your 731, 750 are your specific page citations within that reporter. So
okay, gotcha. I understand. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So when it says 457 U.S. 731 and 750, these are the two pages that they're referring to. And then when they say
correct.
id 749, 751, 752, they're referring
Same
to
case.
those pages.
Yeah.
What
The
does
same source,
N32 mean? Number 32.
Well,
Maybe a figure or
if
something
you're
on the
saying
page, or
N32 might be notation or footnote 32.
maybe. Okay, cool. Got it. All right.
Right.
Cool. Bye. Okay. In Fitzgerald, for instance, the court concluded that a former president is entitled to absolute immunity from damages, liability for acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. The court's dominant concern was to... Okay. So I haven't read these cases, so I'm just going by the little bit of legal stuff I understand. So if I'm wrong, either somebody can correct me or whatever. We can probably agree that civil damage immunity is probably important, for public officials when they're acting in service of public officials, because you don't want somebody to be able to sue the government for doing things that might cause civil damages. For instance, if the president orders... if the president orders a lockdown or whatever for a virus, or orders a curfew, and you lose out on business or something, right? You wouldn't be able to sue the president of the United States for civil damages for your business because these are functions of the government. It would be impossible for the government to function if like private causes of action happened every single time, or if there were private like litigation happening every single time something happens, right? So civil protection is probably vitally important, even absolute. Civil protection is probably really important. However, civil stuff and criminal stuff, remember, okay, if there's anything you take from the stream and all the legal bullshit we do, it is in your mind. Civil, criminal. These are two completely distinct and separate things, okay? But anybody that challenges me on this is getting IP banned permanently for a while, actually, including lawyers in chat, okay? Civil and criminal are two different things. Civil generally involves a plaintiff and a defendant or a plaintiff that is a plaintiff, meaning a person bringing a case who's just a private citizen who feels like they've been wronged in some way, where they're suffering damages, where the remedy is usually some type of like financial compensation, okay? Criminal charges are you've broken a law, okay? And now a court, meaning that an attorney who's representing either can an attorney represent a city, a state, or a government? Some kind of government is bringing a charge against you, and the prosecution of that and then the conviction on that will oftentimes lead to a loss of liberties, meaning you might be imprisoned, you might be like legally compelled to pay fines, you might lose other rights depending upon whatever. But criminal charges are when governments are bringing charges against individuals for breaking the law. Civil charges, or you wouldn't even say civil charges generally, civil cases are when individuals are bringing charges against others because they feel like they've been damaged in some way. That's not criminal. Now, for the actually, that some fucking losers in chat, especially lawyers, might want to point out, there can be civil things that have a tie-in to criminal things, but it's still not the same thing, and it's not relevant here. For instance, Donald Trump's rape case was not a criminal case. It was a civil case. I didn't follow that case directly, but I think somebody was trying to sue him for damages or whatever based on, because they felt like they were raped or sexually assaulted. That wasn't a criminal case. That was a civil case. After civil cases, generally you're remedying an injury from the plaintiff, meaning you're paying them, you're doing something for reconstitution to make whatever thing right. However, there's not like a deprivation of liberty there. You're not going to be imprisoned as the result of a civil case, or something like that. There was one more thing. And another important thing is that a civil case, in order to win a civil case, the legal expression used is a preponderance of evidence, or in some countries it might be a balance of probabilities. Basically, you have to prove that it was more likely than not that that the person did the thing. So commonly, I think we refer to this as like 51%. More likely than not that the person did this thing that the plaintiff is alleging them of doing. Plaintiff being the person who brings the case, defendant being the person defending against the case. In criminal court, for a criminal conviction, meaning either a judge or a jury has decided that you've been convicted of the crime, the charges brought against you are accurate, and they're going to convict you of that crime, and that crime conviction is breaking a law, and it could lead to the deprivation of liberty, you need something called beyond a reasonable doubt, which I've heard expressed anywhere from 95 to 99%. Like, no reasonable person could have a reasonable doubt in their mind that the person committed this particular action. So the threshold for a criminal conviction is much, 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 much higher than the threshold to win a civil case, okay? Okay. Just random bullshit stuff. Okay. By contrast, and then also I saw Pisco type something in chat. Okay, calm myself. Man, I hate conservatives. Hatred. When conservative Supreme Court justices argue for making huge decisions in in the interpretation of our law in the United States, you'll hear these words that come out over and over again called history and tradition, rooted in our legal tradition, rooted in our legal history. So far, this might be me speaking in an uneducated manner, maybe whatever, but so far, I will note that it seems like a lot of the cases that are being referenced in here are quite new. Within the past 100 years, these are not historical common law from the UK, or I don't even know, from England or whatever. These aren't cases from the 1600s, the 1700s. Most of what's been referenced here is fairly recent. Just as a heads up, just something to keep in mind, okay? Because I am not a legal scholar, but sometimes it feels like the conservative Supreme Court justices like to float around sometimes when they talk about that history of tradition and what's rooted in our legal history and whatever. They just, just saying, sometimes they play around. They play around with that sometimes. Leo be damned. Just as a quick thing before I perma-ban you, you said, destiny knows better than an actual Supreme Court judge, literal definition of uneducated. So this Supreme Court decision came down on a 6-3 party line. There are 3 Supreme Court justices that agree with me. I don't know who the fuck you are, but I do know that you're perma-banned from chat. See ya. Okay. By contrast, history and tradition analysis is only for finding unenumerated rights as far as I know, not for all constitutional analysis. Okay, Shilling Spree. Again, my constitutional history is bullshit. I don't know anything. But so then I'm sure I must have missed the part in the Constitution that says the president shall not be held criminally liable for any action taken while president. That must be explicitly spelled out somewhere. I'm just not aware of it. Maybe it's in an amendment. Maybe I missed. I don't know fucking half the amendments. I don't know 90% of the amendments. So maybe it's in an amendment that I'm not aware of, and they'll point that out here. I don't know why they wasted 120 pages on this. I'm sure it's strictly enumerated somewhere. So we'll find it. Okay. By contrast, when prosecutors have sought evidence from the president, the court has consistently rejected presidential claims of absolute immunity. During the treason trial of former Vice President Aaron Burr, for instance, Chief Justice Marshall rejected President Thomas Jefferson's claim that the president could not be subjected to a subpoena. Marshall simultaneously recognized, however, the existence of a privilege to withhold certain official papers. United States v. Burr. 25F. Okay, so I see case. So we've got the reporter, volume 187, page 192. What do you think 25F CAS means? Tell me that. It's the court. Oh, you're right. That is the court part. 25F.cas. Maybe they used a different labeling because our whole system could have been different back then. Oh, F stands for federal. CAS stands for case, maybe? CAS is just the report/court label. Okay. And when a subpoena issued to President Richard Nixon, the court rejected his claim of absolute privilege in the United States v. Nixon, but recognizing the public interest in candid, objective, and even blunt or harsh opinions in presidential decision-making, it held that a presumptive privilege protects presidential communications. That might give us an answer as to what we're saying this presumptive privilege might be. Ugh. Okay. In United States v. Nixon, 418 U.S. 683 and 703, those 2 pages, we would say, what is presumptive privilege relating to presidential communications? Question mark. Because that privilege relates to the effective discharge of a president's powers, the court deemed it fundamental to the operation of government and inextricably rooted in the separation of powers under the Constitution. And 711. Criminally prosecuting a president for official conduct undoubtedly poses a far greater threat of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch than simply seeking evidence in his possession. I don't want to sit here and second guess every statement. Do I agree with that? Criminally prosecuting a president for official conduct undoubtedly poses a far greater threat of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch than simply seeking evidence in his possession. Is that true? I can think logically this argument fails because if the threshold for criminal prosecution is much higher than the threshold for simply a subpoena, you could argue that allowing them to be subpoenaed is a greater threat than criminal prosecution because the threshold for subpoena is so low you could subpoena everything. I feel like just on a logic point of view, I feel like that argument fails. But on a greater point, maybe arguably, I guess, prosecuting the president for whatever, that's not that important. The danger is greater than what led the court to recognize absolute presidential immunity from civil damages liability, that the president would be chilled from taking the bold and unhesitating action required of an independent executive. Citing Fitzgerald, although the president might be exposed to fewer criminal prosecutions than civil damages suits, the threat of trial, judgment, and imprisonment is a far greater deterrent and plainly more likely to distort presidential decision-making than the potential payment of civil damages. I don't think I agree with this. If I was working a certain job and somebody told me you have 2 choices, you can either be, people can sue you for either one thing. Do you want immunity from criminal charges or do you want immunity from civil charges? I think I would ask for immunity from civil charges. I don't see myself committing criminal acts, but a 51% threshold to sue me on civil shit sounds like a fucking nightmare. I'd rather just be liable for criminal stuff, not civil stuff. The assumption, I don't know if I agree with this assumption that criminal stuff poses a greater threat to somebody than civil stuff, because criminal stuff by definition has a much higher threshold for a prosecution than just losing a civil case. I don't think I don't think I agree with this, but maybe my feelings will change. Also, keep in mind, we're reading the Supreme Court's decisions to hold this, to stay the decision. No. To reject the decision from the lower court, I think, right? But hopefully within this decision, hopefully they talk about counterbalancing the interests of the American public of not having a criminal fucking president, okay? We'll see. I'm sure they write that in there somewhere. Ed Crasson has brain worms too. Wait, what did he say? RFK might have a shot, but not the best shot. There are too many Democrats who don't support him. Oh, why do people... How can you support RFK? My God. Jesus Christ. Ben throws it back to Steven. Why do you fucking people keep linking this? But the way the system works means civil is less serious than criminal. That's why criminal requires a higher threshold. No. No, I would be very careful with that. Criminal and civil are 2 different things, okay? But if I were to ask you, what do you think represents a greater threat to you? The criminal prosecution that could convict you of a Class E misdemeanor, or a civil case where you're being sued for $100 trillion, right? I want to eat the misdemeanor at that point, right? Wait, hold on. What is this real quick? Stupid shit.
Ukrainian cities because they lose leverage with Russia if they didn't do that, right? And it all also seems, next thing I'd say before throwing it back, that
throwing it back, bend over burgers, throwing it back,
Okay. If you are broke, you are immune to civil cases as you are judgment proof. Can you not seek a judgment in a civil case? Is that true? I feel like you can get, because like overdue rent is a would be a civil thing, right? I'm pretty sure that like your ex landlords and shit could get a judgment against you and like garnish wages. The hesitation to execute the duties of his office fearlessly and fairly might result when a president is making decisions under a pall of potential prosecution. From McDonald v. United States, 579 U.S. 550. Okay, States. If there's no way to know the years by just reading this, right? Unless, I mean, I guess I could know. 571 means this is what case in what, the 90s. You can't just know. McDonald v. United States. Just kidding. Way later. 2016? Just kidding. 2000s. Okay. I guess you could just know the approximate volumes or whatever. I guess. Fuck all that. Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. McDonald v. United States raises unique risks to the effective functioning of government. There is also a compelling public interest in fair and effective law enforcement. That's citing a case called Vance. Okay. Taking into account these competing considerations, the court concludes that the separation of powers... Wait, these competing considerations... Wait. Did they write up in here the consideration of not having a criminal president? Was that really addressed in here? Like, it might be in the public's interest to not have a president committing fucking crimes. Did we just... Is that not a consideration? Do we not care about that, or are we just... Maybe? Okay. I don't know. Maybe that's not relevant at this point yet. Okay. Taking into account these competing considerations, the court concludes that the separation of powers principles explicated in the court's precedent necessitate at least a presumptive immunity from criminal prosecution for a president's acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. Such an immunity is required to safeguard the independence and effective functioning of the executive branch and to enable the president to carry out his constitutional duties without undue caution. At a minimum, the president must be immune from prosecution for an official act unless the government can show that applying a criminal prohibition to that act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Jesus, what is the threshold for that? At a minimum, the president must be immune from prosecution for an official act unless the government can show that applying a criminal prohibition to that act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. Let's see. This case is... This is Nixon v. Fitzgerald, right? Is what that's referencing? Nixon v. Fitzgerald. Dangers of intrusion on the authority... Oh, wait. Government needs to show that applying a criminal prohibition to an act would pose no danger of intrusion on the presidential powers. As for a president's unofficial acts, there is no immunity. Although presidential immunity is required for official acts to ensure that the president's decision-making is not distorted by the threat of future litigation stemming from those actions, that concern does not support immunity for unofficial conduct. Clinton, 520 U.S. at 694 and number 19. The separation of powers does not bar a prosecution predicated on the president's unofficial acts. Okay, the first step in deciding whether a former president is entitled to immunity from a particular prosecution is to distinguish his official from unofficial actions. In this case, no court thus far has drawn that distinction, in general, or with respect to the conduct alleged in particular. It is therefore incumbent upon the court to be mindful that it is a court of final review and not first view. Zivotofsky v. Clinton, blah, blah, blah. Critical threshold issues in this case are how to differentiate between a president's official and unofficial actions, and how to do so with respect to the indictment's extensive and detailed allegations covering a broad range of conduct. The court offers guidance on those issues. When the president acts pursuant to constitutional and statutory authority, he takes official action to perform the functions of his office. Determining whether an action is covered by immunity thus begins with assessing the president's authority to take that action. But the breadth of the president's discretionary responsibilities under the Constitution and laws of the United States frequently makes it difficult to determine which of his innumerable functions encompassed a particular action. The immunity the court has recognized therefore extends to the outer perimeter of the president's official responsibilities, covering actions so long as they are not manifestly or palpably beyond his authority. So this would probably be the most generous reading, then, of how far out a presidential power can go. In dividing official from... this is basically like, I guess, like Trump's legal arguments in front of the Supreme Court were arguing for a few different things, and I think the thing that they were arguing for the most basically means that I'm talking about not just the core things the president do, but stuff all the way to the outer perimeter should be beyond criminal review, or there should be some presumptive immunity. So it sounds like the Supreme Court is agreeing with that it basically is going to the outer perimeter of what could constitute a presidential official action, essentially. In dividing official from unofficial conduct, courts may not inquire into the president's motives. In dividing official from unofficial, so remember, something I said before going into this is one of the difficulties of this case is that I believe that the Supreme Court was said to, and this was debated in oral arguments, is it's not even just that they're making rules on what can or cannot be ruled on, but what you're even allowed to consider or bring into evidence to justify challenging certain presidential actions has been called into question as well, which is what we're about to get into here. Jesus, hold on. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Gotcha. In dividing official from unofficial conduct, courts may not inquire into the president's motives. Such a highly intrusive inquiry would risk exposing even the most obvious instances of official conduct to judicial examination on the mere allegation of improper purpose. Just an allegation doesn't give the court the right to examine something, though, right? I could allege somebody raped somebody. That doesn't give the court the right to review that, or it doesn't give them. It doesn't mean that is going to come under review, right? There are other thresholds that have to be met, right? Like probable cause or. Nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. Otherwise, presidents would be subject to trial on every allegation that an action was unlawful, depriving immunity of its intended effect. With the above principles in mind, the court turns to the conduct alleged in the indictment. This just seems so wild. I'm so curious what the counter, how they're going to say, like, oh, but don't worry, this is how we're balancing the other side. This just seems so wild to me. Does this mean that if the president commits a crime as an official presidential action, it can't be prosecuted? For instance, the president orders by way of executive action the assassination of their political opponent. Well, they would have to claim that it's coming under the core power of a president, but they're about to give some examples, so we'll see. With the above principles in mind, the court turns to the conduct alleged in this indictment. Certain allegations, such as those involving Trump's discussions with the acting attorney general are readily categorized in light of the nature of the president's official relationship to the office held by that individual. This is so crazy, too. This is what the, was it Jackson? One of the Supreme Court justices, or was it a reporter that wrote this in an article, is basically talking about how now, in order to prove these allegations, you're working with like, do they call it a three-legged stool? That like, okay, well, look, so Donald Trump goes on TV and he says like, oh, I'm going to go talk to Pence. I'm going to go talk to Pence in order to rig the election. Then he goes and he talks to Pence about how to rig the electoral votes. And then somebody says, okay, well, we're going to sue the federal courts are going to press charges against Trump. Like the DA is going to file a case. And go like, well, hold on. What are you going to take a case against him for? Because he literally just said, like, look, he's obviously talking to Pence here in order to like commit a crime. He's trying to rig the election. Okay. You're not allowed to consider Trump's motivations. He's still acting in his official capacity as president because he's allowed to talk about the electoral vote. That's part of the purview of the jobs of the president and the vice president. That's like, yeah, that just seems wild to me. Certain allegations, such as those involving Trump's discussions with the acting attorney general, are readily categorized in light of the nature of the president's official relationship to the office held by that individual. So like this makes it say are readily categorized, meaning every single conversation he has with the acting attorney general would be beyond review. You couldn't even use it for motivation. Or like you couldn't even examine that. Other allegations, such as those involving Trump's interactions with the vice president, state officials, and certain private parties, and his comments to the general public, present more difficult questions. The indictment alleges that as part of their conspiracy to overturn... Let's say, for instance, that something came out where Donald Trump is raping a woman, and then you find out, oh, Donald Trump talked to the FBI to send the FBI to go capture this woman to bring him to his office to rape. It's like, okay, well, we need to probe that. Wait, excuse me. Donald Trump is the executive, okay? The Department of Justice serves under the executive branch, where the president's the head of. The FBI is part of the DOJ. You can't review that. You can't even ask questions about that because Donald Trump is allowed to talk to the DOJ. He's allowed to talk to the FBI. It's literally his part of the core functionality of the executive. That's not reviewable. You can't even ask questions about that. Okay. Destiny, it makes sense. It's comparable to attorney-client privilege. Okay, Leon's Law, you're a lawyer guy. My understanding is one of the few times you're allowed to pierce the corporate or the attorney-client privilege is if you are using your lawyer to commit a crime, though. Is that not true? Like if you're talking to your lawyer, and you're like, hey, can you give me some advice on like how to commit a crime and all that? I'm pretty sure that if prosecutors can show that that's the case, I think they can pierce that privilege. I don't think you're allowed to do that. Wait, I can look this up real quick. Can you commit piercing attorney-client veil used to commit crime? Oh, the crime fraud privilege. Privilege exception. The crime fraud exception, pursuant to Section 90.502, there is no attorney-client privilege when the services of the lawyer were sought or obtained to enable or aid anyone to commit or plan to commit what the client knew was a crime or fraud. So the presidential immunity here seems to be stronger because you can't even, the fact that the president has a relationship with certain people means that it's beyond review. Like you would assume that it's a core thing. So it seems like what's being suggested for the president would be even stronger. But, okay. The indictment alleges that as part of their conspiracy to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 presidential election, Trump and his co-conspirators attempted to leverage the Justice Department's power and authority to convince certain states to replace their legitimate electors with Trump's fraudulent slates of electors. So in the indictment, the part that they're referring to here in the indictment is Donald Trump threatened his acting attorney general that he would fire him if he didn't send out basically a fake letter saying, hey, we found election fraud. I think this was Rosen. Hey, we found election fraud, so you guys should like not certify your vote or send in the other slate of electors. Donald Trump threatened his acting attorney general that he fire him and replace him with like a coffee boy or some bullshit, some stupid shit. In order, if he didn't do this wrong, that's included in the Jack Smith indictment. Oh, fuck. They say it right in here. My bad. According to the indictment, Trump met with the acting attorney general and other senior Justice Department and White House officials to discuss investigating purported election fraud and sending a letter from the department to those states regarding such fraud. The indictment further alleges that after the acting attorney general resisted Trump's requests, Trump repeatedly threatened to replace him. The government does not dispute that the indictment's allegations regarding the Justice Department involve Trump's use of official power. The allegations, in fact, plainly implicate Trump's conclusive and preclusive authority. The executive branch has exclusive authority and absolute discretion to decide which crimes to investigate and prosecute, including with respect to allegations of election crime. Then they cite to Nixon. I want to read that Nixon citation. I don't trust any of these citations. I'm so curious what was said here. 418 U.S. at 693 about exclusive authority and absolute discretion to decide which crimes to investigate and prosecute. And the president's management of the executive branch requires him to have unrestricted power to remove the most important of his subordinates, such as the attorney general, in their most important duties. Citing to Fitzgerald again, the indictment's allegations that the requested investigations were shams or proposed for an improper purpose do not divest the president of exclusive authority over the investigative and prosecutorial functions of the Justice Department and its officials. Because the president cannot be prosecuted for conduct within his exclusive constitutional authority, Trump is absolutely immune from prosecution for the alleged conduct involving his discussions with Justice Department officials. This sounds like, so they're not leaving this part up for interpretation. It sounded like earlier they were saying the lower courts need to distinguish between some things, but it sounds like for some of these they're just saying like, no, that's wild. Holy shit. The indictment next alleges that Trump and his co-conspirators attempted to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the January 6th certification proceeding to fraudulently alter the election results. In particular, the indictment alleges several conversations in which Trump pressured the vice president to reject states' legitimate electoral votes or send them back to state legislatures for review. Whenever the president and vice president discuss their official responsibilities, they engage in official conduct. Presiding over the January 6th certification proceeding, at which members of Congress count the electoral votes, is a constitutional and statutory duty of the vice president. The indictment's allegations that Trump attempted to pressure the vice president to take particular acts in connection with his role at the certification proceeding thus involve official conduct, and Trump is at least presumptively immune from prosecution for such conduct. I don't understand how broad this is. So, like, let's say, for instance, Trump says, I think that in the January 6th, I think that in January 6th, when we count the votes, we should have it as part of the ceremony. We should have 100 children being shot with AK-47s. Actually, let's bring them. Let's bring 100 children, line them up, shoot them with AK-47s, right? And then I've got I already bought the guns. I've already contacted the people. We've already adopted the show. Like, it'll be great, okay? You're saying that, like, okay, well, hold on. You can't talk about conspiracy to commit a crime or anything. He was talking to him about the January 6th stuff. This is part of his powers as the president, to talk about the January 6th stuff. Like, what I'm looking for here in the decision is, okay, fine. I think that any reasonable person, the most liberal, would agree that the president probably is due maybe some form of criminal immunity for, like, core executive powers. Maybe. I think that argument can be made. This, however, this sounds so broad. Like, because they're not talking about Donald Trump was speaking as the president about the procedures of the electoral vote counting. They're saying that just the fact that he was having a conversation about it at all, and because of who he is and who the vice president is, everything within that conversation would fall under presumptive immunity from prosecution. Like, that's just a wild, yeah. But we'll see. Well, I'm sure they, yeah. We'll see what else is said here. Would it be fair to say that the ruling leans too heavy to the separation of powers and too little to the checks and balances? Maybe. I don't even know what, I don't even know if we're saying, separation of powers here is, though. Typically, the idea of separation of powers and, criminal review on presidential actions, I don't think is traditionally thought of as part of our separation of powers. I could be wrong on that. I don't think this is a thing that most people even think about. But this type of, king-making just seems very weird. But we'll see. We'll get into it. The question then becomes whether that presumption of immunity is rebutted under the circumstances. It is the government's burden to rebut the presumption of immunity. The court, therefore, remands to the district court to assess in the first instance whether a prosecution involving Trump's alleged attempts to influence the vice president's oversight of the certification proceeding would pose any dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. I wonder what the standard is for to make that argument. So they're basically saying, okay, fine. If you want to review stuff criminally that Donald Trump told Pence in the January 6th stuff, you have to prove, the government first has to prove if that prosecution would basically fuck up how the executive branch functions, because now every future president is going to be scared of this sort of intrusion, essentially. No one should be able to hurt my Trumpy Trump. Good job. The indictment's remaining allegations involve Trump's interactions with persons outside the executive branch, state officials, private parties, and the general public. In particular, the indictment alleges that Trump and his co-conspirators attempted to convince certain state officials that election fraud had tainted the popular vote count in their states, and thus electoral votes for Trump's opponent needed to be changed to electoral votes for Trump. After Trump failed to convince those officials to alter their state processes, he and his co-conspirators allegedly developed and effectuated a plan to submit fraudulent slates of presidential electors to obstruct the certification proceeding. There's no way this is a part of there's no way, right? On Trump's view, the alleged conduct qualifies as official because it was undertaken to ensure the integrity and proper administration of the federal election. As the government sees it, however, Trump can point to no plausible source of authority enabling the president to take such actions. Determining whose characterization may be correct and with respect to which conduct requires a fact-specific analysis of the indictment's extensive and interrelated allegations. The court accordingly remands to the district court to determine in the first instance whether Trump's conduct in this area qualifies as official or unofficial. Jeez. Which facts we can consider will be important too, but we'll get to that, I'm sure. The indictment also contains various allegations regarding Trump's conduct in connection with the events of January 6th itself. The alleged conduct largely consists of Trump's communications in the form of tweets and a public address. The president possesses extraordinary power to speak to his fellow citizens and on their behalf, Trump v. Hawaii. So most of a president's public communications are likely to... That's the case we're talking about? Okay. Do I want to look up that? Is that really... Trump v. Hawaii. $585. Does the president speaking constitute a core power? Constitute a core power. So most of a president's public communications are likely to fall comfortably within the outer perimeter of his official responsibilities. There may, however, be contexts in which the president speaks in an unofficial capacity, perhaps as a candidate for office or party leader. How could you ever say that somebody running for re-election isn't speaking as a president? To the extent that may be the case, objective analysis of content, form, and context will necessarily inform the inquiry. Snyder v. Phelps, 562 U.S. Whether the communications alleged in the indictment involve official conduct may depend on the content and context of each. This necessarily fact-bound analysis is best performed initially by the district court. The court therefore remands to the district court to determine in the first instance whether the alleged conduct is official or unofficial. And then just to remember the structure, you do your, it's district court. Is it district court, then court of appeals, then circuit court, then Supreme Court? Or is the court of appeals in the district, or in the, hold on, let me just have the structure down. District court, court structure, United States. Wait, boom, boom. Okay, you've got your district court. Okay, the circuit courts, that's the same thing as your court of appeals. Okay, Supreme Court of the United States. There are 13 circuits in the United States. There are more districts, right? There's not just, there are over 670 district court judges nationwide. Okay. Okay, so you've got your district courts. Those exist under your circuit courts. And then if something is appealed to from your circuit courts, you have your Supreme Court reviews it next. Okay. Presidents cannot be indicted based on conduct for which they are immune from prosecution. On remand, the district court must carefully analyze the indictment's remaining allegations to determine whether they too involve conduct for which a president must be immune from prosecution. And the parties in the district court must ensure that sufficient allegations support the indictment's charges without such conduct. Testimony or private records of the president or his advisors probing such conduct may not be admitted as evidence at trial. Oof, that's like a big memer. So that means that, so like if the president said something, I'm trying to imagine. If the president said something to Pence where he was like, listen, I'm going to give a big speech tomorrow to rile people up to go and like fight at the White House or fight at the Capitol building, then you guys are going to overturn the election. Okay, that's great. Then he gives his speech the next day in the ellipses or whatever. If a court were to say, okay, hold on, we know this speech was given, you were literally trying to incite people to riot. We literally have you saying to Pence, then the court would say, sorry, hold on, excuse me. Donald Trump was speaking as a president to his vice president. You can't use that as evidence for another crime. So I feel like then if you're a president, as long as you're plotting crimes or you're conspiring in conjunction with doing an official act, this is the three-legged stool. Yeah, this is the three-legged stool that was brought up then during the oral arguments, that any crime that you've committed while you're doing an official act as president makes it immune for not only prosecution of that particular crime, that can't be used to talk about any other crime, which is interesting. Somebody said, yes, and if it's found out, then impeach and remove them. We're not talking about impeachment or removal here. Why would you bring that up? I don't understand why you would. You aren't invincible. You just have to impeach and remove them first. What about impeaching somebody all of a sudden means that the presidential conduct is now under criminal review? Is that going to be in here later? Dick killing spree? Or are you just talking out your ass? Maybe that'll come up later. We'll see. But I haven't seen them say anything about that yet. Trump asserts a far broader immunity. Trump asserts a far broader immunity than the limited one the court recognizes. Yeah, this is the limited one? Christ. Trump asserts a far broader immunity than the limited one the court recognizes, contending that the indictment must be dismissed because the impeachment judgment clause requires that impeachment and Senate conviction precede a president's criminal prosecution. Oh, this was another argument that had been floated that was beyond fucking stupid. We'll see if the court said that, agreed with this. But the text of the clause does not address whether and on what conduct a president may be prosecuted if he was never impeached and convicted. See Article 1, Section 1. Historical evidence likewise lends little to support Trump's position. Well, that's good at least, I guess. Oh, so this is addressing that the judges are basically saying that you're fucking retarded, Dick killing spree. So you literally just brought up the conspiracy theory that is now addressed right here. This idea was fucking stupid. Historical evidence like was the Federalist Papers on which Trump relies concerned the checks available against a sitting president. They did not endorse or even consider whether the impeachment judgment clause immunizes a former president from prosecution, transforming the political process of impeachment into a necessary step in the enforcement of criminal law finds little support in the text of the Constitution or the structure of the nation's government. Oh, okay, cool. That was the thing that we were referring to. I said if you go back and you read the quotes, it doesn't seem like they were arguing that like you need to impeach somebody and then a criminal thing can happen or whatever. That's I don't think there's any. Yeah, that's bullshit. The government takes a similarly broad view, contending that the president enjoys no. Remember, when they say the government here, they're talking about the prosecution essentially here. I think they're not talking about themselves. When they say the government, they don't mean like the Supreme. They're not including themselves in this one. Okay. The government takes a similarly broad view, contending that the president enjoys no immunity from criminal prosecution for any action. On its view, as applied challenges in the course of the trial suffice to protect Article 2 interests, and review of the district court's decisions on such challenges should be deferred until after trial, but questions about whether the president may be held liable for particular actions consistent with the separation of powers must be addressed at the outset of a proceeding. Even if the president were ultimately not found liable for certain official actions, the possibility of an extending proceeding alone may render him unduly cautious in the discharge of his official duties. From the Nixon v. Fitzgerald case, the Constitution does not tolerate such impediments to the effective functioning of government. Jesus. This case poses a question of lasting significance. When may a former president be prosecuted for official acts taken during his presidency? In answering that question, unlike the political branches and the public at large, the court cannot afford to fixate exclusively or even primarily on present exigencies. Exigencies? That just means basically circumstances and everything, right? Hold on. Exigencies. An urgent need or demand on present urgency. Okay, gotcha. Present urgency. Okay. Enduring separation of powers principles guide our decision in this case. The president enjoys no immunity for his unofficial acts, and not everything the president does is official. The president is not above the law. I don't understand. I don't understand when they say separation of powers. I wasn't aware that like criminal courts are generally considered part of the separation of powers. The criminal court is not supposed to be a check on presidential power. The criminal court is not supposed to be a check on any part of the government. In my understanding, that's just not. I don't understand that. Separation of powers generally refers to the Supreme Court checking your legislative and your executive checking your legislation, Supreme, et cetera, whatever, right? I don't understand the for separation of powers here. We're talking about the executive investigating the president. What are we separating? I don't understand what the separation is here. I don't understand what that means, but maybe they'll explain it more. Yeah, I'm not sure. Checks and balances are not separation of powers. When people say separation of powers, wait, I thought checks and balances was a core part of separation of powers. Well, let's check, I guess. Separation of powers. It's a division of government into branches, each with separate and independent powers and responsibilities, so that the powers of one branch are not in conflict with the other. The typical division into three branches of government, sometimes called. Okay. According to the principle of checks and balances, each of the branches of the state should have the power to limit or check the other two, creating a balance between the three separate powers of the state. Each branch's efforts to prevent either of the other branches from becoming supreme form part of an eternal conflict, which leaves people free from government abuses. Immanuel Kant was an advocate of this. Who cares? Loser. Okay. Enduring separation of powers principles guide our decision in this case. The president enjoys no immunity for his unofficial acts, and not everything the president does is official. The president is not above the law, but under our system of separated powers, the president may not be prosecuted for exercising his core constitutional powers, and he is entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution for his official acts. That immunity applies equally to all occupants of the Oval Office. Does this mean like all of the cabinet people, like all the chief of staff, like all of that? Is that what that means there? Does that go down to like staffers or? To all occupants of the Oval Office? Is that just a cute way of saying president? Okay. This opinion, this is the majority opinion. This is a 6-3 rule, and it was penned by Roberts, in which Thomas, Alito, Gorsuch, and Kavanaugh joined in full, and in which Barrett J joined, except as to Part 3C. Thomas filed a concurring opinion. Barrett filed an opinion concurring in part. Sotomayor filed a dissenting opinion in which Kagan and Jackson joined, and Jackson filed a dissenting opinion. I could just be remembering history wrong, but I feel like people saw Gorsuch as an okay pick, Kavanaugh maybe as a bit unhinged, but I thought Amy Coney Barrett was supposed to be the most unhinged pick based on her past, but I feel like she's given like the most chill opinions just on the few cases that I've read. But I don't know. Okay, let me use the restroom real quick, 1 second. Okay. Jesus, the fuck is this? Hold on. The 6th at 5 p.m. Is this real? Hold on. Bridges at 3 p.m. on Saturday the 6th. 100% a real thing. Okay. Opinion of the court. Supreme Court of the United States. Donald J. Trump petition of the United States on writ of certiorari. Certiorari, I think is how you pronounce it. Okay. Certiorari. 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 Chief Justice Robert Silver, the opinion of the court. This case concerns a federal indictment of a former president of the United States for conduct alleged to involve official acts during his tenure in president. We consider the scope of a president's immunity from criminal prosecution. Wait, so what are we reading? What is this? That's the conservative argument. I'm just supposed to assume that this is the majority opinion coming first? Okay. I like how Destiny said this was a new content direction when it's the same exact boring reading he has done for months. Bring back the memes. Goodbye, permaban. See ya. Complain about content, just go watch somebody else, okay? From January 2017 until January 2021, Donald J. Trump served as President of the United States. On August 1st, 2023, a federal grand jury indicted him on 4 counts for conduct that occurred during his presidency following the November 2020 election. The indictment alleged that after losing that election, Trump conspired to overturn it by spreading knowingly false claims of election fraud to obstruct the collecting, counting, and certifying of the election results. So this is written by Roberts then, right? You said 30 days about... Yeah, but I can't do time ban in YouTube, so you just get permabanned. According to the indictment, Trump advanced his goal through 5 primary means. First, he and his co-conspirators used knowingly false claims of election fraud to get state legislators and election officials to change electoral votes for Trump's opponent, Joseph R. Biden Jr., to electoral votes for Trump. Second, Trump and his co-conspirators organized fraudulent slates of electors in 7 targeted states and caused these fraudulent electors to transmit their false certificates to the vice president and other government officials to be counted at the certification proceeding on January 6th. Third, Trump and his co-conspirators attempted to use the Justice Department to conduct sham election crime investigations and to send a letter to the targeted states that falsely claimed that the Justice Department had identified significant concerns that may have impacted the election outcome. Fourth, Trump and his co-conspirators attempted to persuade the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the January 6th certification proceeding to fraudulently alter the election results. And when that failed, on the morning of January 6th, they repeated knowingly false claims of election fraud to gathered supporters, falsely told them the vice president had the authority to and might alter the election results, and directed them to the Capitol to obstruct the certification proceeding. Fifth, when a large and angry crowd violently attacked the Capitol and halted the proceeding, Trump and his co-conspirators exploited the disruption by redoubling efforts to levy false claims of election fraud and convince members of Congress to further delay the certification. Based on this alleged conduct, the indictment charged Trump with 1, conspiracy to defraud the United States in violation of 18 U.S.C. 371, 2, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding in violation of 1512 subsection K, 3, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding in violation of section 1512 subsection C2, section 2, and 4, conspiracy against rights in violation of section 241. Trump moved to dismiss the indictment based on presidential immunity. In his view, the conduct alleged in the indictment, properly characterized, was that while he was president, he made public statements about the administration of the federal election, 2, communicated with senior Justice Department officials about investigating election fraud and about choosing the leadership of the department, 3, communicated with state officials about the administration of the federal election and their exercise of official duties with respect to it, 4, communicated with the vice president and with members of Congress about the exercise of their official duties regarding the election certification, and 5, authorized or directed others to organize contingent slates of electors in furtherance of his attempts to convince the vice president to exercise his official authority in a manner advocated for by President Trump. The motion to dismiss indictment based on presidential immunity in whatever bullshit, referring to, I guess, a motion. Trump argued that all of the indictment's allegations fell within the core of his official duties, and he contended that a president has absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for actions performed within the outer perimeter of his official responsibilities to ensure that he can undertake the especially sensitive duties of his office with bold and unhesitating action. Trump contends that the indictment stretches Section 1512 far beyond its natural meaning. Brief for petitioners, we explained in Fisher v. covers acts that impair the availability or integrity necessary. Okay. The district court denied the motion to dismiss, holding that former presidents do not possess absolute federal criminal immunity for any acts committed while in office. The district court recognized that the president is immune from damages, liability, and civil cases to protect against the chilling effect such exposure might have in the carrying out of his responsibilities. See Nixon v. Fitzgerald. But it reasoned that the possibility of vexatious post-presidency litigation is much reduced in the criminal context in light of the robust procedural safeguards attendant to federal criminal prosecutions. So that's essentially the argument that I was making. Like, it's not like you can just charge anybody with a crime, right? You've got to get like a whole grand jury. You've got to collect evidence. You've got to indict. There's like a whole process here, right? Wait, hold on, shit. Is Bridges a real thing? Okay. The district court declined to decide whether the indicted conduct involved official acts. The D.C. Circuit affirmed. So the district court was our first court, appealed to the D.C. Circuit Court, and now we're dealing with the writ of certiorari to the Supreme Court for their review. Okay. Citing Marbury v. Madison, the court distinguished between two kinds of official acts, discretionary and ministerial. It observed that, although discretionary acts are only politically examinable, the judiciary has the power to hear cases involving ministerial acts that an officer is directed to perform by the legislature. From this distinction, the D.C. Circuit concluded that the separation of powers doctrine, as expounded in Marbury and its progeny, necessarily permits the judiciary to oversee the federal criminal prosecution of a former president for his official acts because the fact of the prosecution means that the former president has allegedly acted in defiance of the Congress's laws. In the court's view, the fact that Trump's actions allegedly violated generally applicable criminal laws meant that those actions were not properly within the scope of his lawful discretion. The D.C. Circuit thus concluded that Trump had no structural immunity from the charges in the indictment. So essentially saying here that separation of powers means that if the president is being accused of breaking a law, it's essentially because laws come from Congress, that the president would be breaking a law from Congress, so the Supreme Court would have the ability to review that, basically? Or they're agreeing here. They're citing Marbury, I guess, to essentially further that argument. Courts view the fact that Trump's not eligible. But the D.C. Circuit Court says that since Trump's actions had nothing to do with his role as president, then it's not applicable here, basically. Applicable. I keep saying applicable. Applicable. Like the district court, the D.C. Circuit declined to analyze the actions described in the indictment to determine whether they involved official acts. We granted certiorari to consider the following question. Whether, and if so, to what extent does a former president enjoy presidential immunity from criminal prosecution for conduct alleged to involve official acts during his tenure in office? So none of the lower courts right now, are have reviewed or have answered the question of were any of his acts official acts as president, basically. Destiny, genuine question. Presidents have not been charged over official acts for years. Doesn't this ruling just maintain the status quo? No. That is a dog shit, bullshit, stupid fuck answer, okay? Anybody that furthers that is being disingenuous. The idea that just because somebody hasn't been charged with a thing means that nobody ought to be charged with a thing misses one key component of how customs are developed, and that's that nobody has done the particular thing because they have the assumption that they would be charged with a particular thing. When people say, and there's a very common argument that's furthered in favor of Trump, oh, nobody's been charged with this before, therefore we should never charge somebody with it. The reason why nobody's been charged with it might be because the President of the United States has always operated with the assumption that if he did do it, he would be charged for it. So he doesn't do that particular thing. Just because a person in a certain role hasn't committed a crime and therefore hasn't been charged with a crime doesn't mean that all future people could commit crimes because no charges have happened yet, okay? Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yes, but is what he did even defined as a crime when he did it? Yes, there are 4 criminal statutes that are cited in the Jack Smith case for crimes that he are alleged to have broken. Okay. This case is the first criminal prosecution in our nation's history of a former president for actions taken during his presidency. We are called upon to consider whether and under which circumstances such a prosecution may proceed. Doing so requires careful assessment of the scope of presidential power under the Constitution. We undertake that responsibility conscious that we must not confuse the issue of a power's validity with the cause it is invoked to promote, but must instead focus on the enduring consequences upon the balanced power structure of our republic. When he says we undertake that responsibility conscious that we must not confuse the issue of a power's validity with the cause it is invoked to promote, this seems like it's getting at the idea that I said earlier. It's like, okay, well, hold on. You can't just say like, oh, I was talking to Pence when we were, conspiring to commit crimes, so it should be fine because it's under my core powers. They're saying, okay, well, hold on. Just because that particular power to confer with your vice president over these things, is valid, doesn't mean that you can just invoke it to protect any behavior, right? We'll see how they balance that here, basically. Ooh, sorry, hold on. The parties before us do not dispute that a former president can be subject to criminal prosecution for unofficial acts committed while in office. See, tape recording, TR, I don't know, oral argument, blah, blah, blah. They also agree that some of the conduct described in the indictment includes actions taken by Trump in his unofficial capacity. They disagree, however, about whether a former president can be prosecuted for his official actions. Trump contends that just as a president is absolutely immune from civil damages liability for acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibilities, he must be absolutely immune from criminal prosecution for such acts. Brief from petitioner, he's citing other things. Trump argues that the bulk of the indictment's allegations involve conduct in his official capacity as president. Although the government agrees that some official actions are included in the indictment's allegations, it maintains that a former president does not enjoy immunity from criminal prosecution for any actions, regardless of how they are characterized. We conclude that under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power requires that a former president have some immunity from criminal prosecution for official acts during his tenure in office. At least with respect to the president's exercise of his core constitutional powers, this immunity must be absolute. As for his remaining official actions, he is also entitled to immunity. At the current stage of proceedings in this case, however, we need not and do not decide whether that immunity must be absolute or instead whether a presumptive immunity is sufficient. Article 2 of the Constitution provides that the executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States. The president's duties are of unrivaled gravity and breadth. Trump v. Vance. They include, for instance, commanding the armed forces of the United States, granting reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States, and appointing public ministers and consuls, the justices of this court, and officers of the United States. He also has important foreign relations responsibilities, making treaties, appointing ambassadors, recognizing foreign governments, meeting foreign leaders, overseeing international diplomacy and intelligence gathering, and managing matters relating to terrorism, trade, and immigration. Domestically, he must take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and he bears responsibility for the actions of the many departments and agencies within the executive branch. He also plays a role in lawmaking by recommending to Congress the measures he thinks wise and signing or vetoing the bills Congress passes. No matter the context, the president's authority to act necessarily stem either from an act of Congress or from the Constitution itself. In the latter case, the president's authority is sometimes conclusive and preclusive. When the president exercises such authority, he may act even when the measures he takes are incompatible with the expressed or implied will of Congress. The exclusive constitutional authority of the president disables the Congress from acting upon the subject. And the courts have no power to control the president's discretion when he acts pursuant to the powers invested exclusively in him by the Constitution. If the president claims authority to act, but in fact exercises mere individual will and authority without law, the courts must say so. In Youngstown, for instance, we held that President Truman exceeded his constitutional authority when he seized most of the nation's steel mills. But once it is determined that the president acted within the scope of his exclusive authority, his discretion in exercising such authority cannot be subject to further judicial examination. The Constitution, for example, vests the power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States in the president. So something that would be very interesting here, I don't know if they'll address it in here, is one of the examples that was given was, okay, well, the president of the United States exclusively has the power, and it is literally granted explicitly in the Constitution to grant pardons. What if the president accepts a bribe for the pardon, right? This is what the three-legged test was memed about. Well, let's say that he accepts a bribe. How can I even prove that that was a crime if I can't even examine his acceptance of the bribe? Because the act that it was tied to was pardoning somebody, basically, right? If you wanted to examine that in court, you would go to court and you would say, hey, I want to prosecute Trump because this guy gave him $1,000. Like, why do you want to, how can you prosecute somebody for taking money? Well, because he gave him $1,000 and he wanted him to do something. Right? What do you mean gave him $1,000 wanted him to do something? Well, he gave him $1,000 as a bribe to pardon somebody. Pardoning? Whoa! Sorry, sir. That's an official power of the president. I didn't even hear what you just said. I'm sorry. Excuse me? Like, how would you even prove that crime if you can't even talk about the core function of what the president's doing? It seems like it would make it impossible. This is the three-legged stool argument. How would you even do it? But we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. That must be addressed in here, so we'll see. The Constitution, for example, vests we just read this, the power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States in the president. During and after the Civil War, President Lincoln offered a full pardon with restoration of property rights to anyone who had engaged in the rebellion but agreed to take an oath of allegiance to the Union. But in 1870, Congress enacted a provision that prohibited using the president's pardon as evidence of restoration of property rights. Chief Justice Chase held the provision unconstitutional because it impaired the effect of a pardon and thus infringed the constitutional power of the executive. To the executive alone is entrusted the power of pardon, and the legislature cannot change the effect of such a pardon any more than the executive can change a law. The president's authority to pardon, in other words, is conclusive and preclusive, disabling the Congress from acting upon the subject. When you say conclusive and preclusive, conclusive meaning that the president decides it, and preclusive meaning no one else can, right? That's essentially what we're saying, right? Destiny, the act of bribery is separate from the act that he would commit for the bribe. No, it's not. Accepting money on its own is a crime that would be outside the president's duty. No, accepting money is not a crime. What are you talking about? No, it's not. Okay. Some of the president's other constitutional powers also fit that description. The president's power to remove and thus supervise those who wield executive power on his behalf, for instance, follows from the text of Article 2. We have thus held that Congress lacks authority to control the president's unrestricted power of removal with respect to executive officers of the United States whom he has appointed. They're citing other cases here. Citing the president's exclusive power removal in executive agencies as an example of conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. Okay. The power to control recognition determinations of foreign countries is likewise an exclusive power of the president. Congressional commands contrary to the president's recognition determinations are thus invalid. Yeah, it might not be three-legged stool. It might be one-legged stool. I might be citing that meme wrong. Congress cannot act on, and courts cannot examine, the president's actions on subjects within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. It follows that an act of Congress, either a specific one targeted at the president or a generally applicable one, may not applicable. Is it? Can it be said both ways? Applicable one, may not criminalize the president's actions within his exclusive constitutional power. Neither may the courts adjudicate a criminal prosecution that examines such presidential actions. We thus conclude that the president is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution for conduct within his exclusive sphere of constitutional authority. Hello?
Civil law. I saw you were discussing Constitution. I thought maybe I dropped out. Wanted.
Oh, I'm on page 20 of 120, so I'm just reading through the Supreme Court decision.
Okay.
Do you have you read it all, or did you read through parts of it, or?
I read through the majority opinion.
Any feelings?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. The Supreme Court didn't give enough guidance on what happens if it falls into this middle ground category. So basically, the president's acts can fall into one of three categories. The core acts, which are constitutionally delegated.
Yep.
They are
the perimeter acts, and then
which are just him.
Unofficial ones,
I'm
I
sorry?
think, right? It's like core
Yeah,
acts,
yeah.
there's perimeter acts, and then there's unofficial actions. So
Yeah.
actions essentially as a private
Right.
citizen or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, correct. So the middle part is where it's a little bit vague because they say it's presumptively he's presumptively immune, but they don't really give a very strong test for how to determine whether there really is immunity or not. So it's a little vague in the middle part.
Sure. I haven't gotten through. I don't think I've even read through because this is the majority opinion of the full thing. I'm only on page 17, but I don't even know if the core thing is spelled out well with the way that they're doing this criminal, with the way that they're doing this immunity. So I'm curious. Let's say I go up to the president of the United States and I say, "Hey, listen, can you pardon this guy? I'm going to bribe you. I'll give you $1 million." Is that a thing that could never be criminally prosecuted?
For the pardon itself, yes. For the bribe, no.
What am I bribing for if you can't review the pardon?
Yeah, the bribe itself, I think you could.
What is the bribe?
pardon
What is
itself,
the? I can't review the president to see if he actually did the thing though, or if he had any intention of doing the thing though. Wouldn't the action just be taking money?
That's a fair point. So it might be the case that in that case, the bribe would be legal.
So then it feels like, so what if I go to the president is the commander in chief. What if I pay him $1 million to go and assassinate some dude I don't like in Britain? Can I just, is the president like for sale? There's like no way to review any of those actions. I feel like commander in chief is probably core. I don't know. Because I know that some people are probably going to come away from this thinking like, man, what is the outer perimeter of the president's duties? But I'm thinking like, man, permanent, like absolute criminal immunity, even from the core duties, is kind of weird. And the fact that you can't even consider motivations or anything. But maybe, I don't know, maybe they'll discuss it here. But
The not considering motivations isn't that atypical when we look at, for example, just a standard roadside stop. We don't ask the police's motivation in doing the stop. We simply ask whether or not they have a legal basis to do the stop. So not looking at motivations isn't that odd.
We're not talking about the prosecutor here, though, or the law enforcement officer, though. Aren't we talking about the person being criminally indicted or being charged with a crime? Isn't the motivation there pretty important?
Well,
in fact, I'm sorry. Actually, I wouldn't. I'm sorry. The motivation isn't important. Isn't the motivation of the utmost important? Isn't that where our mens rea comes from for a criminal act?
No, not strictly speaking. Motive is never an element of the crime. You never have to prove motive. So
No,
motive
maybe
is
not
nice to
motive,
have,
but like,
it's
how do
never
you
required.
separate like motive from like state of mind? I guess.
Well, the difference between intent and motive is the intent is the desire to do the thing. The motive is the reason why you're doing the thing. So, to use an example, if I go to rob a bank, my intent is to rob the bank. My motive is unclear. Am I doing it for the money? Am I doing it for fame? Am I doing it because I'm trying to impress a girl? So there's a difference between my desire to do the act and my reason for doing the act.
You can never use conversations that might have been subpoenaed or obtained prior to robbing the bank to establish the intent.
You can typically, but here they're not allowing that. So it is an
Yeah.
exception to the general rule.
Okay, yeah, it's going a bit further. It feels like
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of stuff then that I think we could very clearly. But like I said, I've only gotten through page 17. So okay. Okay. But of course, not all of the president's official acts fall within his conclusive and preclusive authority. As Justice Robert Jackson recognized in Youngstown, the president sometimes acts pursuant to an express or implied authorization of Congress, or in a zone of twilight where he and Congress may have concurrent authority. The reasons that justify the president's absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for acts within the scope of his exclusive authority, therefore, do not extend to conduct in areas where his authority is shared with Congress. We recognize that only a limited number of our prior decisions guide determination of the president's immunity in this context. That is because proceedings directly involving a president have been uncommon in our nation, and decisions of the court in this area have accordingly been rare and episodic. To resolve the matter, therefore, we look primarily to the framers' design of the presidency within the separation of powers, our precedent on presidential immunity in the civil context, and our criminal cases where a president resisted prosecutorial demands for documents. Section 1. The president occupies a unique position in the constitutional scheme as the only person who alone composes a branch of government. The framer has sought to encourage energetic, vigorous, decisive, and speedy execution of the laws by placing in the hands of a single constitutionally indispensable individual the ultimate authority that, in respect to the other branches, the Constitution divides among many. I'm sorry, I'm being so pedantic here, but is that necessarily true? Couldn't you argue, theoretically, couldn't you get rid of every single judge except for one Supreme Court justice who does every single federal case? Couldn't you theoretically do that?
The Constitution only requires that there be a Supreme Court and a Chief Justice, but the Constitution also does not give the Supreme Court original jurisdiction for many cases. So you could have only a Supreme Court, but if you did that, they wouldn't be able to hear a lot of federal cases.
And so constitutionally original jurisdiction is prohibited?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then, sorry for chat. Original jurisdiction means that the Supreme Court can only hear a case on appeals that it was considered by a lower court first, not that they can be the first ones to hear any case ever, correct?
Correct.
That's
they
right,
have
okay.
very little authority to hear cases as the trial court.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see. Enhance a single constitutional... Okay. Okay. They deemed an energetic executive essential to the protection of the community against foreign attacks, the steady administration of the laws, the protection of property, and the security of liberty. The purpose of a vigorous and energetic executive, they thought, was to ensure good government, for a feeble executive implies a feeble execution of the government. The framers accordingly vested the president with supervisory and policy responsibilities of utmost discretion and sensitivity. He must make the most sensitive and far-reaching decisions entrusted to any official under our constitutional system. There accordingly exists the greatest public interest in providing the president with the maximum ability to deal fearlessly and impartially with the duties of his office.
appreciating the unique risks to the effective functioning of government that arise when the president's energies are diverted by proceedings that might render him unduly cautious in the discharge of his official duties, we have recognized presidential immunities and privileges rooted in the constitutional tradition of the separation of powers and supported by our history. One thing that I hope they address in here, I don't know if they will, but they keep using this phrase, unduly cautious. Not all caution is undue. Some caution is good. I would argue in the United States, the vast majority of criminal statutes represents good caution, right? That you would want to be duly cautious not to rape somebody because you might be breaking a law, or not to murder or steal because you might be breaking a law. I hope they get into what the unduly cautious part is here, because like there might be like maybe it's good. For instance, I personally. Now, I'm not as imaginative as Trump's legal team, but I can't imagine a case where the president of the United States would need to rape somebody as part of his core constitutional duties. So if he had to consider that as part of his job, I think that the criminal statute, they're saying like, hey, listen, that's a criminal thing. You probably can't rape people. You shouldn't do that. That would be a good amount of caution to have him consider, right? Okay, well, fuck, if I do this, it's actually against the law. Maybe I should consider that, you know? But I could also think of some things that are unduly burdensome that you wouldn't want a president, like for civil litigation, I would agree. You don't want a president like, okay, fuck, we need to do COVID lockdowns, otherwise the country will fall apart. But if I do this, like some business owners might sue me personally. I might get fucked, right? I can understand the civil immunity. It makes a lot of sense. I don't know as much if I agree with the criminal immunity, except in some cases, but we'll get there, I guess. In Nixon v. Oh, and then one question, I see this typed in chat a lot. I don't have a strong opinion yet, but one thing that keeps coming up is Watergate. Would Nixon have been liable for Watergate under these particular, under this interpretation of the court as criminal immunity? But who knows? We'll see.
I mean, I would think so, because in that case, he was bugging the offices of his political opponents as part of a campaign. So I'm not
so
sure
one
how
thing,
that would tie into
so
a
the
presidential duty.
I understand what you're saying, but so this is where like the really confusing part comes in, right? I don't know any of the details of Watergate, but let's say that Nixon requested his FBI to investigate and had the FBI go and bug it. That is literally a core power of the president that would, by this court's argument, be beyond review or consideration. So how would you even call that into question? Because it seems like it would be beyond.
You absolutely wouldn't, and that's a great thing to identify, Stephen. Keep in mind that Nixon was being investigated more for like the obstruction component than necessarily being involved in the robbery itself. It's more of the crimes afterwards, where he like recruited members of the actual government, right? The White House counsel and others. And so I don't see why Nixon's did anything wrong under that standard. And certainly if he directly ordered.
Sure. Or careful, not even, we wouldn't say he didn't do anything wrong, but he didn't do anything reviewable, right? So whether it was wrong or not, we have no way of even knowing, right?
If you are absolutely immune from something, are you doing anything illegal?
Well, not illegal, but wrong. I'm just saying because you said the word wrong.
You can't be punished for it, right?
Yeah, you can't be punished right now.
And this is where, by the way, all of the hypotheticals about SEAL Team 6 and assassinations are absolutely on point. If you notice the example used by the court of a core executive power, it is the communications that the president has with the Department of Justice.
Yeah, sure.
If the president ordered an individual in the Department of Justice to kill a rival, that would be the same kind of communication. What would be different about that communication that would be amenable to criminal process and indictment?
Sure.
There's absolutely no way to distinguish it.
Do special counsels, are those always at the discretion of like the DOJ, or can there be like a special counsel that comes from Congress?
There's a case called Morrison v. Olson, which had to do with the independent counsel statute, but that's been phased out.
Mhm.
And that was still part of, as interpreted, still part of the executive branch, just not like immediately fireable by the president. And there was other layers of review, but nowadays all special counsels are employees of the Department of Justice and are bound by their policies and can be fired.
Gotcha. So then also then under this for core powers, basically any communication or any appointments that the president makes in the executive, we would say is probably a core power, 100%. Right? So if the president felt like he was being investigated unfairly by any part of the DOJ or any part of any, he could very easily just fire and move, like explicitly say, he's like, I know you guys are investigating me, like you're all fired and I'm bringing new people. And that would be unreviewable by any criminal court, right?
Yes. evidentiarily, it could not be used to establish other crimes, and it itself, you'd be immunized from it. And if you had any kind of like helpers or accomplices, obviously you could pardon them to the extent that they were committing federal crimes. And if he were impeached for those efforts and removed from office, he still wouldn't be amenable to criminal indictment. That's more immunity than Trump was asking for. This court was reviewing Trump's ridiculous argument under the impeachment judgment clause that in order to indict him for official acts, they had to first impeach him and then remove him. They went one step further than what Trump asked for and said, even if you impeach him, even if you remove him, you cannot indict him for any official acts. And those can be as broad as using the bully pulpit. You see them considering like just general public statements to the public as being contained within, or possibly contained, conceivably contained
If
as
you're-
official action. It is so broad. It is an insane rule.
How do you get rid of a federal judge? Is that a executive power or congressional power, or
Impeachment. Get rid of a judge, you'd impeach him and remove him.
so for federal judges? So when you say impeachment, that it has to be through Congress, basically.
That's
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And
I think
also,
it's happened like 9 times total.
Okay.
One other thing. Notice there the total lack of coherence in this theory. The opinion goes out of its way to say the president is a branch unto himself. He is the executive. That's a unitary theory of executive power. If he is the executive branch and the executive power, it's all part of his power, why doesn't this immunity extend to every member of the executive branch? Why is it that the president is the only one under this theory that has absolute criminal immunity to this extent? Why wouldn't that apply to every other member? Maybe because there's zero history and tradition.
That's the
of
wrong way
other
around,
members.
I think.
No. Because think about it. If the executive branch, if he's a branch unto himself, how can he give away less power than he has? How can he give away or delegate some power, that's separate from the nature
Or
of
the,
his
I
power?
mean, we already have like a structure for this, right? You would just say that any person that's acting in the branch would always just say like, oh, well, the president ordered me to do this, and then that would essentially make it beyond review, right?
Authority, and,
yeah.
and the president's authority contains in it. It must. Why wouldn't it contain all of the protections of the president's authority?
That's not quite right, because most of the executive is delineated by statute, at which point you're in a slightly different category because it's not a core constitutional interest. So if you're just talking about an employee working in a random agency, that agency exists because of a statute, not because of inherent power of the president.
The DOJ exists by virtue of its statute, and notwithstanding
Correct.
that fact, when the president makes orders to the Department of Justice, that has been described as a core executive power.
When he's
So
talking
how-
to the attorney general, who is a senior advisor, at least, yes.
Hang on a second. But you agree the attorney general is a creature of statute. His authorities are made from an act of Congress. And so it's not this constitutional statute distinction, because what has been described as a core feature of the executive power has been communications to a statutorily created agency, namely the Department of Justice. And so I have no reason to think that like the basis of distinguishing the authority here is between statute and constitutional authority, or it's so broad under the take care clause or the general power of the executive to remove his officers that it would encompass any communication or any action within the executive branch. There's no theory here. There's no history here. There's no text in the Constitution that references absolute immunity. These were smart guys, these founders. They knew how to write immunity clauses. They already wrote immunity clauses. They knew how to do it. And this court has abandoned its analytical framework of supposed textualism, supposed originalism for results. It wants to protect Donald Trump, and so that's what it did. And it's made a road to authoritarianism and tyranny, frankly. This is a really bad ruling. It's horrible. And anyone who defends it doesn't really stand for American principles.
Well, I appreciate being thrown under the bus that hard before I could even offer a contra idea, but okay.
Well,
but I will note that
support the ruling?
Well, let him.
Yeah,
we'll let him
if
talk.
I believe the ruling is correct, that I don't love America is a pretty harsh position to put
hang
me
on a
in right
second.
from the start.
Well, I guess I'm asking you a direct question now. Do you support this ruling?
In large parts, yes, but I'm still vague a little bit on the middle part, as I expressed earlier.
That's not good enough for me.
Well, that's tough, because I don't have a firm position yet. I haven't thought it all the way through, man.
If you're equivocal about whether or not you think the president of the United States could have this level of immunity, where essentially all he would have to do is very easily come up with some official act intermediary. And I can't think of where this ends. Honestly, think about it. If you had an order, I order my FBI agent to go and sexually assault someone, and that act itself, that ordering of the person to go do a most heinous act is unreviewable. Where does it stop? Where are these pro forma excuses that, oh, this is law enforcement purpose, this is national security purpose? This is the stuff.
Well, here, let him answer. What is
tyranny.
it? What's the answer to that?
Well, I mean, there's a couple things that I have to respond to. With respect to the idea of the Attorney General, I will note that the Constitution does designate the idea of principal officers that the president has the ability to appoint. So there is a difference in the Constitution between, for example, the Attorney General and just a rank person who exists at the DOJ. The Constitution does treat those differently. With respect to the idea of immunity, then you're correct that the Constitution doesn't say that. And even the Supreme Court points that out, that it doesn't say that. But they're concerned about the power
About
and
policy.
separation of powers.
Wait,
I'm sorry?
They're concerned about policy.
Okay. I will simply note that I let you speak for quite a while.
I
And
apologize.
you interrupted me.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can press on to other things because I lost my train of thought.
You lost your train of thought. You're defending absolute immunity. You were in the middle of saying that.
First of all, no, I wasn't. Because as I said at the very start, I'm a little unclear on the middle part with respect to the official acts as opposed to core acts. And then you said that wasn't good enough.
Well, so
And
here's
I'm
like
still
the
unclear
question
on
I
that
guess I
part.
would have for you. So we agree then. So we're going core Constitution, right? The Constitution itself spells out that the president shall appoint an attorney general, right? We all agree with that, right? So,
It says that
right.
he appoints principal officers, but I don't know why that's a distinction that matters.
I'm just,
Where-
I'm not.
yeah.
I'm just laying out the core, just so we're on agreement here, right? So we agree that the president can appoint an attorney general, right?
That's correct.
We agree that the Department of Justice exists, that the FBI is a part of that, right? If the president himself, so the first question, if the president himself goes to the attorney general and he has a conversation about how to enforce the law, or a conversation, I guess, really at all with his attorney general, and in that conversation, he says, hey, I really don't like civil rights. I want all of my FBI officers to rape every single black person that they see. Okay, that's a new thing I want, right? And then let's say FBI officers start doing that. Obviously, the Congress, they start getting in trouble legally. And then somebody says, well, where did this come from? Do you agree, two parts? One, that the president was performing a core function of the presidency, and that two, it shouldn't be criminally reviewable? Or do you think there's some way, looking at this Supreme Court decision, that would allow you to review that decision for uncivil law?
I would say no, because I don't see how the president is chief executive, has the ability to enforce the law. So I'm not sure how that order would be. in
Wait, you
furtherance of
don't
that
know how the
purpose.
president has the ability to enforce
Wow,
the law?
amazing. I got 5 words in and I got interrupted again. It's
Sorry, hold
almost
on.
like the question was asked to me, Pisco.
Yeah, wait, okay, hold on. You're saying that you don't understand how that order would be enforcing the law, right?
No, it wouldn't be enforcing the law because it's not part of the function of taking care that the law be faithfully enforced to give that order to an FBI official.
But are we able to
It's
review?
not part of the law
What?
enforcement purpose.
That is preposterous. So the president of the United States absolutely enforces the law. He's the chief executive. When
I
the
know, I said
president
that.
makes okay. So when the president makes an order, are you suggesting that that doesn't have the force of law or isn't pursuant to his duties under the Take Care Clause?
No, not necessarily, no. Because just because he has the power to order the FBI to do things that would be part of taking care doesn't necessarily imply that every order is part of that function. He could give obviously something that's completely not part of that function.
Okay, wait.
He
So
could
wait.
order an FBI official to act.
That means he has to be
Wait,
amenable to
no,
law.
wait.
That
Okay,
means-
I hold on. I think that's a good point. But how can we even begin to distinguish if his decisions aren't able to be reviewed?
Well, the Supreme Court does talk about the delineation between official acts and unofficial acts, which they spend much more verbiage on.
What do they
This wouldn't
say?
be unofficial. This is official. This is a core function. You're ordering the FBI to do mass rape. That's an official.
No, I don't. I don't
What's
think that's
unofficial
true.
about that?
Because just because it's being done to the order is given to the FBI official doesn't mean that the order is part of the core function. I mean, to put it more plainly, if the president gave the order to the FBI official that I want you to go stump for me and and give political speeches for me,
Mhm.
I don't think anyone would say that's part of the core function of the president.
Yeah.
People
Okay. Wait.
not
Wait.
giving that
Wait.
order to
So.
the FBI.
Yeah. I think I agree. I don't know if Pisco agrees or not. I agree. But under this ruling, how would you even make that determination? Who makes that determination if you're not allowed to review by virtue of the relationships, like anything that's even ordered there?
Well, they spend time talking about the delineation for this issue and the issue versus the communication to the DOJ versus the communication to subordinates has a delineation here.
Sure, but
because
I'm
of
not
the
talking about that. No,
nature
very,
of the
very
officer
clearly.
ranks.
And I'm not asking for you to say that they discuss it. I want to know either you can tell me what they discuss or what they answer. How would you do it? I see that all over the state that I live in, FBI agents are running around raping black people. And then there's a leak that comes out, somebody recorded with their iPhone 15 Pro, the president talking to, his new attorney general, Sidney Powell or whatever. And he's saying like, make sure to get this done or whatever. We want them all raped or whatever. And I go, hey, this is obviously criminal in nature. How do you even begin to probe that when the court says, I'm sorry, but the president of the United States, in executing the laws of this country and communicating with the Attorney General, this is a core function of the president. He's literally speaking as president to ostensibly to enforce laws to his AG. How do you review it? Where do you get the test from here? Like, what do they say in this case? I haven't read far enough. Do they address that? Because it seems like the answer would always be, sorry, that's not reviewable, bro. This is literally the president's core job.
I think the verbiage in the case does try to delineate that, and
How?
it's not as clean.
Well, no,
as
I'm
I would
asking
like.
how. You keep saying they do it. How do they do it? What is the delineation? How?
Let me pull up the opinion, and I'll get back to you on the language.
Well, just to state my opinion, I'm just gonna say it, like, it's horseshit. There is no delineation here. It's absolutely a core executive function to order your, or to have communications with the Department of Justice. That was the example they used of Trump, like, talking to his DOJ and starting these bogus investigations based on corruption. And if you want to say like, okay, mass rape, that's not clear or whatever, fine, I can change it up. I'm not going to let you dodge the hypothetical.
We can say mass arrests or whatever, right?
Well, going further than that, you agree, I'm sure, because you won't deny it, that one of the FBI's jobs is to stop terrorism. And in the effort of stopping terrorism, you kill terrorists who are imminent threats. And so the president issues an order to an FBI field office or to its head. If you want to make that little principal inferior officer distinction, I don't care. The order is brought from the president, and he says, I want you to kill a terrorist. The terrorist is threatening the country. That terrorist is an imminent threat, and that terrorist's name is Nancy Pelosi. Unreviewable. Absolute immunity for that action. And don't tell me it's not a core function to order the FBI or to order the DOJ. And don't tell me that stopping terrorists isn't a core function of the FBI.
Okay, I won't tell you that.
Well, hold on, wait, real
but
quick.
then-
Also, just somebody in chat says,
How do you support it?
what's Pisco's rebuttal to yes, there's no criminal recourse. There's political recourse through impeachment or the voting booth. These are criminal consequences for something are not the same as an electoral consequence. Nobody's talking about an electoral consequence. We're talking about whether or not somebody should be above all forms of criminal prosecution. I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
And if you want to keep having elections, chatter, one way to do that is to make sure that you don't make a rod for your back and have these court rulings that open the door to tyranny, to people who literally try to steal an election. Your country, your Department of Justice is trying to enforce the law as against someone who tried to steal an election. And the Supreme Court says it doesn't matter if you try to coup d'etat using the military, because if you try to coup d'etat using the military as commander-in-chief, that's a core executive function. And as long as he made the order to his junta, that's unreviewable. You can't use it as evidence. And the act, you have absolute immunity for it. What is this bullshit? What is this equivocation? I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I read it. You don't even need to read 100% of it. I've read it, but you don't even need to read it to know it's un-American. This is bullshit. And you shouldn't stand for it and hear these kind of like, I don't know, oh, it's not as bad as people say, it's whatever. No, this is bullshit. It's un-American. And anyone trying to gaslight you and say it's not is lying to you.
Do you think they're lying, or do you think maybe they just disagree with you?
They're lying to you that this is not a significant grant of authority and immunity. I mean, it gave Trump everything he wanted and more. It effectively, it's limitless and potentially in its scope. Think about like what really would be an unofficial act for a president. If you like driving a car around, you can say I'm driving because I'm going to go meet some voters, because I'm going to, this is part of me doing my bully pulpit. I mean, I struggle to think of any action one could take that he couldn't trivially turn into an official act. It is gross that anyone could be defending this on any ground. I mean, and to think also like that's just kind of like what it feels like, but now put inside the analytical components, the analytical pieces where look at this hypocrisy. For years we've been talking about textualism. Where's the textualism? There's no immunity text. Where's the history, right? All of a sudden, right? We don't have a storied history of absolute.
Well, the history are a couple court cases against Donald Trump, apparently.
And the court says, what would we do if these presidents are chilled from all this criminal? Guess what? This presumption has never existed until now. This is the first time anyone
Which
has
I think
ever
is the
raised it.
problem. They're trying to be forward-looking about this a little bit because they're worried about what does happen in the future, which the Supreme
Yeah, but
Court
here's this is a consideration that I hope is addressed in here. But they keep talking about the idea that like, well, if this consideration is a new thing going forward, it might have a chilling effect. Well, do you think there might have always been this consideration? Like here, this would be a question I have. Again, I have only read up to 19 pages of this, but like, if Nixon would have gone into the future and read this decision, would he have even bothered resigning? Like what? Like why? If he felt like he could fight in court, like is it not possible that this chilling effect has not only already existed, but maybe it's a good chilling effect that some people don't think that they're above all forms of criminal prosecution? Like maybe that's a good thing, and maybe people have already been acting like it. Like this is something that I would want to see for a historical analysis. I would want to see conversations, and I've already seen some by Jack Smith because he put it before the federal court for his indictments, that it feels like when you read, especially about Nixon, I mean, it's our most related example, that there was an assumption that presidents could indeed be criminally prosecuted, and that was something that they were operating under. I would be curious to see if under Nixon, if there were arguments at the time of people saying, oh, no, Nixon will probably be fine. Don't even bother pardoning him. Like, we already know that presidents have unlimited immunity when they're doing things that are even on the outer perimeter of their actions. Like, he'll be fine. Like, just fuck it. Did that discussion ever happen? Yeah, go ahead.
I think the outer perimeter is at least partially an answer to some of Pisco's concerns, because I seriously doubt that you could make a credible argument that the FBI ordering, the mass sexual assault of people is within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility.
Sure. Wait. We don't even have to use a hypothetical here. What about Donald Trump going to Mike Pence and saying, "Hey, I don't want you to count these 7 electoral slates. I want you to count the illegitimate ones that I did instead." That's absolutely a core power to discuss.
No, they disagree with you. They thought that it was more ambiguous than that. The decision.
Wait, are you sure? I thought that they explicitly called that out and said that this was a core power for.
They said the DOJ one was, but they said the Pence thing was more ambiguous.
It's about like whether or not that it's a close call, that like he could be exercising his legislative function as the president of the Senate, and so perhaps those communications. I mean, like, what are we talking about here, right? Look at the formalism that the court is willing to go through. To try to like.
Just as a real quick thing, conversations between Trump and Pence about their official duties, that is presumptively immune from prosecution for such conduct. So the government has a burden to even prove that they have to rebut the presumptive immunity to even begin to probe that for the conversation between Pence and Trump. And that was even given the indictment was true, given all the facts were true. That was in the initial outset, whenever the president was, so.
Yeah, they want the lower courts to analyze it in a more detailed way. So they weren't able to say as a categorical matter. They wanted a more nuanced consideration of the degree to which it was official versus unofficial acts.
Yeah. Sure, but if the court's been generous in how it sees things to the president, like how generous are they going to be for what counts as an official act? Like if you were willing to rule this generously right now on all this immunity, like I feel like, because if their argument is, well, it can't be something that's going to unduly burden the executive. I mean, if the president or an ex-president is saying this would unduly burden me, and if that's the argument they're making, I mean, like, Jesus, it seems like
Like, what wouldn't burden an executive here? I don't know what the threshold is, but maybe they give a good test for it, and I'll see it later on in this ruling. Maybe.
And you can come with a thousand examples that go to core executive function. That, I mean, I want answers from like about one of them on civil law. I'm sorry to be a dick. I just think I love this country, and I think that this ruling.
I love this country too, whether you believe that or not.
Well, then I feel really upset that you would be like somewhat okay with this. I think anyone who loves this country needs to recognize what an aberration this is. And we can run through a trillion hypotheticals, where, I don't know, you ordered the DHS to deport a U.S. citizen on purpose to Mexico. Or that's core. You're ordering an agency. You're ordering them to do something in their power to deport. You're doing it on purpose. You're deporting a U.S. citizen on purpose to like throw him out of the country to like, I don't know, to drug land. How can this be that the president can so easily be above the law? Even if you say, oh, there's technically maybe some areas where he might not be, it's trivially easy for him to be above the law. That should tell you something, that just by corrupting his own administration, that's the best way to get away from criminal liability. That's the incentive structure.
It may be me mishearing it, but I understand that as more of an emotional appeal by looking to the potential horribleness of the consequences rather than a straight legal analysis. Because if you assume the premise that the correct legal answer is this, then that's just the correct legal conclusion.
Well, hold on, wait. I would say
horrible conclusions, but that's the correct answer.
Well, I would say wait, real quick. To be careful, it's not just a strict legal thing. Like, part of the legal consideration, or you can say it's a strict legal thing, but part of the legal consideration is this going to be an undue burden on the executive? That's part of the consideration.
Yes, so absolutely true. What Stephen told you, and what's clear from the opinion, is that more than anything, the court is citing like what it thinks are going to be the consequences and what's going to burden the executive or not burden the executive. And so I think if you're doing that, consequences are fair game, and like you can go over that. But I don't even need to go there, because as with all like legal things, we start with the text. Okay, is there any immunity clause in the Constitution? No, there is no immunity clause in the Constitution. Okay, now let's go to look at the history, founding documents, legislative history. Is there any Federalist paper, communications at the time of the founding, discussions about what absolute immunity is, discussions about core executive versus not? No, there's nothing. Absolutely zero. Is there any like historical practice where there's a letter where Abraham Lincoln says, I am criminally absolutely immune, where they use these terms, or any kind of practice whatsoever? No, there's none. And so when you start talking to me like, what's the legal analysis? What's the legal analysis for assuming that a provision that doesn't appear is real? I can grant you that there could be certain congressional statutes that are incompatible for like with the Article 2 of the Constitution. Like, I would agree that like if Congress purported to criminalize the president's ability to make a pardon, I would be like, yeah, that's unconstitutional under normal separation of powers principles, not under immunity. You don't have to invent an immunity doctrine for that. You just say, this law as applied, violates the Constitution. Why you have to invent this immunity structure? It's totally made out of thin air. It's bullshit.
What's the practical difference between saying there's immunity versus the law's unconstitutional?
A lot of practical differences. So number one is you don't have this like ridiculous evidentiary thing where, oh, we can't consider your intention and motivation. That's Looney Tunes. Of course we consider people's motivations when we're determining if something's official or not official. If I talk to my DOJ like about getting into my pool, that's a conversation with the Department of Justice. But like my state of mind, what I'm like, the nature of what I'm saying, right? Like you have to consider people's intentions, whether things are sham, to understand if it's official, right? Otherwise, anyone could just put something in a memo and all of a sudden it's official. If you're not really interrogated and taking a second look at the shamness of it. And so because absolute immunity doctrines are by their nature, they don't want to do that, because by doing that, now it's just ground down into like the actual crime itself. And so the whole immunity is obviated if you need to have a trial about your intent level, and then just like the sphere of immunity overlaps with the underlying criminal conduct. And so this gets rid of that bullshit, number one. And then number two, practically, we can have trials and we can discuss whether it's unconstitutional after the application of those, like we do for every other criminal defendant in this country. It's every other, and that's equality under the law, right? If there's something that's unconstitutional under state law, you try at the trial level, and if it doesn't work, you appeal after the trial. That's almost always how it works. But no,
but if we take the pardon as an example, suppose Congress just passes a law that says it shall be illegal for the president to pardon a non-citizen, and the president pardons a non-citizen, and we put him on trial. Are you trying to say that there shouldn't be some sort of motion to dismiss?
Yeah, there should be. There should be a motion to dismiss. There should be a motion to dismiss on the front end. It should be granted. But if it's not, and again, different jurisdictions might differ on their rules for interlocutory appeals, I suppose. But at the very minimum,
this is federal, so hopefully it's uniform.
Yeah, hopefully it's uniform. And I think there'll be. I don't actually know the interlocutory rules for appeals. It's somewhere. You guys can look it up. But whatever it is, like, there is a practical difference to an immunity doctrine versus just ruling things are unconstitutional. And the proof is in the pudding here. They went with immunity, and you see the consequences of it. And you see, my world is completely different. In my world, we're not having this conversation of these ridiculous hypotheticals, which I'll note you haven't been able to address, right? Like, you haven't been able to address the ordering of the FBI to kill a pro forma on paper terrorist named Nancy Pelosi. Like, there's nothing that you're going to be able to provide about that situation that distinguishes it from.
Okay, on civil law, I get a response, and then I get to.
There's some
and then
language
I'm
on
going back to
17 which kind of tries to deal with this. I don't know that you will find it satisfactory, but they try to address this delineation about official versus unofficial responsibilities. And they talk about, for example, at the bottom of this is PDF page 25, marked to page 17. At the bottom of the page, they talked about immunity extends to the outer perimeter. They're not manifestly or palpably beyond the authority. I was thinking you're hypothetical that you could make a pretty credible argument that would not be within his authority.
The last thing
All
I'll
right.
say.
Yeah, go quick.
I'll submit that whatever manifestly not within the authority is true here, as it is in that hypothetical, and that's all I'll say.
Okay, love you. All right, jeez. In Nixon v. Fitzgerald, for instance, we recognize that as a functionally mandated incident of his unique office, a former president is entitled to absolute immunity from damages, liability predicated on his official acts. That case involved a terminated Air Force employee who sued former President Richard Nixon for damages, alleging that Nixon approved an Air Force reorganization that wrongfully led to his firing. In holding that Nixon was immune from that suit, our dominant concern was to avoid diversion of the president's attention during the decision-making process caused by needless worry as to the possibility of damages actions stemming from any particular official decision. The singular importance of the president's duties implicating matters likely to arouse the most intense feelings, coupled with the sheer prominence of his office, heightens the prospect of private damages suits that would threaten such diversion. We therefore concluded that the president must be absolutely immune from damages liability for acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. By contrast, so this makes sense that you would want a president to be immune from civil litigation. You don't want somebody suing the president because they feel like he did a thing that cost them their job or something, right? We wouldn't want that. That makes sense. I think I would agree that makes sense. By contrast, when prosecutors have sought evidence from the president, we have consistently rejected presidential claims of absolute immunity. For instance, during the treason trial of former Vice President Aaron Burr, Chief Justice Marshall rejected President Thomas Jefferson's claim that the president could not be subjected to a subpoena. Marshall reasoned that the law does not discriminate between the president and a private citizen, United States v. Burr. Because a president does not stand exempt from the general provisions of the Constitution, including the Sixth Amendment's guarantee that those accused shall have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses for their defense, a subpoena could issue. Marshall acknowledged, however, the existence of a privilege to withhold certain official papers that ought not, on light ground, to be forced into public view. This says even ought not on light ground, implying that there would be some grounds to do it potentially, but Destiny, ban soccer talk, please. We don't need these. If there are people talking soccer, tell me. I'll 90-day ban them. Where are they? Who? Give me a soccer word.
Hooligan?
What?
What are you looking for?
Oh, these fucking retards in my chat talking about some fucking poverty ball game.
Oh.
Okay. I'll keep an eye out for it.
And he noted that a court may not be required to proceed against the president as against an ordinary individual. United States v. Burr. This might be a case we want to look up a little bit. United States v. Burr, about compelling a president to turn over evidence for a subpoena. Similarly,
I know your chat won't be disappointed, but I only have about a half hour before I have to leave in case you want to discuss anything more. But if not, that's cool.
Okay, I'm just reading through. I have questions
Fair
I'll
enough.
answer, but otherwise I'm just reading, yeah.
Press on.
Similarly, when a subpoena issued to President Nixon to produce certain tape recordings and documents relating to his conversations with aides and advisors, this court rejected his claim of absolute privilege given the constitutional duty of the judicial branch to do justice in criminal prosecutions. This is in U.S. v. Nixon, 418. Okay, so I still have this case. But we simultaneously recognized the public interest in candid, objective, and even blunt or harsh opinions in presidential decision-making, as well as the need to protect communications between high government officials and those who advise and assist them in the performance of their manifold duties. Because the president's need for complete candor and objectivity from advisors calls for great deference from the courts, we held that a presumptive privilege protects presidential communications. That privilege, we explained, relates to the effective discharge of a president's powers. We thus deemed it fundamental to the operation of government and inextricably rooted in the separation of powers under the Constitution. Criminally prosecuting a president for official conduct undoubtedly poses a far greater threat of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch than simply seeking evidence in his possession, as in Burr and Nixon. The danger is akin to, indeed greater than, what led us to recognize absolute presidential immunity from civil damages liability, that the president would be chilled from taking the bold and unhesitating action required of an independent executive. I would have to read these other court cases, and I might go over at least the executive summaries of them, but I still wholly disagree with that assessment. The idea that there is as much of a threat for criminal prosecution as there might be for like a subpoena just doesn't seem on its face. I feel like that argument needs further justification, because I could see way more subpoenas happening than criminal indictments. That seems to be a more exceptional circumstance. But although the president might be exposed to fewer... Oh, they're going to say it here. Okay. Although the president might be exposed to fewer criminal prosecutions than the range of civil damages suits that might be brought by various plaintiffs, the threat of trial, judgment, and imprisonment is a far greater deterrent. Potential criminal liability and the peculiar public opprobrium that attaches to criminal proceedings are plainly more likely to distort presidential decision-making than the potential payment of civil damages. Yeah, again, I don't think I agree. Yeah, I don't know. The hesitation to execute the duties of his office fearlessly and fairly that might result when a president is making decisions under a pall of potential prosecution, McDonnell v. United States, raises unique risks to the effective functioning of government. A president inclined to take one course of action based on the public interest may instead opt for another, apprehensive that criminal penalties may befall him upon his departure from office. I hope they give an example. I really want them to give a hypothetical decision here. I hope they do. And if a former president's official acts are routinely subjected to scrutiny in criminal prosecutions, the independence of the executive branch may be significantly undermined. The framers' design of the presidency did not envision such counterproductive burdens on the vigor and energy of the executive. Federalist number 70 at 471. We must, however, recognize the countervailing interests at stake. Okay, so here hopefully we get on the criminal side of things. Federal criminal laws seek to redress a wrong to the public as a whole, not just a wrong to the individual. There is therefore a compelling public interest in fair and effective law enforcement. The president charged with enforcing federal criminal laws is not above them. Chief Justice Marshall's decisions in Burr and our decision in Nixon recognized the distinct interests present in criminal prosecutions. Although Burr acknowledged that the president's official papers may be privileged and publicly unavailable, it did not grant him an absolute exemption from responding to subpoenas. Nixon likewise recognized a strong protection for the president's confidential communications, a presumptive privilege, but it did not entirely exempt him from providing evidence in criminal proceedings. Taking into account these competing considerations, we conclude that the separation of powers principles explicated in our precedent necessitates at least a presumptive immunity from criminal prosecution for a president's acts within the outer perimeter of his official responsibility. Such an immunity is required to safeguard the independence and effective functioning of the executive branch and to enable the president to carry out his constitutional duties without undue caution. Okay. Okay, I guess we just assume it then. Okay. Indeed, if presumptive protection for the president is necessary to enable the effective discharge of his powers, when a prosecutor merely seeks evidence of his official papers and communications, it is certainly necessary when the president seeks to charge, try, and imprison, when the prosecutor seeks to charge, try, and imprison the president himself for his official actions. At a minimum, the president must therefore be immune from prosecution for an official act unless the government can show that applying a criminal prohibition to that act would pose no dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. I think I broadly...
So that's where I sort of had a problem, because this is talking about that space in between the core acts and the unofficial acts, just the official acts. And they say he's immune unless you can show this. And as far as I can tell, there's no other analysis anywhere in the opinion that explains what this is. So if I'm a district court, I have no idea how to apply this, which is very frustrating.
Yeah, that seems kind of weird, but I'll keep reading. I'll see if they try to address that, but...
I don't know what that means. No danger to the intrusion. What does that mean? How am I supposed to decide that? What factors should I use? The Supreme Court gives me nothing.
Sure. Ugh. Okay.
But as we explained below, the current stage of the proceedings in this case does not require us to decide whether this immunity is presumptive or absolute. Because we need not decide that question today, we do not decide it. One case in more than 2 centuries does not afford enough experience to definitively and comprehensively determine the president's scope of immunity from criminal prosecution. As for a president's unofficial acts, there is no immunity. The principles we set out in Clinton v. Jones confirm as much. When Paula Jones brought a civil lawsuit against then-President Bill Clinton for acts he allegedly committed prior to his presidency, we rejected his argument that he enjoyed temporary immunity from the lawsuit while serving as president. Although presidential immunity is required for official actions to ensure that the president's decision-making is not distorted by the threat of future litigation stemming from those actions, that concern does not support immunity for unofficial conduct. The justifying purposes of the immunity we recognized in Fitzgerald and the one we recognize today are not that the president must be immune because he is the president. Rather, they are to ensure that the president can undertake his constitutionally designated functions effectively, free from undue pressures or distortions. It is the nature of the function performed, not the identity of the actor who performs it, that informs our immunity analysis. But I wonder how you figure out the nature of the function performed. But nature, not the nature, but maybe the nature just means doing it. But I don't know. We'll see. The separation of powers does not bar a prosecution predicated on the president's unofficial acts. 2 or 3, chapter 3. I don't know what you would call this, section 3. Determining whether a former president is entitled to immunity from a particular prosecution requires applying the principles we have laid out to his conduct at issue. The first step is to distinguish his official from unofficial actions. In this case, however, no court has thus far considered how to draw that distinction in general or with respect to the conduct alleged in particular. Despite the unprecedented nature of this case and the very significant constitutional questions that it raises, the lower courts rendered their decisions on a highly expedited basis. Because those courts categorically rejected any form of presidential immunity, they did not analyze the conduct alleged in the indictment to decide which of it should be categorized as official and which unofficial. Neither party has briefed that issue before us, although they discussed it at oral argument in response to questions, and like the underlying immunity question, that categorization raises multiple unprecedented and momentous questions about the powers of the president and the limits of his authority under the Constitution. As we have noted, there is little pertinent precedent on those subjects to guide our review of this case, a case that we too are deciding on an expedited basis, less than 5 months after we granted the government's request to construe Trump's emergency application for a stay as a petition of certiorari grant that petition, and answer the consequential immunity question. Given all these circumstances, it is particularly incumbent upon us to be mindful of our frequent admonition that ours is a court of final review and not first view. Critical threshold issues in this case are how to differentiate between a president's official and unofficial actions, and how to do so with respect to the indictment's extensive and detailed allegations covering a broad range of conduct. We offer guidance on those issues below. Certain allegations, such as those involving Trump's discussions with the acting attorney general, are readily categorized in light of the nature of the president's official relationship to the office held by that individual. Other allegations, such as those involving Trump's interactions with the vice president, state officials, and certain private parties, and his comments to the general public, present more difficult questions. Although we identify several considerations pertinent to classifying those allegations and determining whether they are subject to immunity, that analysis ultimately is best left to the lower courts to perform in the first instance. A. Distinguishing the president's official actions from his unofficial ones can be difficult. When the president acts pursuant to constitutional and statutory authority, he takes official action to perform the functions of his office. Determining whether an action is covered by immunity thus begins with assessing the president's authority to take that action. But the breadth of the president's discretionary responsibilities under the Constitution and laws of the United States in a broad variety of areas, many of them highly sensitive, frequently makes it difficult to determine which of his innumerable functions encompassed a particular action. In some presidential conduct, for example, speaking to and on behalf of the American people, certainly can qualify as official even when they are not obviously connected to a particular constitutional or statutory provision. For those reasons, the immunity we have recognized extends to the outer perimeter of the president's official responsibilities.
Yeah, and this was the page that I was trying to highlight earlier as trying to answer some of your and Pisco's questions, this page 17, which is trying to delineate when you can say it's official versus non-official.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a partial answer to your question, I hope.
Gotcha. Hold on.
So, as they say, they're looking for the president's authority within the respective thing that he's trying to do. So, for example, I think some of the examples you gave, or Pisco gave, rather, with respect to the FBI, I think you'd have a difficult time, even though their orders to the FBI is saying that they're within the authority or perimeter of his official responsibilities. I think that would be a tough sell.
Sure. Okay. Let's see. Into a question submitted, noting that we have refused to draw functional lines finer than history and the reason. Okay. Boom. Let me hold on. In dividing official from unofficial conduct, courts may not inquire into the president's motives. Such an inquiry would risk exposing even the most obvious instances of official conduct to judicial examination on the mere allegation of improper purpose, thereby intruding on the Article 2 interests that immunity seeks to protect. Indeed, it would seriously cripple the proper and effective administration of public affairs as entrusted to the executive branch of the government if, in exercising the functions of his office, the president was under an apprehension the motives that control his official conduct may at any time become the subject of inquiry. We thus rejected such inquiries in Fitzgerald. I just want to read this real quick. I need to see inquiries in Fitzgerald. Okay, Fitzgerald, 457 U.S. at 745. Nixon v. Fitzgerald. When it says at 7:45, does that mean page 745 or?
Yeah.
Damn, that's a long ass fucking thing.
Well, that's 745 in the volume, not 745 of the opinion.
Or wait, it's 457 US means.
Yeah, 457 is the volume. 745 is the page number.
Yeah. So 740. That's a lot of pages.
In the volume, yes, but there are a lot of things in the volume that are just one opinion.
So the volume it's volume 457. It's page 745 in the volume, but the whole pages isn't all the opinion. I understand. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Primary holding. Oh wait. Okay. This is the entire.
Yeah, 731 is the starting of the page number, and then 745 is the pinpoint.
Okay, I just want to read part of this section because it keeps getting referenced here. This court consistently has recognized that government officials are entitled to some form of immunity from suits for civil damages. And Spalding v. Okay, so this is the Nixon v. Fitzgerald case from 1982 that I'm reading from now. The court considered the immunity available to the Postmaster General in a suit for damages based upon his official acts, drawing upon the principles of immunity developed in English cases at common law. The court concluded that the interests of the people required a grant of absolute immunity to public officers. In the absence of immunity, the court reasoned executive officials would hesitate to exercise their discretion in a way injuriously affecting the claims of particular individuals, even when the public interest required bold and unhesitating action. Considerations of public policy and convenience, therefore, compelled a judicial recognition of immunity from suits arising from official acts. So this is still talking about civil stuff right now, but in exercising the functions of his office, the head of an executive department, keeping within the limits of his authority, should not be under an apprehension that the motives that control his official conduct may at any time become the subject of inquiry in a civil suit for damages. It would seriously cripple the proper and effective administration of public affairs as entrusted to the executive branch of the government if he were subjected to any such restraint. Decisions subsequent to Spalding have extended the defense of immunity to actions besides those of common law. The court considered whether the passage of 42 U.S.C. 1983, which made no express provision for immunity for any official, had abrogated the privilege, incredible concept, impingement on tradition, so often. Very nice. We rejected the official's claim of absolute immunity under the adultery on various. Portion of the nature of the official functions and the range of decisions conceivably might take in good faith. This functional approach also defined a second-tier right, which the especially sensitive to certain official not only require absolute immunity. State prosecutors possess absolute immunity with respect to the initiation and pursuit of prosecutions. Detailed by budget. Okay. Okay. I wonder if there's any talk of any criminal. 457, okay, with the President of the United States v. Nixon. Wait. But our cases also have established that a court, before exercising jurisdiction, must balance the constitutional weight of the interest to be served against the dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. See Nixon v. Administration and United States v. Nixon. When judicial action is needed to serve broad public interests, as when the court acts not in derogation of the separation of powers, but to maintain that proper balance, or to vindicate the public interest in an ongoing criminal prosecution, the United States of America, the exercise of jurisdiction has been held warranted. In the case of this merely private suit for damages based on presidential acts, we hold it is not. When judicial action is needed to serve broad public interests, as when the court acts not in derogation of the separation of powers, but to maintain their proper balance, and then they cite Youngstown Sheet and Tuco v. Sawyer, or to vindicate the public interest in an ongoing criminal prosecution, see United States v. Nixon, the exercise of jurisdiction has been held warranted. In the case of this merely private suit for damages based on a president's official act, we hold it as not. So it sounds like in this case, in Nixon v. Fitzgerald, the court is saying that when we're trying to maintain certain balances of power and when we're vindicating public interest, such as in an ongoing criminal prosecution, we say that the jurisdiction exercised by the courts here is warranted. Okay, interesting. So that seems to be a bit contrary to what the court is ruling here. I think that's fair to say, maybe, but I'm curious. If I had time, I would read this whole thing, but I don't have time to read every single fucking court case. It's just the Supreme Court keeps hearkening back to this Nixon v. Fitzgerald case, but what I'm curious about, what I'm thinking about right now is, do they only reference it when it's talking about limiting prosecution, but they're explicitly referring to civil matters? I'm curious if this Nixon v. Fitzgerald case references criminal matters and what the court thought then. So that's why I'm looking for criminal stuff.
I don't think there is much criminal stuff as part of the point. So
well, hold on, wait. To be clear, what I just read,
civil.
that seemed to recognize that some ongoing criminal prosecution to vindicate public interest was warranted. So it seems like it does reference it, but whenever it references criminal stuff, at least in this first quote that I found, it seems like it's referencing it to uphold that criminal prosecution in the public interest might be necessary. That's at least that in that one thing I'm just going through for references of criminal right now is what I'm looking at.
This is with respect to evidentiary privilege. So in this case, I believe they were getting only evidence with respect to a independent prosecution.
Sure.
Rather than, so it's if you like, almost like a civil process, because it's obtaining the evidence related to a criminal case.
Sure.
It's not quite right, but hopefully it gets the idea across.
Seeing any other criminal references? Court has recognized before that there is a lesser public interest in actions for civil damages than, for example, in criminal prosecutions. Based holding on special importance of evidence in a criminal trial distinguishing civil actions as raising different questions not presented for decision. It never has been denied that absolute immunity may impose a regrettable cost on individuals whose rights have been violated, but contrary to the suggestion of Justice White's dissent, it is not true that our jurisprudence ordinarily supplies a remedy in civil damages for every legal wrong. The dissent's objections on this ground would weigh equally against absolute immunity for any official, yet the dissent makes no attack on the absolute immunity recognized for judges and prosecutors. This is, are we reading? Can I assume this is still, they're referencing the dissenting opinion, so this must be the majority opinion. I'm assuming that's, if they're referencing it, right? Law, which there is not damages, remedy for every legal wrong. These cases establish the victims of statutory crimes ordinarily may not sue in federal courts in the absence of express congressional intent. Okay, nothing much here. You will notice in the majority's opinion that they make no mention of this public interest in pursuing violations of criminal law. Dissent makes that point later. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's yeah, because I see that public interest is comes up quite a bit. And now, even though criminal prosecutions are of a greater thing, arguably a greater category of things than civil prosecutions, the public interest is much greater as well, right? There is a large public interest in enforcing criminal laws and criminal prosecutions and the conviction of criminals, as opposed to, you know, whatever civil bullshit, right? But. Let's see, what else? Any other? In his dissenting opinion, Justice White's judicial civil damage suit, he quotes the language. First, it is important to remember that the context of that language is a criminal prosecution. Second, the judicial process referred to was as sitting at a subpoena to the president to produce relevant evidence in a criminal prosecution. No issue of damages immunity was involved either in Burr or the United States v. Nixon. In short, the quoted language has no bearing whatever on a civil action for damages. It is one thing to say the president must produce evidence relevant to a criminal case, as in Burr in United States v. Nixon, and quite another to say a president can be held for civil damages for dismissing a federal employee. If the dismissal is wrongful, the employee can be reinstated with back pay, as was done here. The immunity of a president from civil suits is not simply a doctrine derived from this court's interpretation of common law of public policy. Absolute immunity for a president for acts within the official duties of the chief executive is either to be found in the constitutional separation of powers or it does not exist. The court today holds that the Constitution mandates such immunity, and I agree. The essential purpose of the separation of powers is to allow for independent functioning of each co-equal branch. I think still speaking in terms of civil damages liability here, but court intimates that its decision is grounded in the Constitution. If that is such case, Congress cannot provide a remedy against presidential misconduct. The criminal laws are wholly inapplicable. Okay. This is still, I just want to make sure I'm still reading the majority opinion. Fuck. Is there an easy way to tell whose opinion I'm reading without having to scroll all the way to the...
Not really, no.
How fucking annoying.
Yeah, there you see where it says white. You're reading the dissent.
Okay.
Yeah, see, it says it when it says the big bold letters.
Justice White, with whom Justice Brennan, Justice Marshall, and Justice Blackmun join, dissenting. So this is the dissenting opinion now. The court intimates that its decision is grounded in the Constitution. If that is the case, Congress cannot provide a remedy against presidential misconduct, and the criminal laws of the United States are wholly inapplicable to the president. I find this approach completely unacceptable. I do not agree that if the office of the president is to operate effectively, the holder of that office must be permitted, without fear of liability and regardless of the function he is performing, deliberately to inflict injury on others by conduct that he knows violates the law. The court intimates that its decision is grounded in the Constitution. If that is the case, Congress cannot provide a remedy against presidential misconduct, and the criminal laws of the United States are so in the dissent here, it sounds like they're worried about this decision because they're saying, well, if this is the decision, then you're basically saying that the president, they're basically saying that this decision that happened today would happen, is the worry that's being expressed by the dissent here. This was a 5-4 decision? There weren't like 20.
Fitzgerald? Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I got to run for the moment,
Yeah,
but I
you're
hope
good.
you have a good stream, my friend.
All right, have fun.
Bye-bye.
We have not taken such a scattergun approach in other cases, but held that absolute immunity did not attach to the office held by a member of the president's cabinet, but only to those specific functions performed by that officer, for which absolute immunity is clearly essential. Members of Congress are absolutely immune under the speech and debate clause of the Constitution, but the immunity extends only to their legislative acts. We've never held that in order for the legislative work to be done, it is necessary to immunize all of the tasks that legislators must perform. Constitutional immunity does not extend to those many things that senators and representatives regularly and necessarily do that are not legislative acts. Members of Congress, for example, repeatedly importune the executive branch and administrative agencies outside hearing rooms and legislative halls, but they are not immune if, in connection with such activity, they deliberately violate the law. United States v. Brewster, for example, makes this clear. Neither is a member of Congress or his aide immune from damages suits if it is to secure information deemed irrelevant to a legislative action. Judges are absolutely immune from liability for damages, but only when performing a judicial function, and even then they are subject to criminal liability. The absolute immunity of prosecutors is likewise limited to the prosecutorial function. A prosecutor who directs that an investigation be carried out in a way that is patently illegal is not immune. Wait, before today, can somebody tell me, before this decision today, has any part of the government ever been held in their core functions to be absolutely immune from criminal liability? Has that ever been the case before today? Accountability of each individual for individual conduct lies at the core of all law, indeed, of all organized society. The trend to eliminate or modify sovereign immunity is not an unrelated development. We have moved away from the king can do no wrong. This principle... As Justice Brennan observed in blah, 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 this is it's still part of a dissenting opinion. Accountability... the closest thing I'm aware of is the speech and debate clause for Congress. Is that an exception from all criminal prosecution or just civil? The speech and debate clause. It prevents the arrest. Wait. Article 1, Section 6, Clause 1. The senators and representatives shall receive a compensation for their services to be ascertained by law and paid out of the Treasury of the United States. They shall, in all cases except treason, felony, and breach of the peace, be privileged from arrest during their attendance at the session of their respected houses, and in going to and returning from the same, and for any speech or debate in either house, they shall not be questioned in any other place. Is that... This is the implication here for the criminal immunity, basically? That kind of makes sense, sure. Okay. So this is when the congressmen are in their respective houses, or I'm sorry, for any speech and debate in the House or the Senate, you can't be arrested, or none of that can ever be criminalized. Okay. Yeah, I feel like that makes sense. That's also all like publicly reviewable too, right? Well, if you have a closed door congressional hearing, would it apply to? Well, but I mean, like even that is like there's other congressmen. Okay. Okay. I find it weird. One of the things that's like really unfortunate, especially for people that are textualists, is that at times our framers for our Constitution were incredibly prescient. They're incredibly intelligent. And then at other times, when they're writing the Constitution in ways that 200 some years later has become incredibly inconvenient for us, it just seems like they totally fucking forgot like how to write any kind of, intelligible English. So like it seems like when you look at it here, it's like, oh, well, it seems like the framers understand immunity in some regards, and they explicitly spell it out. Oh, cool, okay, so they do understand it. But then for the president, I guess they forgot, or they were retarded, or they whatever. But thank God we have a Supreme Court to read that in for us. Where the framers forgot to write about it. Thank God. Accountability of each individual for individual conduct lies at the core of all law, indeed, of all organized societies. The trend to eliminate or modify sovereign immunity is not an unrelated development. We have moved away from the king can do no wrong. This principle of individual accountability is fundamental if the structure of an organized society is not to be eroded to anarchy and impotence, and it remains essential in civil as well as criminal justice. Unfortunately, the court now abandons basic principles that have been powerful guides to decisions. It is particularly unfortunate since the judgment in this case has few, if any, indicia of a judicial decision. It is almost wholly a policy choice, a choice that is without substantial support, and that in all events is ambiguous in its reach and import. Again, remember, this is the dissenting opinion, so these are the people that disagreed. The debate at the convention on whether or not the president should be impeachable did touch on the potential dangers of subjecting the president to the control of another branch, the legislature. Governor Morris, for example, complained of the potential for dependency and argued that the president can do no criminal act without coadjutors who may be punished. In case he should be reelected, that will be sufficient proof of his innocence. Colonel Mason responded to this by asking, if any man shall be above justice, and argued that this was least appropriate for the man who can commit the most extensive injustice. Madison agreed that it is indispensable that some provision should be made for defending the community against the incapacity, negligence, or perfidy of the chief magistrate. Pinckney responded on the other side, believing that, if granted the power, the legislature would hold impeachment as a rod over the executive and by that means effectively destroy his independence. Petitioner concludes that from this, the delegates meant impeachment to be the exclusive means of holding the president personally responsible for his misdeeds outside of electoral politics. Wow, Nimrod, thank you for the gifted subs. 50 gifted subs. Conclusion, however, is hardly supported by the debate. Although some of the delegates expressed concern over limiting presidential independence, the delegates voted 8-2 in favor of impeachment without whatever the fear of subjecting the president to the power of another branch. It was not sufficient. More of a convention debate did not focus on wrongs the president might commit against individuals, but rather should be a method of holding it accountable for what might be termed wrongs against the state. Thus, examples of the abuses that concerned delegates were betrayal, oppression, and bribery. The delegates feared that the alternative to an impeachment mechanism would be tumults and insurrections by the people in response to such abuses. Okay. I'm so sorry. The Federalist Papers, number 77. Wow, Bean Pod. Thank you for the gifted membership. 2 gifted memberships. Page 520. How can I tell what page 520 is? Ugh. The requisites to safety. We have now completed a survey of the structure and powers of the executive department, which I have endeavored to show combines, as far as Republican principles will admit, all the requisites to energy. The remaining inquiry is, does it combine the requisites to safety in a Republican sense, a due dependence on the people, a due responsibility? The answer to this question has been anticipated in the investigation of its other characteristics and is satisfactorily deducible from these circumstances. From the election of the president once in 4 years by persons immediately chosen by the people for that purpose, and from his being at all times liable to impeachment, trial, dismission from office, incapacity to serve in any other, and to forfeiture of life and estate by subsequent prosecution in the common course of law. But these precautions, great as they are not the only ones which the plan of the convention has provided in favor of the public security. In the only instances in which the abuse of the executive authority was materially to be feared, the Chief Magistrate of the United States would, by that plan, be subjected to the control of a branch of the legislative body. What more could be desired by an enlightened and reasonable people? I would say, unless I'm missing something, so it seems like a fair reading of the Federalist Paper number 77 doesn't imply in any way, size, shape, or form that the president would be immune from any sort of criminal liability. But I know that these Federalist Papers get cited a lot. Much of the same can be said in response to petitioners' reliance on the Federalist number 77. In that essay, Hamilton asked whether the presidency combines the requisites to save the Republican sense, to due dependence of the people, due responsibility. He answered that the constitutional plan met this test because its strict principles. Oh, yeah, okay. So petitioner concludes from this that these were intended to be the exclusive means of restraining presidential abuses. This by no means follows. Hamilton was concerned in the Federalist number 77, as were the delegates at the convention, with the larger political abuses, wrongs against the state that a president might commit. He did not consider what legal means might be available for redress of individualized grievances. That omission should not be taken to imply exclusion in these circumstances, well illustrated by comparing. Okay, no. Taken at face value, the court's position that, as a matter of constitutional law, the president is absolutely immune should mean that he is immune not only from damages actions, civil suits, but also from suits for injunctive relief, criminal prosecutions, and indeed from any kind of judicial process. But there is no contention that the president is immune from criminal prosecutions in the courts under the criminal laws enacted by Congress or by the states, for that matter, nor would such a claim be credible. The Constitution itself provides that impeachment shall not bar indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law, Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7. Similarly, our cases indicate that immunity from damages actions carries no protection from criminal prosecution. Neither can there be a serious claim that the separation of powers doctrine insulates presidential action from judicial review or insulates the president from judicial process. No, again, let me reiterate, this is technically the dissenting opinion, but they're writing here, when they're dissenting with the decision given by the court, not necessarily saying that the majority opinion is disagreeing with all of these things written, but neither can there be such a serious claim. Okay. What was that clause again? People cited this. Article 1, Section 3 of the Constitution. Article 1, Section 3. Hello? Can I just get the actual... Oh, Article 1, Section 3. Clause 7. 1, 2... Holy AIDS. Please just give me the text. Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. This means that if you're going to impeach a president of the United States, the most you can get from an impeachment, if it's heard in if it's tried in the Senate and you're convicted, the most that can happen is you're just removed from office. That's it. However, even if you're impeached, that doesn't mean you're not criminally liable for these things as well. God, this is such a wild reading. Okay, whatever. Okay, I was just curious. This case gets referenced a ton. Nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. For instance, when Fitzgerald contended that his dismissal violated various congressional statutes and thus rendered his discharge outside the outer perimeter of Nixon's duties, we rejected that contention. Otherwise, presidents would be subject to trial on every allegation that an action was unlawful, depriving immunity of its intended effect. With these principles in mind, we turn to the conduct alleged in the indictment. I really don't like... this is what I don't... Okay, I'm not a constitutional lawyer. I don't like that... and if somebody has read this and actually can give me a substantive response, it feels like all of the court's rationale here, all of the justification given, are relying upon statements by this court, the Supreme Court, in prior cases, exclusively concerning civil suits. Like, their criminal jurisprudence is drawn, or the jurisprudence for how to treat the president in criminal matters is exclusively drawn from arguments relating to civil damages. I feel like these are meaningfully different things that would demand a different set of justifications. I don't like that. Civil suits, would you call it a civil crime? Civil damages, I think, are meaningfully and categorically different than criminal things. They're different. They're absolutely different. These are crimes that we have decided can deprive you of rights, liberties. These are things that are crimes against people, against the state. There's a public interest in not having these crimes committed. And the idea that all of our hand-waving for presidential criminal liability is built upon arguments that were made to waive civil liability. I don't like that. Society has a much larger interest in, I mean, definitionally, that's why criminal cases are prosecuted by the government and not relied upon for a civil litigant to bring something forth in civil court. Yeah, I don't know. And it's especially annoying because this one case that they keep citing to, the Nixon one, the Fitzgerald one, it feels like, and very quickly, briefly scanning through some of the primary and the dissent. Okay, so I haven't fully read this case, but it feels like a lot of them saying like, listen, guys, listen, the civil immunities that you guys are talking about here, if you're going to argue this, couldn't you, like, wouldn't it be crazy if you guys are saying you could have criminal immunity too? Like, we obviously know that's fucking retarded, right? So why are we granting the civil immunity in these? But now this court is like, well, actually, if you look at that case, true, actually, big true. There is full criminal immunity for certain things. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that rationale. But maybe they will at some point cite to anything that talks about criminal immunity anywhere for officials, for state officials. Maybe we'll get that somewhere. Sorry, okay. How's the battery life on the new iPad? Really good. I've never ran out of battery ever. At Destiny, look at the link I am posting below and you will get the answer. It's the live transcript of Congress and how they felt when making these laws. What about it? What are you talking about? What are you linking me? The powers of the president and duties of subordinate military officers to obey his orders and the effect upon the militiamen all arose as questions in the case, and the court, in the opinion, say, if we look at the language in the Act of 1795, every conclusion drawn from the nature of the power itself is strongly fortified. The words are, whenever the United States shall be invaded or be in imminent danger of invasion, it is lawful for the president to call forth such members of the militia as he may judge necessary to repel such invasion. This is a quotation from the law. Here is the reasoning of the court. The power itself is confided to the executive of the Union, to him who is by the Constitution the commander-in-chief of the militia when called into the actual service of the United States, whose duty it is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and whose responsibility for an honest discharge of his official obligations is secured by the highest sanctions. He is necessarily constituted the judge of the existence of the exigency in the first instance, and is bound to act according to his beliefs of the facts. If he does so act and decides to call forth the militia, his orders for the purpose are in strict conformity with the provisions of the law, and it would seem to follow as a necessary consequence that every act done by a subordinate officer in obedience to such orders is equally justifiable. The law contemplates that under such circumstances, orders shall be given to carry the power into effect, and it cannot therefore be a correct inference that any other person has a just right to disobey them. The law does not provide for any appeal from the judgment of the president or for any right in subordinate officers to review his decision and in effect defeat it. Whenever a statute gives a discretionary power to any person to be exercised by him upon his own opinions of certain facts, it is a sound rule of construction that the statute constitutes him the sole and exclusive judge of the existence of those facts. What does this have to do with, what is this even in relation to? Or what are they considering here? In precise accordance to the judgment of the Supreme Court, in that case was its ruling in the case of Luther v. Borden, which arose out of the Dorr Rebellion in Rhode Island. I will read one or two short passages from that opinion. Speaking of the Act of 1795, the court said, by this act, the power of deciding whether the exigency had arisen upon which the government of the United States is bound to interfere is given to the president. He is to act upon the application of the legislature or the executive, that is, and when there is domestic violence in a state, or as was the case in Rhode Island, as consequently he must determine what body of men constitute the legislature and who is the governor before he can act. I don't know how this. That's just showing how they feel about the president's power to doing act. I don't understand what this has to do with anything relating to criminal immunity or any immunity whatsoever. While Nixon v. Fitzgerald dealt specifically with civil immunity, the court in the Trump case argued that the underlying rationale for protecting presidential actions from legal repercussions applies broadly to both civil and criminal context, though with important distinctions. Yeah, but they didn't make. That argument is wholly unconvincing. I don't agree. They just said like, oh yeah, like all the same rationale applies here. That it might make a president, it might make a president unduly cautious if we apply criminal stuff here, in the same way that it would make them unduly cautious for civil stuff. However, there are two important things that make civil and criminal considerations distinct. One is that the threshold for criminal stuff is higher than the threshold for civil stuff. So we've got one thing there, okay, that makes it meaningfully different. And two, the state interest in reducing criminal activity is also meaningfully different as opposed to the interest in enforcing like civil litigants being able to sue each other. Those two things, I believe, are meaningfully different that make any analysis of whether we should preclude civil action in some case like meaningfully, fundamentally, categorically different than the considerations for criminal prosecution. I think they're different. Yeah. CNN notes that polled Republicans think Trump should have criminal immunity, but generic president should not.
They would.
Nice. 3-minute video though. Okay. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? My battery is not charging. Shouldn't the ruling apply to all politicians and not just the president? Well, no, they're saying the president is an extra super duper special boy who gets extra super duper special permissions. Okay. Bare allegations of malice should not suffice to say. I always fuck this word up. Fuck.
Suffice.
Suffice, okay. Bare allegations of malice should not suffice to subject government officials either to the costs of trial or to the burdens of broad-reaching discovery. Yeah, but for a criminal case, a bare allegation of malice shouldn't make it so that you have a criminal indictment and then thus discovery, right? You need more than that. The criminal threshold is higher. But nor may courts deem an action unofficial merely because it allegedly violates a generally applicable law. For instance, when Fitzgerald contended that his dismissal violated various congressional statutes and thus rendered his discharge outside the outer perimeter of Nixon's duties, we rejected that contention. Otherwise, presidents would be subject to trial on every allegation that an action was unlawful, depriving immunity of its intended effect. With these principles in mind, we turn to the conduct alleged in the indictment. The indictment broadly alleges that Trump and his co-conspirators sought to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 presidential election. It charges that they conspired to obstruct the January 6th congressional proceedings at which electoral votes are counted and certified, and the winner of the election is certified as president-elect. As part of this conspiracy, Trump and his co-conspirators allegedly attempted to leverage the Justice Department's power and authority to convince certain states to replace their legitimate electors with Trump's fraudulent slates of electors. According to the indictment, Trump met with the acting attorney general and other senior Justice Department and White House officials to discuss investigating purported election fraud and sending a letter from the department to those states regarding such fraud. The indictment further alleges that after the acting attorney general resisted Trump's request, Trump repeatedly threatened to replace him. The government does not dispute that the indictment's allegations regarding the Justice Department involve Trump's use of official power. The allegations, in fact, plainly implicate Trump's conclusive and preclusive authority. Investigation and prosecution of crimes is a quintessentially executive function. And the executive branch has... they do cite dissenting opinions sometimes. There's a Scalia dissenting opinion cited here. Hold on, I don't know. Wait, are you a legal person or I don't understand what you're saying here? Nixon v. Fitzgerald dealt with civil immunity. Extending this logic to criminal acts ensures consistency in legal interpretation. Why would I want consistency between between criminal and civil, like causes of action? I think they're two fundamentally separate things. For instance, should we say that the burden of proof should be a preponderance of evidence for both to ensure consistency? Should you just need 51%? Like, most likely they did a thing for a criminal action. Wouldn't that ensure consistency? Should we say that a criminal action should only be the state can't have an interest in it unless another citizen is the plaintiff for a criminal action to ensure consistency? It doesn't make any sense. We don't need consistency. They're two categorically different things. It's okay to have differences between two categorically different things. That's why they're categorically different. And the executive branch has exclusive authority and absolute discretion to decide which crimes to investigate and prosecute, including with respect to allegations of election crime. Ugh. I really don't like this. Under Article 2, the executive branch possesses authority to decide how to prioritize and how aggressively to pursue legal actions against defendants who violate the law. The president may discuss potential investigations and prosecutions with his attorney general and other Justice Department officials to carry out his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. And the attorney general, as head of the Justice Department, acts as the president's chief law enforcement officer who provides vital assistance to him in the performance of his constitutional duty to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. Investigative and prosecutorial decision-making is the special province of the executive branch, and the Constitution vests the entirety of the executive power in the president. For that reason, Trump's threatened removal of the acting attorney general likewise implicates conclusive and preclusive presidential authority. As we have explained, the president's power to remove executive officers of the United States, whom he has appointed, may not be regulated by Congress or reviewed by the courts. The president's management of the executive branch requires him to have unrestricted power to remove the most important of his subordinates, such as the attorney general, and their most important duties. The indictment's allegations that the requested investigations were shams or proposed for an improper purpose do not divest the president of exclusive authority over the investigative and prosecutorial functions of the Justice Department and its officials. And the president cannot be prosecuted for conduct within his exclusive constitutional authority. Trump is therefore absolutely immune from prosecution for the alleged conduct involving his discussions with Justice Department officials. Yeah, all of this logically follows. It's an unbelievable set of arguments. So basically, if Donald Trump goes to the attorney general, and Donald Trump can basically make any request he wants. I need you to go and I need you to prosecute these states that I think are trying to upset the election because they have too many immigrants in them. I need you to go and prosecute people. I need you to have cases in all these states. That decision would never, ever, ever be criminally reviewable, ever. You could never criminally review any of these things. There would be no... LOL, basically Destiny disagrees because it doesn't hurt Trump. Bye, permaban. See you later, dipshit. Ann Fernie, you are the first person ever. Okay, never mind. I was about to go off. See ya. At Destiny, how is that possible? It's possible because what the court is arguing here, the court is saying that acts that are exclusively in the purview of the president, meaning there's no overlap with Congress whatsoever, those acts that are exclusively within the purview of the president and are part of his core functions can never come under judicial review, ever. Meaning they're immune from criminal liability. The indictment next alleges that Trump and his co-conspirators attempted to enlist the vice president to use his ceremonial role at the January 6th certification proceedings to fraudulently alter the election results. In particular, the indictment alleges several conversations in which Trump pressured the vice president to reject states' legitimate electoral votes or send them back to the state legislatures for review. So I wonder if they're going to say for this one, there's implied immunity because the electoral vote process count has had legislation from Congress, so Congress has some ability to regulate it, so now there's just an implied immunity? Maybe? I don't know. We'll see what they say. The government explained at oral argument that although it has not yet had to come to grips with how it would analyze Trump's interactions with the vice president, there is support to characterize that conduct as official. Indeed, our constitutional system anticipates that the president and vice president will remain in close contact regarding their official duties over the course of the president's term in office. These two officials are the only ones elected by the entire nation. The Constitution provides that the vice president shall become president in the case of the removal of the president from office or of his death or resignation. It also empowers the vice president, together with a majority of the principal officers of the executive department, to declare the president unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. And Article 1, of course, names the vice president as president of the Senate and gives him a tie-breaking vote. It is thus important for the president to discuss official matters with the vice president, to ensure continuity within the executive branch, and to advance the president's agenda in Congress and beyond. That sounds so broad. How do you get from that to how do you get from the president and the vice president have to talk to ensure continuity to the president can order the vice president to flip the election results? Okay. Interesting, but whatever. The vice president may, in practice, also serve as one of the president's closest advisors. The Office of Legal Counsel has explained that within the executive branch, the vice president's sole function is advising and assisting the president. Whether the office of the vice president is an agency for purposes of the Freedom of Information Act, I don't know what that sentence means. Whether the office of the vice president is an agency for purposes of the Freedom of Information Act. Indeed, the 12th Amendment, the 12th? Is it really 12th? Jesus. Amendment was brought about to avoid the manifestly intolerable situation that occurred during the John Adams administration when we had a president and vice president of different parties. The president and vice president together are the senior officials of the executive branch of government and therefore must formulate, explain, advocate, and defend policies of the president's administration. Payment of expenses associated with travel by the president and vice president. Payment of expenses associated with travel by the president. Oh, they're just citing things, I think. That's what that is. Okay. As the president's second in command, the vice president has historically performed important functions at the will and as the representative of the president. Participation of the vice president in the affairs of the executive branch. President Woodrow Wilson's vice president, for instance, presided over a few cabinet meetings while Wilson was in France negotiating the Treaty of Versailles after World War I. During President Franklin Roosevelt's administration, the vice president became a regular participant in cabinet deliberations, a practice that was continued by each succeeding president. And when President Dwight Eisenhower suffered 3 major illnesses while in office, Vice President Richard Nixon consulted with the cabinet and developed a procedure for relaying important matters to the president. At the president's discretion, the vice president may engage in activities ranging into the highest levels of diplomacy and negotiation and may do so anywhere in the world. Domestically, he may act as the president's delegate to perform any duties coextensive with the scope of the president's power of delegation. Whenever the president and vice president discuss their official responsibilities, they engage in official conduct. Presiding over the January 6th certification proceedings at which members of Congress count the electoral votes is a constitutional and statutory duty of the vice president. The indictment's allegations that Trump attempted to pressure the vice president to take particular acts in connection with his role at the certification proceeding thus involve official conduct, and Trump is at least presumptively immune from prosecution for such conduct. Okay, so now why don't they make him absolutely immune? The question then becomes whether the presumption of immunity is rebutted under the circumstances. When the vice president presides over the January 6th certification proceedings, he does so in his capacity as president of the Senate. Despite the vice president's expansive role of advising and assisting the president within the executive branch, the vice president's Article 1 responsibility presiding over the Senate is not an executive branch function. Here we go. So him presiding over the Senate, they're going to argue, is actually it's a legislative branch of government. So there is a mingling co-ownership of these particular responsibilities, so he doesn't have absolute immunity. Why would he even get this? Doesn't even make. I don't even think this is a good test. Like, what was the argument for why the president should get absolute immunity for core functions, but only presumptive immunity for overlapping functions? Why? I don't even remember the argument given for that. Okay. With respect to the certification proceeding in particular, Congress has legislated extensively to define the vice president's role. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, cool. Look, so the congressional legislation. Congress has legislated extensively to define the vice president's role in the counting of the electoral votes, and the president plays no direct constitutional or statutory role in that process. So the government may argue that considerations of the president's communications with the vice president concerning the certification proceeding does not pose dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. At the same time, however, the president may frequently rely on the vice president in his capacity as president of the Senate to advance the president's agenda in Congress. When the Senate is closely divided, for instance, the vice president's tie-breaking vote may be crucial for confirming the president's nominees and passing laws that align with the president's policies. Applying a criminal prohibition to the president's conversations discussing such matters with the vice president, even though they concern his role as president of the Senate, may well hinder the president's ability to perform his constitutional functions. It is ultimately the government's burden to rebut the presumption of immunity. We therefore remand to the district court to assess in the first instance, with appropriate input from the parties, whether a prosecution involving Trump's alleged attempts to influence the vice president's oversight of the certification proceedings in his capacity as president of the Senate would pose any dangers of intrusion on the authority and functions of the executive branch. So for this one, for the first thing, any threats or anything that Trump said to his attorney general is not reviewable by the courts. Nothing about that could ever be made illegal, basically ever. For him giving orders to Pence, it might be reviewable, but we're going to presume immunity unless the government can argue that the president was not acting as part of his core functions here. They have to argue against the immunity before they can have the legal argument over if he broke a law or not. The indictment's remaining allegations cover a broad range of conduct. Unlike the allegations describing Trump's communications with the Justice Department and the Vice President, these remaining allegations involve Trump's interactions with persons outside the executive branch, state officials, private parties, and the general public. Many of the remaining allegations, for instance, cover at great lengths events arising out of communications that Trump and his co-conspirators initiated with state legislators and election officials in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin regarding those state certifications of electors. Specifically, the indictment alleges that Trump and his co-conspirators attempted to convince those officials that election fraud had tainted the popular vote count in their states, and thus electoral votes for Trump's opponent needed to be changed to electoral votes for Trump. After Trump failed to convince those officials to alter their state processes, he and his co-conspirators allegedly developed a plan to marshal individuals who would have served as Trump's electors had he won the popular vote in Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and cause those individuals to make and send to the Vice President and Congress false certificates that they were legitimate electors. The plan worked. The submission of those fraudulent slates would position the Vice President to open and count the fraudulent votes at the certification proceeding and set up a fake controversy that would derail the proper certification of Biden as president-elect. According to the indictment, Trump used his campaign staff to effectuate the plan. On the same day that the legitimate electors met in their respective jurisdictions to cast their votes, the indictment alleges that Trump's fraudulent electors convened sham proceedings in the 7 targeted states to cast fraudulent electoral ballots in his favor. Those ballots were mailed to the President of the United States, the Archivists of the United States, and others. Fuck is this? Oh shit. Biden's gonna order the hit. Oh no. At oral argument, Trump appeared to concede that at least some of these acts, those involving private actors, who helped implement a plan to submit fraudulent slates of presidential electors to obstruct the certification proceedings at the direction of Trump and a co-conspirator, entailed private conduct. He later asserted, however, that asking the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee to gather electors qualifies as official conduct because the organization of alternate slates of electors is based on, for example, the historical example of President Grant as something that was done pursuant to and ancillary and preparatory to the exercise of a core presidential power. There's no way that they grant this argument. He's going to still say it's presumptively immune. He also, I wonder if they say anything here isn't presumptively immune. I guess we'll find out. He also argued that it is absolutely an official act for the president to communicate with state officials on the integrity of a federal election. The government disagreed, contending that this alleged conduct does not qualify as official conduct, but as campaign conduct. On Trump's view, the alleged conduct qualifies as official because it was undertaken to ensure the integrity and proper administration of the federal election. Of course, the president's duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed plainly encompasses enforcement of federal election laws passed by Congress. And the president's broad power to speak on matters of public concern does not exclude his public communications regarding the fairness and integrity of federal elections simply because he is running for re-election. Similarly, the president may speak on and discuss such matters with state officials, even when no specific federal responsibility requires his communication, to encourage them to act in a manner that promotes the president's view of the public good. As the government sees it, however, these allegations encompass nothing more than Trump's private scheme with private actors. In its view, Trump can point to no plausible source of authority enabling the president to not only organize alternate slates of electors, but also cause those electors, unapproved by any state official, to transmit votes to the president of the Senate for counting at the certification proceeding, thus interfering with the votes of states' properly appointed electors. Indeed, the Constitution commits to the states the power to appoint presidential electors in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct. Article 2, Section 1's appointments power, we have said, gives the states far-reaching authority over presidential elections, absent some other constitutional constraint. By contrast, the federal government's role in appointing electors is limited. Congress may prescribe when the state-appointed electors shall meet, and it counts and certifies their votes. The president, meanwhile, plays no direct role in the process, nor does he have authority to control the state officials who do. And the framers, wary of cabal, intrigue, and corruption, specifically excluded from service as electors all those who, from situation, might be suspected of too great devotion to the president in office. Jesus. They're still going to give him presumptive immunity. I can feel it, but we'll see. Maybe not. Determining whose characterization may be correct and with respect to which conduct requires a close analysis of the indictment's extensive and interrelated allegations. Unlike Trump's alleged interactions with the Justice Department, this alleged conduct cannot be neatly categorized as falling within a particular presidential function. The necessary analysis is instead fact-specific, requiring assessment of numerous alleged interactions with a wide variety of state officials and private persons, and the parties' brief comments at oral arguments indicate that they starkly disagree on the characterization of these allegations. The concerns we noted at the outset, the expedition of this case, the lack of factual analysis by the lower courts, and the absence of pertinent briefing by the parties thus become more prominent. We accordingly remand to the district court to determine in the first instance, with the benefit of briefing we lack, whether Trump's conduct in this area qualifies as official or unofficial. Oh, so they don't even begin to. Okay. So they want the lower court to try to make a determination first on whether or not this conduct is official or unofficial before they begin to consider any of it. Finally, the indictment contains various allegations regarding Trump's conduct in connection with the events of January 6th itself. It alleges that leading up to the January 6th certification proceeding, Trump issued a series of tweets to his nearly 89 million followers, encouraging his supporters to travel to Washington, D.C. on that day. Trump and his co-conspirators addressed the gathered public that morning, asserting that certain states wanted to recertify their electoral votes and that the vice president had the power to send those states' ballots back for recertification. Trump then allegedly directed the crowd in front of him to go to the Capitol to pressure the vice president to do so at the certification proceeding. When it became public that the vice president would not use his role at the certification proceedings to determine which electoral votes should be counted, the crowd gathered at the Capitol, broke through barriers, cordoning off the Capitol grounds, and eventually broke into the building. The alleged conduct largely consists of Trump's communications in the form of tweets and a public address. The president possesses extraordinary power to speak to his fellow citizens and on their behalf. As the sole person charged by the Constitution with executing the laws of the United States, the president oversees and thus will frequently speak publicly about a vast array of activities that touch on nearly every aspect of American life. Indeed, a long recognized aspect of presidential power is using the office's bully pulpit to persuade Americans, including by speaking forcefully or critically in ways that the president believes would advance the public interest. He is even expected to comment on those matters of public concern that may not directly implicate the activities of the federal government, for instance, to comfort the nation in the wake of an emergency or tragedy. For these reasons, most of the president's public communications are likely to fall comfortably within the outer perimeter of his official responsibilities. There may, however, be contexts in which the president, notwithstanding the prominence of his position, speaks in an unofficial capacity, perhaps as a candidate for office or party leader. To the extent that may be the case, objective analysis of content, form, and context will necessarily inform the inquiry. But there is not always a clear line between the president's personal and official affairs. The analysis, therefore, must be fact-specific and may prove to be challenging. The indictment reflects these challenges. It includes only select tweets and brief snippets of the speech Trump delivered on the morning of January 6th, omitting its full text or context. Whether the tweets, that speech, and Trump's other communications on January 6th involve official conduct may depend on the content and context of each. Knowing, for instance, what else was said contemporaneous to the excerpted communications, or who was involved in transmitting the electronic communications and in organizing the rally, could be relevant to the classification of each communication. This necessarily fact-bound analysis is best performed initially by the district court. We therefore remanded the district court to determine, in the first instance, whether this alleged conduct is official or unofficial. Are they not going to give any guidance on how to make that determination at all? Jesus. We should have these. Rulings on 5 major allegations brought up in the opinion. So basically, we're saying, well, let's make some, okay. So the president has 3 broad types of actions. We have 3 broad types of immunity claims, we'll say. So we have core powers that only the executive/president can perform. Actions taken here are granted absolute immunity. And then we have overlapping powers where the president or some other branch could perform them. Actions taken here are given presumptive immunity, meaning the burden is on the government to prove that immunity should not be granted for these particular, in this particular case. And then we have non-executive actions. Actions taken here are granted no immunity, no criminal immunity. So for the 5 major allegations, conversation between Trump and his attorney general, the Supreme Court said this would be granted absolute immunity. What were the other, and then we've gone through 3 other ones. Pressuring Pence to flip the electoral vote. This was granted presumptive immunity. Conversations with state officials to flip their electoral votes. This was remanded to the lower courts to argue about what kind of actions these were. And then the speech an action, so speech made on January 6th to rally supporters to march on the Capitol. This is remanded to the lower courts to argue about what kind of actions these were. Okay. And then let's see the final few. Did I hit all of them? There were 4 big things, right? One, two, three, 4. Yes. Okay. Okay, let me read a little bit more, then I'm going to take a quick break because my voice is dying. The essence of immunity is its possessor's entitlement not to have to answer for his conduct in court. Presidents, therefore, cannot be indicted based on conduct for which they are immune from prosecution. As we have explained, the indictment here alleges at least some conduct. Okay. On remand, the district court must carefully analyze the indictment's remaining allegations. Wait. As we've explained, the indictment here alleges at least some conduct. At least some conduct that would be completely immune from prosecution. Oh, that's the previous sentence. Okay. Which was number 1 that we'd written down, yeah. On remand, the district court must carefully analyze the indictment's remaining allegations to determine whether they, too, involve conduct for which the president must be immune from prosecution. And the parties in the district court must ensure that sufficient allegations support the indictment's charges without such conduct. The government does not dispute that if Trump is entitled to immunity for certain official acts, he may not be held criminally liable based on those acts. Wait, hold on. The government does not dispute that if Trump is entitled to immunity for certain official acts, he may not be... Oh, of course. That's the definition of immunity. But it nevertheless contends that a jury could consider evidence concerning the president's official acts for limited and specified purposes, and that such evidence would be admissible to prove, for example, Trump's knowledge or notice of the falsity of his election fraud claims. That proposal threatens to eviscerate the immunity we have recognized. I saw you on Piers, and you handled yourself really well, and not like a child like the others. I'm not voting for Biden, but I understand, agree with you, and he's the best. Okay, thanks, buddy. But, okay, it would permit a prosecutor to do indirectly what he cannot do directly. Oh, it would permit a prosecutor to do indirectly what he cannot do directly, invite the jury to examine acts for which a president is immune from prosecution to nonetheless prove his liability on any charge. But the Constitution deals with substance, not shadows, and the government's position is untenable in light of the separation of powers principles we have outlined. It just feels wholly ridiculous to me, but I don't know. Okay. If official conduct for which the president is immune may be scrutinized to help secure his conviction, even on charges that purport to be based only on his unofficial conduct, the intended effect of immunity would be defeated. I feel like we should have examples here. I wish he would give examples. I could think of some, but I wish they would give some. Use of evidence about such conduct, even when an indictment alleges only unofficial conduct, would thereby heighten the prospect that the president's official decision-making will be distorted. What he's essentially arguing here is he's saying, okay, well, listen, if you're going to give immunity for these actions and everything that he does on those actions, you can't, subpoena those actions and then use them to indict him on something else. So, for instance, what they're saying is okay, sure, let's say the president accepted a bribe here, but the only proof that you have of that bribe is him telling his attorney general, hey, listen, let's say this, okay? The president says, hey, Will, I want to promote that FBI agent if you give me $1 billion, okay? Give me $1 billion, and I'm going to promote this FBI agent or whatever. I'll send a letter and I'll do that shit, blah, blah, blah. And then Bill's like, okay, yeah, fucking based, hell yeah. Let's say then that FBI agent gets a promotion, and every single person in the office is like, wait a second, wait, what the fuck? You just promoted this guy for no reason. Why? And then somebody's like, holy shit, I just heard, Donald and William chatting outside. He said that he was going to promote this FBI guy because Will is fucking paying him off, right? Now, if you want to take that to court, you go to court, you go to a judge and you say, listen, we believe that a big bribe has happened, okay, that somebody's been promoted. Now, listen, we're not questioning Donald Trump's ability to say whatever he wants to William Barr when they're talking about this. That's fine. He can do that. He can say whatever the fuck he wants. But the promotion of this FBI guy, we know this is illegal. We know this is a bribe, okay? So we just want to subpoena, or we just want to, like, enter into evidence that conversation, okay, just to prove that this other crime is done. We're not criminalizing anything he said there or anything there. We're just to prove this other thing. Then what the Supreme Court is saying is like, no, because if you do that, you're getting around the immunity by still finding a way to scrutinize that, to convict somebody else or whatever of another crime, right? Maybe the person being convicted of the crime isn't even the president, but they're saying that the ability to subpoena or have somebody under immunity have to submit evidence for an unrelated crime is still violative of that immunity. Therefore, you can't even subpoena or ask anything about stuff that is within the thing that we would consider absolute immunity. I don't know if any other immunity works that way. That argument to me is not very convincing because it seems like it has a whole host of things that are a whole host of bad implications. But like, yeah, like I'm just trying to think of like if Bill Clinton would have said things about Monica Lewinsky, I feel like there are arguments that you could make here. If he were to try hard enough, that would just make it like you can't review this decision. Like it's just, I don't know. That just seems wild to me. But the president's immune conduct would be subject to examination by a jury on the basis of generally applicable criminal laws. Use of evidence about such conduct, even when an indictment alleges only unofficial conduct, would thereby heighten the prospect that the president's official decision-making would be distorted. The government asserts that these weighty concerns can be managed by the district court through the use of evidentiary rulings and jury instructions. Brief for United States. But such tools are unlikely to protect adequately the president's constitutional prerogatives. Presidential acts frequently deal with matters likely to arouse the most intense feelings. Allowing prosecutors to ask or suggest that the jury probe official acts for which the president is immune would thus raise a unique risk that the jurors' deliberations would be prejudiced by their views of the president's policies and performance while in office. The prosaic tools on which the government would have courts rely are an inadequate safeguard against the peculiar constitutional concerns implicated in the prosecution of a former president. Although such tools may suffice to protect the constitutional rights of individual criminal defendants, the interests that underlie presidential immunity seek to protect not the president himself, but the institution of the presidency. Jeez. Okay. We're on page 40. Is the rest of this just as long? Do you think we'll get through this all today?
What's up, buddy?
Hi, what's up?
I had a question for you since I'm not going to be able to listen to the whole thing until August post the VOD because I'm about to leave. But what do you think so far based on what you've read? Is it as bad as what it could have been? Is it worse than what you thought it would be? What about this opinion?
I feel like it's worse than it's hard to say yet. I feel like it's worse than what people worried about initially. That's the feeling right now. But maybe as I get through more, maybe they'll hedge somewhere where I'll feel like it's not quite as bad as it seems. But it seems pretty bad. It just seems like a very bad ruling. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously you highlighted a lot of the things that a lot of us took issue with. I mean, number one, for me, the first and foremost, there's just no textual or original basis for this. I mean, you know, the thing they keep going back to, they appeal to this idea that, you know, the founders and framers envisioned an energetic and vigorous executive, but doesn't that seem to imply like the only way you can have that is if you afford them absolute immunity? But I don't see why that's the case.
It's not. Remember, it's important when people are lying to you. If somebody's like doing some weird shit in real life, it's not always important to look at what they say. It's also important to look at what they don't say or what they don't do. There is no immunities clause written for the president. Mm-hmm. There is no immunity anything written for the president.
No, you're right.
Like, it's just, it doesn't. Yeah,
doesn't that imply that the framers, even if they did intend for a vigorous and energetic executive, which I don't dispute, I don't think anybody does, I think they intended for the president to be the most powerful individual in government.
Yeah, he is
But,
vigorous and
yeah.
energetic because of the
Yeah.
powers granted to him, not
Right.
because of immunity to criminal prosecution. Like,
Yeah. The other thing is, do you buy the, he says, Robert says, I think you'll get to it later, where he basically chides Sotomayor and Jackson and Kagan. He's like, listen, they're freaking out. They're using chilling rhetoric. It's not that bad. We distinguish between absolute immunity and presumptive absolute immunity. But I'm having a hard time finding a meaningful distinction there. If you can't examine the official acts themselves, if you can't examine motive,
yeah, I don't know. We're getting
it-
to that. I'll see how they balance that. But yeah, presumptive immunity just means that it's an act that the president or it overlaps with some other body in terms of what that could do
Right.
that act. So in there, the
And I don't
government would
re-
have to prove that he's acting. What do they have to prove to get over presumptive immunity? Do they have to prove that he's acting in an unofficial context, or do they have to prove that?
Yeah, right. That
Yeah.
they have to approve that he's acting outside the scope of his official capacity, and I think the line is the president acts in a way that's not manifestly or palpably beyond his authority. Basically, if he is not completely out of left field, he's taking official action, and I'm just that's where to me it gets into the absurd hypotheticals. How could you possibly, how could you not possibly make the argument that ordering assassinations or staging a coup, if he interfaces with the Justice Department or the military, that is palpably within his authority.
Sure. Well, I
talking
mean, but
with-
they
Yeah.
said that. So, for instance, they remand the lower court on a couple factual things to determine if it would be presumptive immunity on some things, and then they remand the court on one thing to make a determination of the Pence part on whether
Right.
or not the president was acting in a private capacity there. But they say that the conversation between Trump and the attorney general, where he threatened to fire the AG if he didn't write fake letters to the states, that's a matter of absolute immunity. So that is off the table now from the Jack Smith indictment. That can no longer be considered according to the Supreme Court decision. That has to be tossed completely, all of that and everything
Right.
related to it. Yeah.
So I'm saying, how is it that anything? Because my understanding is part of the reason that they are willing to remand the vice presidential aspect back to the courts is because the vice president has dual purpose. He is both an executive branch employee under the purview and authority of the president, but he's also president of the Senate, right? So he's a legislative officer as well. And with respect to pressuring Pence to try to overturn the results of the election, Pence was acting in his capacity as an officer of another branch. And so it's just okay, let's say we grant that. And even then, by the way, it presumes immunity. So the default is he's immune. The government has to overcome that burden.
Yeah.
But set all that aside. Let's say that we take that as a win. The executive branch is it's the biggest of the fucking you're talking about the attorney general, the joint chiefs of staff, any military officer. I guess I don't take much comfort in them saying hey, there's a sliver of a possibility that the stuff with Pence might not fall in the scope of absolute immunity. And I don't think they provide a test in the majority opinion. I read
That's
it
what
really
I'm
quickly
looking
early
for.
this
Is I'm
morning.
trying to figure out how they're supposed to even make that determination of what that test even looks like. So I don't know if they're expecting a test to be developed in the lower courts or what or how. I don't know, but we'll get to that, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Last thing I'll say is I saw your on 1.75 speed your conversation with Piers, and again, buddy, I just think you killed it. And the exchange, I love the fact that you called them out. Listen, while we're having this conversation right now, 4 or 5 days later after Biden's shitty, debate performance, right now we have this major Supreme Court decision and nobody's talking about it. And I do think you tripped up Michael Knowles at the end there did you ask him something to the effect of how could the president ordering an assassination not be counted as an official act? Because he said something well, it doesn't say that the president's above the law. It just says he has absolute immunity for official acts. And when you asked him to show how that's not an official act, he stumbled. So
Yeah,
to
I
me,
didn't
that's
answer,
just they give the game away. They know this is de facto sovereign immunity for all intents and purposes.
It seems like it, but who knows? Yeah,
yeah.
we'll see.
All right. Well, good luck, buddy. And are you going to read the dissents? Because I think those are also worth.
Yeah, goal is to read the entire thing. Yeah.
Cool. All right, buddy. Talk to you later.
Be careful.
All
1
Hold on. Fuck. What's the short key for? Actually, wait. Can I do? Oh, so sick. Do we normally get hit? Wait. If I watch Piers Morgan, does that usually fuck you? Oh, that's so horribly. Don't look at that.
Destiny, you would vote for Joe Biden's urn with his ashes inside.
I would. I did say that. If they brought his urn up, I would vote for it. Hell yes, I did.
Rather than Donald Trump.
Listen, if they wheel that dude out and he's got an IV drip in him, I'm still voting for him over Donald Trump.
President Joe Biden has achieved
Do you normally get? I don't know if you normally get subscriber hit for that. I don't
something
remember.
that for many years seemed impossible. He appears to have unified America, not behind a policy, an ideology, or a dream.
Oh wait, you guys are.
But behind the
hold on.
blunt truth that he's no longer fit to serve. A massive 72% of voters now believe he does not have the mental or cognitive health to serve as president. A 12-point rise since his
Comments
debate
don't
night
like you?
disaster.
Good. I'm glad.
The attempts to defend him
Don't like me.
look increasingly desperate. None more so than this deflection from Nancy Pelosi.
This is an opportunity for Joe Biden to go out there and show he has the stamina and the rest. And by
Stay
the
back one second.
way, while the press, and for some reason they
Fuck.
don't, there are healthcare professionals who think that Trump has dementia, that his connection, his thoughts do not go together. Not only that he just lies, he doesn't even know the truth. So if we're just talking about mental acuity, let's be fair about it.
Yes, let's be fair about it. And to be perfectly fair about it, Nancy Pelosi probably isn't the one who should be adjudicating on mental acuity. And the calls for Biden to stand down are in fact coming mostly now from his own supporters. Thomas Friedman, a Pulitzer Prize-winning author and the president's longtime friend, wrote in the New York Times, Joe Biden, a good man and a good president, has no business running for re-election. If he insists on running and loses to Trump, Biden and his family and his staff and party members who enabled him will not be able to show their faces. That's a Biden fan, a Biden friend. And that latter point's a crucial one. Many Americans are now justifiably asking, well, who exactly is running the country? Conservative commentators have long been dismissed as conspiracy theorists for arguing that the Democrats will swap out Biden at the last minute and that people like Jill Biden, the First Lady, are unduly influential. But on those points, it turns out they were probably right all along. Well, Dr. Jill's appearance on the cover of the new Vogue magazine is unfortunately timed to say the very least. It makes it look like maybe she's the one who's in charge here. This weekend, the Biden family gathered at Camp David, where they reportedly encouraged the president to keep fighting. This comes after footage emerged of the First Lady leading a seemingly stricken president off stage after debate, a scene that was grimly reminiscent of a nursing home. President Biden shouldn't be listening to his advisors or his son or his wife. The stakes are far too high. But he should now listen to himself.
If I were to run, I think they're going to judge me on my vitality. Can I still run up the steps of Air Force Two? Am I still in good shape? Do I have all my faculties? Am I energetic? I think it's totally legitimate for people to ask those questions. This is for the voters to decide. Take a look. Look at me, see if I have the energy, see if I know what I'm talking about, and make their judgment. I think it's a legitimate thing to be concerned about anyone's age, including mine. I think it's totally legitimate. But I think the best way to make the judgment is to watch me.
Yeah, well, we did. The world watched, and the judgment was clear. In a 90-minute live debate in front of 100 million people around the world, there was nowhere for Joe Biden to hide anymore. The few Democrats still defending him are guilty of the same blinkered cultism they accuse MAGA Republicans of peddling about Trump. And the only voters who truly want Biden to remain the candidate in November's election are the ones who are voting for Donald Trump. Well, joining me on to debate all this is the host of the Michael Knowles Show and reported fascist. I think that's his jokey description. Michael Knowles, host of the Habituation Room podcast, Francesca Fiorentini, host of Tommy Lehrer is Fearless and Outkick Tommy Lehrer, and the streamer and commentator Destiny. Right, Destiny, let me start with you. Are you going to stare down the barrel of that camera and construct any convincing argument that Joe Biden should now remain as the Democrat nominee for this election?
I think the difficult reality is your incumbent advantage is strong, and at this point, it's too late to replace him. So you're kind of stuck with him at this point.
It's not too late, though. There is a mechanism. They can do it. They can ratify it at the convention. It's not too late. And we're going to come to Tommy in a moment, who's been saying for ages is more likely to be Gavin Newsom. I think she was right all along. And actually, I said similar things myself. It's not too late. The question is, are the Democrats, after that absolute horror story of a debate, seriously going to let this guy be the one who allows Trump to get back to the White House? That's the calculation, surely.
I mean, your strongest arguments are Biden's ran against Trump before and won, and Biden's your incumbent. You can say that it's not too late to replace him, that somebody like Gavin Newsom can run for president and he can do just as good as Biden would. But, I mean, people said the same thing, that DeSantis would represent a strong challenge to Trump, and he got absolutely obliterated. It's easy to look at a candidate that hasn't gone through the ringer, that hasn't been tested in a national level election. But who knows if Newsom comes out? There could be one or two little scandals lurking behind the curtains that now we see that gets, infinite airtime over the next few months. The reality is that Biden is probably the best shot the Democrats have right now to win.
But do you genuinely believe he should therefore continue and be the nominee?
I think that the Democrats should run the best candidate that they can to defeat Donald Trump.
You keep distancing yourself from this, Destiny. Come on.
Well,
put your head over the parapet. What do you think?
Well, I think that Joe Biden is the best candidate right now, given that he's already beaten Donald Trump in one election. I think that Joe Biden is the best candidate right now to run against Donald Trump.
You
think that beating Donald Trump is really important?
Hang on. Sorry, I don't want to be unfair to you, Destiny, but of all the Democrats in America, how many are there? I mean, tens of millions, right? Of all of them, you think Joe Biden right now, after that debate, is the best candidate the party can produce? Seriously?
I'm sure there are better candidates, but it's not about who the best candidate is. It's about who you know the best candidate is. I'm sure that you could flip a coin and find somebody that might end up performing better. But again, look at how many people have these huge reputations. Look at Cuomo and how he was destroyed after a couple scandals. Like, you have no idea if you take a candidate who looks strong. And I admit, Newsom looks strong. He's amazing on-stage presentation and everything. But who knows if you throw him up that there are just one or two accusations or one or two scandals or one or two things that the American public doesn't know about that now dominates the news cycle for the next few months. And even though he was a strong candidate on paper, like DeSantis, he disappears.
Okay, Tommy Lowen, you've been waiting patiently, actually for several years, to say what I think you're about to say, which is that, of course, they should get rid of Biden and try and parachute in somebody like Newsom. I mean, do you feel a bit vindicated by what's been going on?
I feel very vindicated, but I'll also say, Piers, I hope that they run Joe Biden. That would be the easiest contest for Donald Trump to beat, would be Joe Biden.
Right.
So as much as I do believe they're going to select another candidate, I hope that they maintain with Joe Biden. I hope that that's their guy. And if that is the strongest candidate you have in the Democrat Party, that says a lot about the Democrat Party. Last week's debate performance was horrifying. It was horrifying as an American to watch because, like it or not, this guy still represents the United States of America. And as an American, although I didn't vote for Joe Biden and I will never vote for Joe Biden, that is still my president. And our enemies and our allies watched that, and it was horrifying. Not only the mumbles and the bumbles and the losing the train of thought. At one point, Joe Biden said that people are getting raped by their in-laws and their sisters. He had one opportunity to dunk on the issue of abortion, where he really could get the eyes and ears of the American public that's very divided on that issue, and he chose to say that people are getting raped by their sisters. So that was a horrible performance. I think they've got to go with somebody else. And what I think is so interesting here is that of all the names being floated, I'm not hearing Vice President Kamala Harris on the tip of the tongue of any leading Democrat. I'm hearing Gavin Newsom. I'm hearing Gretchen Whitmer. I'm hearing a couple of other names being floated, but nobody's really saying Vice President Kamala Harris, and that's got to sting.
We have a little clip, which is a mashup. There's a much longer version of about 4 minutes of her repeating the same line. This is a little bit of it. Watch this.
What could be, unburdened by what had been. What can be, unburdened by what has 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 been. What we can see, what we believe can be, unburdened by what has been. What can be, unburdened by what has been. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know?
I mean, Tommy, you posted that on X. I mean, this goes on for 4 minutes. It's about all she ever says. And there's an irony because the one thing she would be is burdened by what has gone on before. Because if there's anyone in America or Democrat Party more unpopular than Joe Biden, it is Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Piers, and that's why they keep jacking up Joe to get him through each and every single day, is because the thought of Kamala Harris terrifies them even more than Dementia Joe. She also says things about the passage of time and how it passes. I mean, she has no excuse. She doesn't have cognitive decline or dementia to fall back on. She is just that bad. So I think that's why they've been maintaining Joe for so long. It's because of Kamala. But boy, they're going to have to face that reality sooner than later.
Yeah, Francesca, look, we've talked about this before, but there must be a painful moment right now for a lot of people who are Democrats, right? Where your guy is just clearly has now been exposed as, I would argue, as somebody who's not got a horse in the race, I'm British, I just think has exposed himself as unfit for the highest office in the land. But what do? You know, there are 5 months left of the election. You either allow him to limp on, and I believe if that's the case, get crushed by Trump, or you try and parachute somebody else in, which carries with it, as Destiny was saying, its own risks.
Yeah, no, there's massive risks of replacing Joe Biden. That being said, I do think he should be replaced. And interestingly, Hunter Biden is the one family member that wants Joe Biden to not run again.
Why would anyone listen to him? I mean,
I think it's more I'm just saying
they're
it's
listening
more
to Hunter Biden, a
he
crack
just
addict?
wants a single day without the right on his dick, you know, because they love to spread photos of it and show it on congressional floors. But look, politically, here's where I stand. I wanted Bernie, not Weekend at Bernie's. I think we all need to just lay that out there. I put this squarely at the feet of the Democratic Party. They ran a piss poor candidate in 2016. They ran in 2020, and yes, they did win. There was a trifecta. There was a COVID-19 pandemic going on at the time, and Obama made that call, and everybody fell in line. But is Joe Biden the best candidate this time around? Absolutely not. And I think it is depressing and enraging to millions of Americans who the only person they hate more than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris maybe is Donald Trump, right? Is the fact that you have everything going against Donald Trump, not just the fact that he will pass a national abortion ban, the fact that he wants to implement Project 2025 and abolish the Department of Education.
Here's the problem.
Let me finish.
But that isn't true. He's not said he wants to pass a national abortion ban. So, see, when I hear Democrats do that, it reminds me of Trump's the new Hitler. It's like, why exaggerate? Why go too far? He's never said he wants a national abortion ban.
Pay attention to the news that's happening right now. The far-right takeover of the judicial system in this country is already underway. And just today, they allowed a president to have immunity, total immunity, which means the Jack Smith case
Actually, it
against
wasn't
Donald
total
Trump
immunity. See,
doesn't go forward.
Francesca, look, with respect, again, you're massively exaggerating. The U.S.
Okay,
Supreme Court has ruled
go to Project 2025
let me
and tell me
clarify
what
for
it says,
viewers,
Piers.
right? You said they've given him total immunity. They haven't. The Supreme Court ruled that Donald Trump is partially immune from prosecution for actions taken while he was in the White House. They said that while a president's immune from criminal prosecution for official acts taken in office, he is not immune for unofficial acts. Big difference to total immunity. So
Sure,
again, why exaggerate?
There is nothing to exaggerate here. What
You
I'm
just
saying is
did about abortion and immunity.
so he's immune from stealing White House secrets after he leaves the office. Is that what you're saying? It's okay for him
You
to
mean
keep
like Joe
classified
Biden
documents?
did?
Yeah, Joe Biden, which when he was told, he was like, oh, here you go. Look, I'm not here to defend Joe Biden. You're trying to get on me. All I'm saying is Donald Trump represents a far worse threat to the American people. And Joe Biden's a terrible messenger for his own damn campaign. He can't even articulate the fact that unemployment was at its lowest rate last year.
Yeah,
Since the year 1969.
I agree. Look, he couldn't
The
articulate.
economy is actually doing quite well under Joe Biden.
Of course.
But the guy can't put his mouth around the words.
And he had a
it sucks
perfectly
because-
good attack line on Trump about abortion if he could remember what it was supposed to be. But he couldn't.
Right.
Michael Knowles, let me
Absolutely.
bring Michael. He'd be waiting very patiently. I mean, look, I think What was extraordinary, 65% of people who watched that debate thought Trump was a winner. Trump hasn't seen approval like that as a politician, right? So that showed you how bad it was. And incredibly, 30% of people who watched it thought that Biden won, which just goes to show how deep partisan tribalism runs, right? Because even Joe Biden knows, even Barack Obama said he had a bad night. What happens here? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I have to correct my friend Francesca here, who says the only person that Americans hate more than Biden is Trump. That isn't true. That's why Biden proposed the debate in the first place, is because his numbers just were not strong enough against Trump, and it completely backfired on him. However, I'm with Destiny. I agree that Biden is the best nominee for the Democrats right now. I still don't think he beats Trump, but who else are they going to pick? As we've said, Kamala, no way. Michelle Obama's not going to run, and she's not nearly as popular as people say she is. Gavin Newsom, I don't think that Patrick Bateman plays in Peoria, okay? I don't think Gavin Newsom wins Michigan. I don't think he wins Pennsylvania. Who? Mayor Pete? Who are we going to get? Are we going to dig up Al Gore? Is he going to run? There is no better candidate for them right now. The problem is that Joe Biden also can no longer be the nominee because the entire liberal establishment has just admitted he's not fit for the job. The biggest problem right now for Biden is he has admitted it. You know, we heard in 2020 that his obvious slips and gaffes and memory lapses were just the recurrence of a childhood stutter that had disappeared for the first 47 years of his political career. But there it came roaring back in 2019. And now even Biden is admitting, he says, I don't talk as well as I used to. I don't debate as well as I used to. But doggone it, the one thing I can do is tell the truth, which rings hollow when even CNN had to go on a 3-minute diatribe, a litany of all the lies that he told during that Thursday debate. And not to forget that Joe Biden dropped out of the 1988 presidential race because of dishonesty. So the question now is, if Destiny and I are correct, and he just is the nominee, then how does the New York Times, how does Politico, how does Washington Post, how does the entire liberal establishment campaign for this guy after admitting he's not fit to be president?
Wow. True. Okay. We'll watch the rest of this in a bit when I can bring Spoot up. Let me keep reading. I feel like we're not going to get through all this today. Fuck. All of these are so long. Cringe. Trump asserts a far broader immunity than the limited one we have recognized. He contends that the indictment must be dismissed because the impeachment judgment clause requires the impeachment and Senate conviction precede a president's criminal prosecution. Brief for Petitioner 16. The text of the clause provides little support for such an absolute immunity. It states that an impeachment judgment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the U.S. It then specifies that the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. We know this. The clause both limits the consequences of an impeachment judgment and clarifies that notwithstanding such judgment, subsequent prosecution may proceed. By its own terms, the clause does not address whether and on what conduct a president may be prosecuted if he was never impeached and convicted. Historical evidence likewise lends little support to Trump's position. For example, Justice Story reasoned that none of this really matters as much because this argument was stupid anyway, but we'll go through it, I guess. At least they shoot it down. For example, Justice Story reasoned that without the clause's clarification that indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment may nevertheless follow Senate conviction, it might be matter of extreme doubt whether a second trial for the same offense could be had, either after an acquittal or a conviction, in the court of impeachments. James Wilson, who served on the committee that drafted the clause and later as a justice of this court, similarly concluded that acquittal of impeachment charges posed no bar to subsequent prosecution. And contrary to Trump's contention, Alexander Hamilton did not disagree. The Federalist Papers on which Trump relies concerned the checks available against a sitting president. Hamilton noted that unlike the King of Great Britain, the president would be liable to be impeached and removed from office and would afterwards be liable to prosecution and punishment.
See also number 77, explaining that the president is at all times liable to impeachment, trial, dismission from office, to the forfeiture of life and estate by subsequent prosecution. Hamilton did not endorse or even consider whether the impeachment judgment clause immunizes a former president from prosecution. The implication of Trump's theory is that a president who evades impeachment for one reason or another during his term in office can never be held accountable for his criminal acts in the ordinary course of law. So if a president manages to conceal certain crimes throughout his presidency, or if Congress is unable to muster the political will to impeach the president for his crimes, then they must forever remain impervious to prosecution. Impeachment is a political process by which Congress can remove a president who has committed treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Transforming that political process into a necessary step in the enforcement of criminal law finds little support in the text of the Constitution or the structure of our government. I agree with that. I was arguing with Chad earlier when people are saying like, oh, well, I mean, what about impeachment? Or, like you can impeach somebody and make that part, blah, blah. Impeachment has nothing to do with criminal stuff. It's a wholly, impeachment is exclusively a political process. It's only here to remove somebody from office and to prevent them from holding further office. It is not used in lieu of, instead of criminal convictions. They don't deal with the same type of things. They don't have the same penalties. They don't even necessarily deal with the conduct in the same way. Yeah. B. The government, for its part, takes a similarly broad view, contending that the president enjoys no immunity from criminal prosecution for any action. It maintains this view despite agreeing with much of our analysis. For instance, the government does not dispute that Congress may not criminalize presidential conduct within the president's conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. Core powers can't be regulated at all, like the pardon power and veto, see blah, blah, blah. And it also accords protection to presidential conduct if subjecting that conduct to generally applicable laws would raise serious constitutional questions regarding the president's authority or cause a possible conflict with the president's constitutional prerogatives. Indeed, the executive branch has long held that view. The Office of Legal Counsel has recognized, for instance, that a federal statute generally prohibiting appointments to any office or duty in any court of persons within certain degrees of consanguinity, oh my God. It's not consanguinity. It's not that. It's consanguinity. Consanguinity? Consanguinity? How the fuck do I pronounce this word? Hold on.
Consanguinity.
Consanguinity. Of persons within certain degrees of consanguinity to the judges of such courts would, if applied to the president, infringe his power to appoint federal judges, thereby raising a serious constitutional question. So it viewed such a statute as not applying to the president. Likewise, it has narrowly construed a criminal prohibition on grassroots lobbying to avoid the constitutional issues that would otherwise arise, reasoning that the statute should not be construed to prohibit the president or executive branch agencies from engaging in a general open dialogue with the public on the administration's programs and policies. I just don't like any of this reasoning. Man, I wish I could debate a Supreme Court justice. I'd definitely lose, but this is talking about when laws are in conflict with the direct duties of a president. This isn't talking about whether or not a president is not subject to criminal review. It's just I don't think that any of this analysis is parallel, can be applied in a parallel manner to any of this at all. It just seems wholly ridiculous to me, but I don't know. The government thus broadly agrees that the president's official acts are entitled to some degree of constitutional protection. It's an enumerated power, obviously. And with respect to the allegations in the indictment before us, the government agrees that at least some of the alleged conduct involves official acts, yet the government contends that the president should not be considered immune from prosecution, criminal prosecution, for those official acts. On the government's view, as applied challenges in the course of the trial suffice to protect Article 2 interests, and review of a district court's decision on such challenges should be deferred until after trial. If the president is instead immune from prosecution, a district court's denial of immunity would be appealable before trial. C. Mitchell, explaining that questions of immunity are reviewable before trial because the essence of immunity is the entitlement not to be subject to the suit. The government asserts that the robust safeguards available in typical criminal proceedings alleviate the need for pretrial review. First, it points to the Justice Department's longstanding commitment to the impartial enforcement of the law, as well as the criminal justice system's further protections, grand juries, a defendant's procedural rights during trial, and the requirements that the government prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Next, it contends that existing principles of statutory construction and as-applied constitutional challenges adequately address the separation of powers concerns involved in applying generally applicable criminal laws to a president. Finally, the government cites certain defenses that would be available to the president in a particular prosecution, such as the public authority defense or the advice of the attorney general. Yes, those are based arguments. I think all those arguments are based. These safeguards, though important, do not alleviate the need for pretrial review. They fail to address the fact that under our system of separated powers, criminal prohibitions cannot apply to certain presidential conduct to begin with. As we have explained, when the president acts pursuant to his exclusive constitutional powers, Congress cannot, as a structural matter, regulate such actions, and courts cannot review them. I understand that, yes, Congress, the courts cannot review them. And he is at least presumptively immune from prosecution for his other official acts. I feel like here's one thing I wonder if it gets touched on. The issue isn't even... The problem is that we're not talking about Congress limiting presidential power, and we're not even talking about the courts limiting presidential power. What we need is a way to see if the president is exercising that's not presidential power, but pretending that it is. And it feels like this might be, this is definitionally now beyond the review of a court if it is a core power that is exclusively within the executive. So whether or not there was a crime committed in the way that Donald Trump communicates with or threatens or whatever his attorney general, that act is beyond review. Now, if you want to say Congress can't make laws prohibiting powers that are expressly written in the Constitution of the president, sure, that makes sense. Of course. Why would they be able to? President's power should probably come first here. I understand that. But can a court review an action to see if that action was legal or not? I don't know. Are we watching Biden's address to the Supreme Court? Yeah, we will. Yeah, I don't know. Jesus. What checks and balances are there for justices who make terrible rulings on court cases? Can't you impeach a Supreme Court justice? I don't know what the process is like for that. I think it's happened one time or maybe never. Wow, hi.
Don't freak out. Just choose.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. The presidential conduct, as we have explained, when the president acts pursuant to his exclusive constitutional powers, Congress cannot. Okay, and he is at least presumptively immune from prosecution for his other official actions. Questions about whether the president may be held liable for particular actions consistent with the separation of powers must be addressed at the outset of a proceeding. Even if the president were ultimately not found liable for certain official actions, the possibility of an extended proceeding alone may render him unduly cautious in the discharge of his official duties. Thank you. To the burden of a trial and to the inevitable danger of its outcome would dampen the ardor of all but the most resolute. The Constitution does not tolerate such impediments to the effective functioning of government. As for the government's assurances that prosecutors and grand juries will not permit political or baseless prosecutions from advancing in the first place, those assurances are available to every criminal defendant and fail to account for the president's unique position in the constitutional scheme. We do not ordinarily decline to decide significant constitutional questions based on the government's promises of good faith. See U.S. versus Stevens, blah, blah, blah. We would not uphold an unconstitutional statute merely because the government promised to use it responsibly. Nor do we do so today. I wonder what that... okay. I wonder what that's in reference to, what that court case is about. I actually, you know what? I want to see. I'm curious what they were referring to there. U.S. versus Stevens. U.S. 460. Control F. We would not uphold. Let's see what this case was even about. Primary holding. The government may not ban depictions of animal cruelty for commercial gain because this law is overly broad under the First Amendment in regulating based on content. Under 18 U.S.C. Section 48, Congress criminalized portrayal of harmful acts towards animals, although not the acts themselves. Weird. Depictions of animal cruelty that violated federal or state laws in the place where they were made were forbidden to be created, sold, and possessed. The main purpose of this law was to prohibit crush videos, which depict the torture and killing of helpless animals in a manner that appeals to individuals' specific sexual fetishes. Stephen was indicted under this law after he sold videos that depicted pit bulls fighting other animals. He argued that the law was facially unconstitutional under the First Amendment, but he was ultimately convicted. The Intermediate Appellate Court agreed with his argument and vacated the conviction. What do you, okay, so as I'm looking for this, docket number granted, argued, decided, primary holding. So it looks like the government, would you say the Supreme Court stayed or the Supreme Court held the decision of the lower court? How do I see that here? I can figure that out from the primary holding and the facts, I think, but how do you... I guess we just scroll down, held. Okay. Whatever. Gotcha. So the government's argument in prosecuting this case was we would only use this to hunt for extreme forms of speech. We wouldn't use it responsibly. And they said we wouldn't uphold an unconstitutional statute merely because the government promises to only use it responsibly. Okay, gotcha. All right. Okay, I'm going to eat. We'll keep watching this. Good luck.
You and Destiny basically agree. That's when you know how bad this situation is.
How does the entire liberal establishment campaign for this guy after admitting
Do you know
he's
how
not
bad
fit
it
to be
is?
president?
When you and Destiny basically agree, that's when you know how bad this situation is, right? I just want to bring in Fox News medical contributor Dr. Mark Siegel quickly. Dr. Mark, great to see you. And the reason I wanted to talk to you was because we've got a clip. This is Biden debating before the 2020 election and Biden debating now. I want you to watch this and just give an assessment of what we think may be happening here.
I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
I just gave $28 billion to our farmers.
Taxpayers' money.
It's what?
Taxpayers' money.
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds, or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's what you're. Anyway, Just take a look at what he says he is and take a look at what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice.
The funniest thing is, I don't even think this is the worst clip of Biden for the debate. I think there were a couple of clips you could choose that were way worse than this. Nobody talks about it because it's a big meme, but I thought the funniest moment was, what did he say? What did Biden say? Like, we went to war with the elderly, or like we eliminated Medicare. He says he said a couple of wildly stupid things.
Vice President down to a 6.
We defeated Medicare. Yeah.
I mean, I play golf off 16, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I would bet $100,000 to a charity of President Biden's choice that I could give him a shot a hole rather than him giving me 10 shots, and I'd still beat it. This idea he was ever a 6 handicapper is ludicrous. But Dr. Mark, there are so many clips that people are comparing to 4 years ago to 8 years ago of Joe Biden in debates, where he sounds previously whip smart, really on it, dynamic, and so on, eloquent, articulate. That person no longer exists. What is likely to be happening here?
I'm glad you used the word likely, because obviously I haven't examined him, but Piers, first of all, everyone out there needs to know that he's going to be the last to know. Any neurologist will tell you he's going to be the last to admit it. Those around him will see him faltering. They'll see him having problems with speech, searching for words, not following a sentence from beginning to end, saying ridiculous things, saying offensive things, getting irritated when he's contended with. That's a sign of growing cognitive impairment. He's going to be the last to admit it. And then his wife steps in and starts speaking for him, reminiscent of Woodrow Wilson, when he couldn't rule the country and his wife was taking instruction and running the country. That was probably the scariest thing of all. I think that there's a lot of risks he has here for dementia. One, he has an irregular heartbeat, and that irregular heartbeat can lead to silent ischemia, silent strokes. He walks with this gait that looks neurologic to a lot of neurologists, that there's a problem with his gait. That goes back to what's going on up here. Does he have fluid on his brain? Some neurologists have said he could have an atypical Parkinson's. He's got something going on. And here's something that none of your expert panel yet said, and they're expert. I love this panel you have. Piers, never mind whether he's going to run or not. Can he be president now?
Right.
He doesn't have cognitive reserve. What happens if we get a phone call in the middle of the night, that famous phone call in the middle of the night? There's a nuclear threat going on. You want this bumbling idiot to actually address that? And of course, you know, Tommy was right. The world leaders are watching this, but how about our own national security?
Yeah, well, I was struck by the briefing that came out saying, you know what, he's pretty good between like 9 and 4 o'clock, which is why all the clips of him out there speaking, like the next day he was out and sounded pretty different. And I was like, well, that's fine, right to the point that he has to apply his finger to the nuclear trigger at 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock or midnight. I mean, if we get the guy who was on that debate stage at the wrong moment, I wouldn't trust him to run a bath, let alone run a military order.
That's a great point. You know, if he's sundowning, he can't run the country after 6 p.m. And then the White House is saying he has a cold. Well, excuse me, I've had colds and I still can carry a train of thought.
Exactly.
Cold medicine. I take Dayquil sometimes, and I'm fine. I can think clearly with Mucinex. I mean, whatever they gave him, if it impairs him to the point where he can't speak clearly or think clearly, he can't run the country.
Mark, is there a mechanism under, if it turned out, for example, that he genuinely has got a deteriorating dementia that is quite aggressive, and this gets medically diagnosed now as a result of this debate, is there a mechanism for his removal that you're aware of from the office of president? I mean, 25th Amendment, does that cover it?
Yes, the 25th Amendment covers it. And to your point, I want to point out that his last physical that he had in February, I have been asking for years now, and Tommy, the same thing. I've been asking for years now for a full assessment. They didn't give it. They danced around it. No MRI scan was listed. A lot of dementias would show up on an MRI, and no formal cognitive testing has been done. I think there could be a demand for that right now. What does his MRI show? If he's impaired, then there would be a case for removing him now.
Yeah, I completely agree. Dr. Mark, always great to have your contribution. Thank you very much indeed. Destiny, you were chuckling there. What were you chuckling about?
The idea that a Republican would demand a full physical assessment from a president when they wouldn't even demand Trump's taxes is hilarious to me. The idea of not being able to answer the call in the middle of the night, I mean, it's already happened. We've had it with Ukraine. We've had it with Israel. Like Donald Trump did not show leadership when Iran attacked Saudi Arabia and he stood by and did nothing. He didn't show leadership when he abandoned our Kurdish allies in Syria for absolutely no reason. Biden has shown leadership, whether you like it or not, whether you like how he's dealt with it or not. He has shown leadership and the ability to bring allies together for Ukraine. He has shown leadership and the ability to force Israel to simultaneously show restraint while still remaining faithful as an ally. So, I mean, like, we can make fun of a debate performance all you want, but we can compare the legislative records of both presidents and we can compare their actions in office.
You can, but here's the problem. You can, but here's the problem with that, is that it's just not cutting through. There's no doubt Biden's had a number of wins as president. No doubt at all. There's no doubt that comparative to most of the rest of the world, the US economy is purring along quite nicely.
Bullshit, and Destiny knows it. See ya, forever, bye.
But his approval rating is at 37%. And after that debate, this issue of his own ability to function physically and mentally is now the only thing anyone's going to talk about for the next 5 months. He was incapable, when it really mattered, of articulating to the American people what his successes were, what his policy wins had been, what his attack lines against Trump were going to be, and why he should be re-elected. He could, I mean, honestly, I watched the whole thing at 7 in the morning.
I understand that, but
hang on. I watched the whole thing at 7 in the morning in the UK until 8:30. I had a lot of coffee. I was about as alert as a human being could be. I barely understood anything Biden said in the entire 90 minutes. And by contrast, I've known Trump since 2006 very well. I've watched him at close quarters when I did Celebrity Apprentice for 3 hours a night across the boardroom, night after night after night, until, and modesty prevents me from going about this too much, until I won. But at the end of it, I had 100 hours of watching Trump. He's pretty much the same guy. You may hate him, you may hate the trash that comes out of his mouth, all those things. But in terms of his actual performance, Trump on that debate stage the other night, in fact, if anything, it was the most restrained I'd ever seen him. Because even he could tell the guy next to him was just melting down. So, Destiny, there's the problem.
Did you figure out what a black job is, Piers, after watching him? Did you guys figure out what a black job is?
I'm going to come to you in a moment for your
Michael,
analysis of what we think a black job is. But let me just get Destiny. That's what I think the problem is, right? The problem is that.
I understand what you're saying, okay? As somebody who spent the last 8 years cutting their teeth doing debate, that's what I do, is political debate. All I've heard every single time is debate doesn't matter. It's not that important. Now all of a sudden that's the most important role.
It does when it's that bad.
Why are we talking? What about the immunity for criminal actions that Donald Trump just secured in front of the Supreme Court?
American
the
people.
Idea that,
well, again,
it's an insane thing that what we're talking about is Biden's debate performance over the legal requests that Donald Trump is making.
Yes, but Destiny, that's the problem.
That's what we're focused on.
But
this is a problem. I agree.
But Destiny, right there is the problem, is that people are only talking about it. Remember, before the debate, 2/3 of all Democrat voters wanted Biden to stand aside because they were worried he was too old. What do you think they think now? No one's changing their mind on that. If anything, I'd be amazed if it's not 90%. And that's the problem. You've got so many things to attack Trump about, but nobody wants to hear it. When has Trump ever been in a debate where the next day the headlines weren't all about him? It's never happened. But now the only thing that anyone will look for with Biden in the next 5 months is him showing further evidence of mental and physical decline. Let me bring in Tommy. This is going to be...
All right.
Nearly 4 years ago, my predecessor...
For the White House, where President Biden is speaking.
Not only face moments when you need the courage to exercise the full power of the presidency, you also face moments where you need the wisdom to respect the limits of the power of the office of the presidency. This nation was founded on the principle that there are no kings in America.
Why do you look so unnatural while you aren't talking and have to look at the camera? Everybody looks weird. You're just staring at me because you're used to watching my stream where I'm not just staring at the camera the whole time. If you stare at any of the individual people here, you look really fucking weird just looking at the camera and doing nothing. I can't tell how autistic most of you are in chat. You're like, oh, you look so weird just looking at the camera. Yeah, that's what everybody does. That's what you do on these shows. You stare at the camera and you wait for your turn to talk. If you sit and stare at anybody, look at fucking Tommy Lauren for the entirety of the fucking...
Or look at fucking Michael Knowles over here.
Each of us is equal before the law. No one is above the law, not even the President of the United States. With today's Supreme Court decision on presidential immunity, that fundamentally changed. For all practical purposes, today's decision almost certainly means that there are virtually no limits on what a president can do. This is a fundamentally new principle, and it's a dangerous precedent, because the power of the office will no longer be constrained by the law, even including the Supreme Court of the United States. The only limits will be self-imposed by the president alone. This decision today has continued the court's attack in recent years on a wide range of long-established legal principles in our nation, from gutting voting rights and civil rights, to taking away women's right to choose, to today's decision that undermines the rule of law of this nation. Nearly 4 years ago, my predecessor sent a violent mob to the U.S. Capitol to stop the peaceful transfer of power. We all saw it with our own eyes. We sat there and watched it happen that day. Attack on the police, the ransacking of the Capitol, a mob literally hunting down the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, gallows erected to hang the Vice President, Mike Pence. I think it's fair to say it's one of the darkest days in the history of America. Now the man who sent that mob to the U.S. Capitol is facing potential criminal conviction for what happened that day. And the American people deserve to have an answer in the courts before the upcoming election. The public has a right to know the answer about what happened on January 6th before they are asked to vote again this year. Now, because of today's decision, that is highly, highly unlikely. It's a terrible disservice to the people of this nation. So now the American people have to do what the courts should have been willing to do, but will not. The American people have to render a judgment about Donald Trump's behavior. The American people must decide whether Donald Trump's assault on our democracy on January 6th makes him unfit for public office in the highest office in the land. The American people must decide if Trump's embrace of violence to preserve his power is acceptable. Perhaps most importantly, the American people must decide if they want to entrust the president once again, the presidency, to Donald Trump, now knowing he'll be even more emboldened to do whatever he pleases whenever he wants to do it. You know, at the outset of our nation, it was the character of George Washington, our first president, that defined the presidency. He believed power was limited, not absolute. And that power always resides with the people, always. Now, over 200 years later, today's Supreme Court decision, once again, it'll depend on the character of the men and women who hold that presidency that are going to define the limits of the power of the presidency, because the law will no longer do it. I know I will respect the limits of the presidential powers I have for 3.5 years, but any president, including Donald Trump, will now be free to ignore the law. I concur with Justice Sotomayor's dissent today. Here's what she said. She said, in every use of official power, the president is now a king above the law. With fear for our democracy, I dissent. End of quote. So should the American people dissent. I dissent. May God bless you all, and may God help preserve our democracy. Thank you. May God protect our children.
Let's now bring in CBS News senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang as we watch the president after his remarks. Weijia, the first public remarks.
Jeez. Bloop, bloop. Might be a 12 IQ hypothetical, but what would stop Trump, other than political consequences, from ordering live rounds on protesters and then him pardoning everyone that obeys? I mean, theoretically, I guess nothing, huh? As long as they don't get caught by the states. When do you think the president should be immune from challenges in the court of law? I don't know. Maybe it's like his... I'm not sure. I'm sure we could etch out some things. I don't know. I'm not sure if he should ever be immune from criminal prosecution, even in court powers. I'm not sure. I don't know. But as broad as it is right now, it's insane. But
There's a lot of misunderstanding of the Supreme Court's ruling in the presidential immunity case. We created this infographic to explain. Oh, cute. What? Yeah? Mm-hmm. Y'all may not realize this, but for the first time in a very long time, America's allies are proud to be allied to the USA. The last few years have actually been huge here in the Pacific and also in Europe and even Africa to some extent. I don't even know which administration you're referring to. I don't know if any allies are proud to be American allies right now, regardless of whether or not Biden is currently president. I just think the fact that we have these huge swings back and forth, I think 2016 probably shook the world in terms of what the U.S. was capable of putting up as a chief executive.
So let's break this down. The overturning of Roe. For over 50 years, the Supreme Court ruled that no elected official in this country could have a say about the life of the unborn, the rights of the unborn, until Roe was repealed. There's nothing in the Constitution, Trey, that says you have a right to an abortion. This was a judicially created fiat called the right of privacy that was made up from whole cloth. There's no specific...
You mean like a presumptive immunity thing that was just made up from nothing?
Mention of abortion in the Constitution, but liberal judges created a right to abortion that doesn't exist. Conservative justices turned this issue back over to the people. The Roberts Court, with some exception, has been the most constitutionally sound conservative court in my lifetime. Thank you, President Trump, for giving us constitutionally sound conservative judges on your watch, and the Democrats, my friend, will stack this court if they get the House, the Senate, and the White House. They will obliterate the conservative majority we worked for 50 years to create. So remember that when you vote.
Okay. Okay. Shouldn't conservatives be wildly against this? People are generally like for a thing if it helps their guy, and they're against a thing if it hurts their guy. That's generally it. Same thing with this. There's no exception here. Okay, what am I looking for? iPad. Do you think people will be for or against it after Biden executes Trump in a public square? They wouldn't. If a Democrat exercises in any possible way whatsoever, conservatives would lose their fucking minds. Okay. Constitution does not tolerate such impediment. Okay, it's for the government's assurance to prosecute. Okay. As for the dissents, they strike a tone of chilling doom that is wholly disproportionate to what the court actually does today, conclude that immunity extends to official discussions between the president and his attorney general, and then remand to the lower courts to determine in the first instance whether and to what extent Trump's remaining alleged conduct is entitled to immunity. The principal dissent's starting premise, why is the majority allowed to respond to dissents? Can dissents then respond to the response, or like, is this the final one written, or? Silver lining. What is the silver lining? That ensures a ton of January 6th evidence is seen before the election. Okay, don't care. The fuck is that noise? The principal dissent's starting premise that unlike speech and debate clause immunity, no constitutional text supports presidential immunity, is one that the court rejected decades ago as unpersuasive. And then they're citing to Fitzgerald again, which only speaks of civil immunity. See also Nixon, rejecting unanimously a similar argument in the analogous executive privilege context. A specific textual basis has not been considered a prerequisite to the recognition of immunity, nor is that premise correct. True, there is no presidential immunity clause in the Constitution, but there is no separation of powers clause either. Yet that doctrine is undoubtedly carved into the Constitution's text by its 3 articles, separating powers and vesting the executive power solely in the president. While that's true, how much conversation prior to the formation of the Constitution can you find about separation of powers? That's not a thing that was ever mysterious or like, oh, I wonder what the framers thought about the strict separation of powers in the U.S. government. Like, that's never been a question, right? Like, the idea that we could find as much, I know he's not necessarily arguing that, but the idea that you would find as much evidence for the separations of power, there's not a separations of powers clause, guys. So why can't there be like an infinite criminal immunity for, presidential core actions clause? Like, come on, Jesus, but whatever. I've long recognized the doctrine as mandating certain presidential privileges and immunities, even though the Constitution contains no explicit provision for immunity. Neither the dissents nor the government disavow any of those prior decisions. The principal dissent that then cites the impeachment judgment clause, arguing that it clearly contemplates that a former president may be subject to criminal prosecution. But that clause does not indicate whether a former president may, consistent with the separation of powers, be prosecuted for his official conduct in particular. It doesn't need to. Why would it? And the assortment of historical sources the principal dissent cites are unhelpful for the same reason. As the court has previously noted, relevant historical evidence on the question of presidential immunity is of a fragmentary character. True. Noting the poverty of really useful and unambiguous authority applicable to concrete problems of executive power. The most compelling arguments, therefore, arise from the Constitution's separations of powers and judiciary's historic understanding of that doctrine. The court's prior admonition is evident in the principal dissent's citations. Some of its cherry-picked sources do not even discuss the president in particular. And none of these sources discuss criminal prosecution. See, for example, Post at 7 to 8, citing 2 debates, and none of them indicate whether he may be prosecuted for his official conduct. The principal dissent's most compelling piece of evidence consists of excerpted statements of Charles Pinckney from an 1800 Senate debate. But those statements reflect only the now discredited argument that any immunity not expressly mentioned in the Constitution must not exist. See, blah, blah, blah. And Pinckney is not exactly a reliable authority on the separation of powers. He went on to state on the same day that it was wrong to give the nomination of judges to the president, an opinion expressly rejected by the framers. Given the framers' desire for an energetic and vigorous president, the principal dissent's view that the Constitution they designed allows all of his actions to be subject to prosecution, even the exercise of powers it grants exclusively to him, defies credulity. But the problem isn't that we're not talking about the exercising of powers it grants exclusively to the president. We're talking about doing criminal acts that aren't expressly empowered or that aren't expressly delegated to the president that he might do in lieu of his actual like expressly delegated powers. I just feel like it's so silly. Like, if I were to make a constitution that says I have the right to fuck your mom whenever I want, and you can never question that, and then I put a knife on my cock, and I fuck your mom in the throat, and then I fuck her in the stomach, and then I fuck her in the ass, and she's bleeding, dying on the ground, and you're like, bruh. And I go, sorry, I'm allowed to fuck your mom however I want. You actually have literally you fuck all that you can say, because I can fuck her any way that I want. You wrote that. Get bent, bitch. Right? It's just such a stupid, it's just such a weird way to like, nobody here is talking about like contravening the things that were exclusively granted to the president. It's more like, how do we check for criminal actions that the president is committing? I don't know. Whatever. Unable to muster any meaningful textual or historical support. Same. Hello. Where's what? Unable to muster any meaningful textual or historical support, the principal dissent suggests that there is an established understanding that former presidents are answerable to the criminal law for their official acts. Conspicuously absent is mention of the fact that since the founding, no president has ever faced criminal charges, let alone for his conduct in office. This is also such a dog shit argument. Like, yeah, because presidents, maybe it's because they were... You know what would actually be a really good counter argument here for the majority opinion, or an argument for the majority opinion? Give us an example of presidents committing what we feel are criminal acts where they haven't been prosecuted for it. Because all of the arguments saying, oh, well, nobody's been charged with a criminal act, you could say that furthers, in one way, it furthers the idea that you can't criminally charge a president, but you could equally say that furthers the idea that it causes presidents to try not to commit criminal acts. Like, the argument works both ways for that. And accordingly, no court has ever been faced with the question of a president's immunity from prosecution. All that our nation's practice establishes on the subject is silence. Do you think in any of the opinions, the concurring or the majority, do they mention the fact that Nixon was pardoned? Or I guess they're just going to say, well, he was pardoned for unofficial acts, is what they would say, huh? Coming up short on reasoning, the dissents repeatedly level variations of the accusation that the court has rendered the president above the law. As before, that rhetorically chilling contention is wholly unjustified. Like everyone else, the president is subject to prosecution in his unofficial capacity. But unlike anyone else, the president is a branch of government, and the Constitution vests in him sweeping powers and duties. Accounting for that reality and ensuring that the president may exercise those powers forcefully, as the framers anticipated he would, does not place him above the law. It preserves the basic structure of the Constitution from which that law derives, which therefore places the president above the law here, but okay. The dissent's positions, in the end, boil down to ignoring the Constitution's separation of powers and the court's precedent, and instead fear-mongering on the basis of extreme hypotheticals about a future where the president feels empowered to violate federal criminal law. The dissents overlook the more likely prospect of an executive branch that cannibalizes itself, with each successive president free to prosecute his predecessors, yet unable to boldly and fearlessly carry out his duties for fear that he may be next. Well, hold on. Prior to this Supreme Court ruling, was not every single prior president free to prosecute his predecessors? Notice how that hasn't happened, though? Like, the argument is self-defeating. It hasn't happened, yet apparently up until this point in time, as the Supreme Court has explicitly said, now you can't do it. It didn't happen. So, like, what is the... For instance, Section 371, which has been charged in this case, is a broadly worded criminal statute that can cover any conspiracy for the purpose of impairing, obstructing, or defeating the lawful function of any department of government. U.S. v. Johnson. Virtually every president is criticized for insufficiently enforcing some aspect of federal law, such as drug, gun, immigration, or environmental law. And now the Supreme Court, in a bid to ensure their own legitimacy, decides to delegitimize federal law by saying, like, listen, who the fuck knows what any of these fucking laws mean anyway, bro? You can charge anybody for this shit, okay? Well, I don't know what the fuck any of this federal fucking law means. Like, bro, that's the argument you're gonna go with? Like, I don't know what the fuck this shit says. What? An enterprising prosecutor in a new administration may assert that a previous president violated that broad statute. Without immunity, such types of prosecutions of ex-presidents could quickly become routine. But again, this argument is self-defeating because one could argue, okay, well, fine, if you've got an adventurous enough prosecutor, could this prosecutor not say, oh, well, we're just going to go ahead and charge everything, and we're going to argue that actually, the presumptive immunity doesn't apply in any of these cases. We're going to make that argument for every single action that we didn't like. You can't really protect from this, right? You can't protect from a corrupt prosecutor in a legal system. You can safeguard a little bit against it, but not really. Without immunity, such types of prosecutions of ex-presidents could quickly become routine. The enfeebling of the presidency and our government would quickly result from such a cycle of factional strife is exactly what the framers intended to avoid. Ignoring those risks, the dissents are instead content to leave the preservation of our system of separated powers up to the good faith of prosecutors. Well, who do you trust more? The body of people that make up the prosecutorial system of the United States, or a single man called the President of the United States who might be uniquely motivated in his own interests, who also is running for re-election? Who is more at risk here for making selfish decisions that are contrary to the interests of the United States? Finally, the principal dissent finds it troubling that the court does not designate any course of conduct alleged in the indictment as private. Despite the unprecedented nature of this case, the significant constitutional questions that it raises, its expedited treatment in the lower courts and in this court, and the lack of factual analysis in the lower courts, and the lack of briefing on how to categorize the conduct alleged, the principal dissent would go ahead and declare all of it unofficial. The other dissent, meanwhile, analyzes the case under comprehensive models and paradigms of its own concoction and accuses the court of providing no meaningful guidance about how to apply the new paradigm or how to categorize a president's conduct. It would have us exhaustively define every application of presidential immunity. Our dissenting colleagues exude an impressive infallibility. While their confidence may be inspiring, the court adheres to time-tested practices instead, deciding what it required to dispose of this case and remanding after reversing on a threshold question to obtain guidance from the litigants, the court below. And he cites Sotomayor concurring in judgment. Good one. These guys are snarky. This case poses a question of lasting significance. When may a former president be prosecuted for official acts taken during his presidency? Our nation has never before needed an answer. But in addressing that question today, unlike the political branches and the public at large, we cannot afford to fixate exclusively or even primarily on present exigencies. In a case like this one, focusing on transient results may have profound consequences for the separation of powers and for the future of our republic. Our perspective must be more farsighted, for the peculiar circumstances of the moment may render a measure more or less wise, but cannot render it more or less constitutional. Our first president had such a perspective. In his farewell address, George Washington reminded the nation that a government of as much vigor as is consistent with the perfect security of liberty is indispensable. A government of as much vigor as is consistent with the perfect security of liberty is indispensable. Okay. A government too feeble to withstand the enterprises of faction, he warned, could lead to the frightful despotism of alternate domination of one faction over another, sharpened by the spirit of revenge. And the way to avoid that cycle, he explained, was to ensure that government powers remained properly distributed and adjusted. I wonder what this whole speech by George Washington says. Let's see. George Washington 226. 35 writings of George Washington. Fuck it, I'll just Google a quote. This article, Justice Roberts' drone strike on George Washington's legacy. Jesus, that's a nice title. He cited George Washington. Let's read what George Washington had to say in his farewell address. Let's see how we would characterize that. Annotation. By 1796, Washington had pushed the British out the western fronts, opened the Ohio country to white settlement, and avoided war with Britain. In a farewell address published in a Philadelphia newspaper in 1796, Washington warned his countrymen against the growth of partisan divisions. He also called on the country to avoid permanent alliance with any portion of the foreign world. It would not be until after World War II that the country would establish peacetime alliances with foreign nations. Hold on, I want to read the whole thing. The unity of government which constitutes you one people is also now clear to you, or now dear to you. It is justly so, for it is a main pillar in the edifice of your real independence, the support of your tranquility at home, your peace abroad, of your safety, of your prosperity, of that very liberty which you so highly prize. But as it is easy to foresee that from different causes and from different quarters much pains will be taken, many artifices employed, to weaken in your minds the conviction of this truth. As this is the point in your political fortress against which the batteries of internal and external enemies will be most constantly and actively, though often covertly and insidiously, directed, it is of infinite moment that you should properly estimate the immense value of your national union to your collective and individual happiness, that you should cherish a cordial, habitual, and immovable attachment to it, accustoming yourselves to think and speak of it as of the palladium of your political safety and prosperity, watching for its preservation with jealous anxiety, discountenancing whatever may suggest even a suspicion that it can in any event be abandoned, and indignantly frowning upon the first dawning of every attempt to alienate any portion of our country from the rest, or to enfeeble the sacred ties which now link together the various parts. Sorry, just reading stuff. To the efficacy and permanency of your union, a government for the whole is indispensable. No alliances, however strict, between the parts can be an adequate substitute. They must inevitably experience the infractions and interruptions which all alliances in all times have experienced. Sensible of this momentous truth, you have improved upon your first essay by the adoption of a constitution of government better calculated than your former for an intimate union and for the efficacious management of your common concerns. This government, the offspring of our own choice, uninfluenced and unawed, adopted upon full investigation and mature deliberation, completely free in its principles, in the distribution of its powers, uniting security with energy, and containing within itself a provision for its own amendment, has a just claim to your confidence and your support. Respect for its authority, compliance with its laws, acquiescence in its measures are duties enjoined by the fundamental maxims of true liberty. The basis of our political systems is the right of the people to make and to alter their constitution of government. But the constitution, which at any time exists, till changed by an explicit and authentic act of the whole people, is sacredly obligatory upon all. The very idea of the power and the right of the people to establish government presupposes the duty of every individual to obey the established government. all obstructions to the execution of the laws, all combinations and associations under whatever plausible character, with the real design to direct, control, counteract, or awe the regular deliberation and action of the constituted authorities are destructive of their fundamental principle and of fatal tendency. They serve to organize faction, to give it an artificial and extraordinary force, to put in the place of the delegated will of the nation, the will of a party, often a small but artful and enterprising minority of the community, and according to the alternate triumphs of different parties, to make the public administration the mirror of the ill-concerted and incongruous projects of faction, rather than the organ of consistent and wholesome plans digested by common councils and modified by mutual interests. Jesus, these sentences. However, combinations or associations of the above descriptions may now and then answer popular ends, they are likely, in the course of time and things, to become potent engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and to usurp for themselves the reins of government, destroying afterwards the very engines which have lifted them to unjust dominion. Towards the preservation of your government and the permanency of your present happy state, it is requisite not only that you steadily discountenance irregular oppositions to its acknowledged authority, but also that you resist with care the spirit of innovation upon its principles, however specious the pretexts. One method of assault may be to effect, in the form of the Constitution, alterations which will impair the energy of the system, and thus to undermine what cannot be directly overthrown. In all the changes to which you may be invited, remember that time and habit are at least as necessary to fix the true character of government as of other human institutions, that experience is the surest standard by which to test the real tendency of the existing constitution of a country, that facility in changes upon the credit of mere hypotheses and opinion exposes to perpetual change from the endless variety of hypotheses and opinion, and remember especially that for the efficient management of your common interests in a country so extensive as ours, a government of as much vigor as is consistent with the perfect security of liberty is indispensable. Liberty itself will find in such a government, with powers properly distributed and adjusted, its surest guardian. It is indeed little else than a name where the government is too feeble to withstand the enterprises of faction, to confine each member of the society within the limits prescribed by the laws, and to maintain all in the secure and tranquil enjoyment of the rights of person and property. So I guess the liberal argument is, what is George Washington talking about? The enterprising factions that would seek to destroy the government would be a corrupt president immune from criminal prosecution, and I guess the Robertson, I guess all the majority opinion writers in the court would say actually the enterprising factions would be the judicial branch that would endlessly try to litigate or I guess criminally prosecute prior presidents. I guess it doesn't really cut one way or another. It's just a general principle for not having your government get fucked. Yeah, Washington is kind of arguing against political parties here too, but I guess like in the original U.S., I don't think we envisioned having political parties, huh? I don't think so. Maybe, damn, did Washington fucking hate parties? Maybe he did. Without looking forward to an extremity of this kind, which nevertheless ought not to be entirely out of sight, the common and continual mischiefs of the spirit of party are sufficient to make it in the interest and the duty of a wise people to discourage and restrain it. It serves always to distract the public councils and enfeeble the public administration. He's talking about political parties here, I believe, right? The political parties, they agitate the community with ill-founded jealousies and false alarms, kindles the animosity of one part against another, foments occasionally riot and insurrection. It opens the door to foreign influence and corruption, which find a facilitated access to the government itself through the channels of party passions. Thus, the policy and the will of one country are subjected to the policy and will of another. There is an opinion that parties in free countries are useful checks upon the administration of the government and serve to keep alive the spirit of liberty. This, within certain limits, is probably true, and in governments of a monarchical caste patriotism may look with indulgence, if not with favor, upon the spirit of party, but in those of the particular character, in governments purely elective, it is a spirit not to be encouraged. From their natural tendency, it is certain there will always be enough of that spirit for every salutary purpose. And there being constant danger of excess, the effort ought to be, by force of public opinion, to mitigate and assuage it. A fire not to be quenched, it demands a uniform vigilance to prevent its bursting into a flame, lest instead of warming, it should consume.
Okay. He doesn't like foreign allies either. What an interesting speech to cite. Do you think Supreme Court justices just read certain speeches that they have them in mind and God, I can't wait to pull this fucking quote out. Or maybe in con law classes or whatever, maybe they teach, or maybe in some kind of legal classes, maybe they teach certain speeches and every law student at a certain school has heard this or whatever. I don't know. Who was your favorite founding father? I don't know, either Barack Obama or Ron Paul. In his farewell address, George Washington reminded the nation that a government of as much vigor as is consistent with the perfect security of liberty is indispensable. A government too feeble to withstand the enterprises of faction, he warned, could lead to the frightful despotism of ultimate domination of one faction over another, sharpened by the spirit of revenge. And the way to avoid that cycle, he explained, was to ensure that government powers remain properly distributed and adjusted. Well, it sounds like what he was saying is we should just not have parties at all, but okay. But whatever. Okay. That's just, I don't feel like that was the most relevant speech to link, but whatever. Okay. It is these enduring principles, I guess the general point maybe is kind of these enduring principles that guide our decision in this case. The president enjoys no immunity for his unofficial acts, and not everything the president does is official. The president is not above the law, but Congress may not criminalize the president's conduct in carrying out the responsibilities of the executive branch under the Constitution. Then why would you give absolute immunity just based on the relationship that the president has with somebody that he speaks with? I think that this entire yap here, I think that all of this could work except for the fact that there is absolute immunity granted for some classes of presidential action, which, if all of this was just presumptive immunity, I could maybe get behind, I could understand at least a lot of this. Maybe I wouldn't say, I don't know if I'd agree with it, but I could at least understand the rationale here. Congress may not criminalize, the president therefore may not be prosecuted for exercising his core constitutional powers, and he's entitled, at a minimum, to a presumptive immunity from prosecution for all of his official acts. That's an okay-ish statement, maybe. That immunity applies equally to all occupants of the Oval Office, regardless of politics, policy, or party. The judgment of the Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit is vacated, and the case is remanded for further proceedings. Consistent with this opinion, it is so ordered. This was written by Chief Justice Roberts, right? Now we are going to read the first concurring opinion by Judge Thomas. Wait, what does the J mean?
Hold on. Is this a middle initial or does it just mean judge? Is the J for judge? Oh, justice. Jesus. As an Australian lawyer, the way these U.S. Supreme Court justices write is so painstaking. Really? I think the writing is nice. I think it's cool. Supreme Court of the United States. Clarence Thomas. Okay, Justice Clarence Thomas. We should look at pictures of these justices just so we have them in mind. This was Roberts. Know his face. Wait. Hold on, I can't tell this is I thought this was Assad. That was him 20 years ago. I don't care. Here's Thomas. Boom. There you go. Few things would threaten our constitutional order more. Sorry. Few things would threaten our constitutional order more than criminally prosecuting a former president for his official acts. I was going to say few things would threaten our constitutional order more than a president immune from criminal prosecution, but whatever. Fortunately, the Constitution does not permit us to chart such a dangerous course. As the court forcefully explains, the framers deemed an energetic executive essential to the security of liberty, and our system of separated powers accordingly insulates the president from prosecution for his official acts. What is all the... Hold on, I just need to see this. Where does this come from? Deemed an energetic executive. Is this really in regards to immunity, or is this just in regards to like all the powers afforded to the president? What is this quote originally from? What is this? 2020. Oh, Federalist number 70. Wait, did we read that one? Or did we read 77? To the people of the state of New York. Okay. Bro, you're a sentence in. He's just stating general background truths that are needed for context. Holy fuck omega lol. No, shut the fuck up, you illiterate fucking monkey. Unless you're black, in which case you fucking... No, I'm just kidding. Newbie. This quote is brought up over and over and over and over again. When you use these older quotes, you're doing it because you're lending, you're essentially borrowing on or trading on the reputation of the person that you're quoting. So no, if they're going to quote over and over and over and over again this particular thing, then I want to know what the context of this quote is. What were the framers talking about? Like, if I were to say, for instance, that if I were to say, and I quote the great whatever, that a hard man is needed to do the right job. And I say this in regards to having to elect a president or whatever to conduct war or whatever. And we find that the source of this quote was like some dude that was just talking about, being able to fuck 3 women at a gangbang. It's like, yeah, you got to be a hard man in order to do the job. Like, that would be like, why the fuck are you quoting this guy? This is not at all what the fuck he's talking about. Why are we relying on this dude who's talking about dicks to talk about the hardness of man, right? So no, fuck you. So now, just for you, now we're going to read this. Fuck you. We're going to read the whole fucking thing. Get fucked. To the people of the state of New York, there is an idea. The Federalist Papers were basically just debating the framers used cringy pseudonyms to debate people into accepting the federal government. They literally debated the USA into existence, okay? As we talk about how worthless, people like Hassan talk about how worthless debate is, because to him, debate was just basically killing whichever person wasn't as left as you wanted them to be when you were forming your countries. In the US, we did real debate, okay? They debated the whole government, okay, out of nothing into existence. Which is based. There is an idea, which is not without its advocates, that a vigorous executive is inconsistent with the genius of Republican government. Real quick. A republic in which political power rests with the public through their representatives in contrast to a monarchy. Okay. Republic just means that your officials are elected. Not, they don't come from God or from some authoritarian bullshit. Okay, republic, okay. Okay. Where are we at? Okay. There is an idea, which is not without its advocates, that a vigorous executive is inconsistent with the genius of Republican government. The enlightened well-wishers to the species of government must at least hope that the supposition is destitute of foundation, since they can never admit its truth, without at the same time admitting the condemnation of their own principles. Energy in the executive is a leading character in the definition of good government. It is essential to the protection of the community against foreign attacks. It is not less essential to the steady administration of the laws, to the protection of property against those irregular and high-handed combinations which sometimes interrupt the ordinary course of justice, to the security of liberty against the enterprises and assaults of ambition, of faction, and of anarchy. Every man, the least conversant in Roman story knows how often that republic was obliged to take refuge in the absolute power of a single man under the formidable title of dictator, as well against the intrigues of ambitious individuals who aspired to the tyranny and the seditions of whole classes of the community whose conduct threatened the existence of all government, as against the invasions of external enemies who menaced the conquest and destruction of Rome. In my country, every politician has immunity, and the only way to go to court is if more than 50% of members of parliament vote for it. Cool. There can be no need, however, to multiply arguments or examples on this head. A feeble executive implies a feeble execution of the government. A feeble executive is but another phrase for a bad execution, and a government ill executed, whatever it may be in theory, must be in practice a bad government. Taking it for granted, therefore, that all men of sense will agree in the necessity of an energetic executive, it will only remain to inquire what are the ingredients which constitute this energy. How far can they be combined with those other ingredients which constitute safety in the Republican sense? And how far does this combination characterize the plan which has been reported by the convention? The ingredients which constitute energy in the executive are unlimited criminal immunity from all judicial review. The energy is complete and total immunity from all forms of criminal prosecution. Base. Well, there we go. We're done. Certainly that's going to come up here. The ingredients which constitute energy in the executive are, first, unity. Secondly, duration. Thirdly, an adequate provision for its support. Fourthly, competent powers. So for the... for quoting this, you would probably look here in the adequate provision for its support to argue that, this is why they thought in a vigorous executive or whatever, right? Or should be immune from these types of criminal review or judicial review. The ingredients which constitute safety in the Republican sense are, first, a due dependence on the people, secondly, a due responsibility. Those politicians and statesmen who have been the most celebrated for the soundness of their principles and for the justice of their views have declared in favor of a single executive and a numerous legislature. They have, with great propriety, considered energy as the most necessary qualification of the former, and have regarded this as most applicable to power in a single hand, while they have, with equal propriety, considered the latter as best adapted to deliberation and wisdom, and best calculated to conciliate the confidence of the people and to secure their privileges and interests. That unity is conducive to energy will not be disputed. Decision, activity, secrecy, and dispatch will generally characterize the proceedings of one man in a much more eminent degree than the proceedings of any greater number, and in proportion as the number is increased, these qualities will be diminished. They want decision, action, secrecy, and dispatch. The unity may be destroyed in two ways, either by vesting the power in two or more magistrates of equal dignity and authority, or by vesting it ostensibly in one man, subject, in whole or in part, to the control and cooperation of others in the capacity of counselors to him. Of the first, the two consuls of Rome may serve as an example. Of the last, we shall find examples in the constitution of several of the states, New York and New Jersey. If I recollect right, are the only states which have entrusted the executive authority wholly to single men. Both these methods of destroying the unity of the executive have their partisans, but the votaries of an executive council are the most numerous. They are both liable, if not equal, to similar objections and may in most lights be examined in conjunction. The experience of other nations will afford... So basically what we're saying so far is like, we need one president dude who can make decisions. As soon as you bog this down with 2, 3, 4, 5 people, we need somebody decisive who can act in the execution of what Congress says. It's one thing for a body of people to deliberate, well, what should the law be? Well, how should we blah, 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 right? Legislators can do that. But when it comes time to enforce the law, there should be one man who says, okay, the legislators have given me this, then this indeed is how we shall enforce it. Now one thing I'm really curious about, reading this Federalist paper and I guess maybe considering the strength of the executive that's kind of been laid out in an unrelated way here in this decision, in the Supreme Court decision, how do they justify overturning Chevron, saying, well, actually, we said the executive was in some ways really strong, but actually needs to be incredibly limited by congressional legislation here. I wonder, wait, where are we? I don't know why chat keeps freezing. I'm too lazy to refresh. I was like, here, you have kick now. You have kick for now. I'll bring it back tomorrow. The experience of other nations will afford little instruction on this head. As far, however, as it teaches anything, it teaches us not to be enamored of plurality in the executive. We have seen that the Archaeans, on an experiment of 2 praetors, were induced to abolish one. The Roman history records records many instances of mischiefs to the Republic from the dissensions between the consuls and between the military tribunes, who were at times substituted for the consuls. But it gives us no specimens of any particular advantages derived to the state from the circumstance of the plurality of those magistrates. That the dissensions between them were not more frequent or more fatal is a matter of astonishment, until we advert to the singular position in which the Republic was almost continually placed, and to the prudent policy pointed out by the circumstances of the state and pursued by the consuls of making a division of the government between them. The patricians engaged in a perpetual struggle with the plebeians for the preservation of their ancient authorities and dignities. The consuls, who were generally chosen out of the former body, were commonly united by the personal interest they had in the defense of the privileges of their order. In addition to this motive of union, after the arms of the Republic had considerably expanded the bounds of its empire, it became an established custom with the consuls to divide the administration between themselves by lot, one of them remaining at Rome to govern the city and its environs, and the other taking the command in the more distant provinces. This expedient must, no doubt, have had great influence in preventing those collisions and rivalships which might otherwise have embroiled the peace of the Republic. So this is an example where, like, okay, fine, sometimes the executive is split, but even when the executive is split, all they do is they just go be singular executives after dividing it into different administrative states, essentially. By quitting the dim light of historical research, attaching ourselves purely to the dictates of reason and good say, I don't know what the fuck that means. Oh, good sense, I think is typoed. We shall discover much greater cause to reject than to approve the idea of plurality in the executive under any modification whatever. Wherever 2 or more persons are engaged in any common enterprise or pursuit, there is always danger of difference of opinion. If it be a public trust or office in which they are clothed with equal dignity and authority, there is peculiar danger of personal emulation and even animosity. From either, and especially from all these causes, the most bitter dissensions are apt to spring. Whenever these happen, they lessen the respectability, weaken the authority, and distract the plans and operation of those whom they divide. If they should unfortunately assail the supreme executive magistracy of a country consisting of a plurality of persons, they might impede or frustrate the most important measures of the government in the most critical emergencies of the state. And what is still worse, they might split the community into the most violent and irreconcilable factions, adhering differently to the different individuals who composed the magistracy. Jesus. Men often oppose a thing merely because they have had no agency in planning it, or because it may have been planned by those whom they dislike. But if they have been consulted and have happened to disapprove, opposition then becomes, in their estimation, an indispensable duty of self-love. They seem to think themselves bound in honor, and by all the motives of personal infallibility, to defeat the success of what has been resolved upon contrary to their sentiments. Men of upright, benevolent tempers have too many opportunities of remarking with horror to what desperate lengths this disposition is sometimes carried, and how often the great interests of society are sacrificed to the vanity, to the conceit, and to the obstinacy of individuals who have credit enough to make their passions and their caprices interesting to mankind. Perhaps the question now before the public may, and its consequences, afford melancholy proofs of the effects of this despicable frailty, or rather detestable vice, in the human character. Okay. Wait, what are we doing here? Why is this guy? Oh. Can we get a retard translation? I don't know why. Man, often was me say no interesting. I think this is arguing, or this is just showing the frailty of a single person making decisions. Just basically saying how a good politician can fuck everybody over on their own personal gain or whatever. But okay, just nothing to. Upon the principles of a free government, inconveniences from the source just mentioned must necessarily be submitted to in the formation of the legislature, but it is unnecessary and therefore unwise to introduce them into the constitution of the executive. It is here too that they may be more pernicious. Okay, it is here too that they may be more pernicious. In the legislature, promptitude of decision is oftener an evil than a benefit. The differences of opinion and the jarrings of parties in that department of the government, though they may sometimes obstruct salutary plans, yet often promote deliberation and circumspection, and serve to check excesses in the majority. That's just saying here that, like, okay, well, in the legislature, you don't want decisive action. You do want them deliberating a lot. If the legislature is moving too quickly, there might be really bad things happening. When a resolution, too, is once taken, the opposition must be at an end. That resolution is a law, and resistance to it is punishable, but no favorable circumstances palliate or atone for the disadvantages of dissension in the executive department. Here they are pure and unmixed. There is no point at which they cease to operate. They serve to embarrass and weaken the execution of the plan or measure to which they relate, from the first step to the final conclusion of it. They constantly counteract those qualities in the executive which are the most necessary ingredients in its composition, vigor, and expedition, and this without any counterbalancing good. In the conduct of war, in which the energy of the executive is the bulwark of our national security, everything would be to be apprehended from its plurality. So they're basically saying that, like, well, look, when people debate in the legislature, that's good. You want people to pass legislation, but there should be people that are arguing on the other end. It's really good to have people debating and making laws. In fact, if there was no debate, if the legislature was just shitting out laws, that would be really, really, really bad. But once a law is passed and you have the law done, for the execution of the law, there is no virtue in its debate. Like, once you've got the law passed, you need one man to execute on the law. Nothing good comes from two people who are having a huge disagreement over the application of said law. You just need one man to implement it. Yeah, that's essentially what they're saying here. I love the fact that this is how we are going to lose democracy, with people like you supporting a corpse against a wannabe dictator. Okay. I hope I see you at the other end of the Civil War, my friend. It must be confessed that these observations apply with principal weight to the first case supposed, that is, to a plurality of magistrates. When they say magistrates, they just mean like president, basically, a person administering the execution of the law, or executing the law, I should say. To a plurality of magistrates of equal dignity and authority, a scheme, the advocates for which are not likely to form a numerous sect, but they apply, though not with equal, yet with considerable weight to the project of a council whose concurrence is made constitutionally necessary to the operations of the ostensible executive. An artful cabal in that council would be able to distract and to enervate the whole system of administration. If no such cabal should exist, the mere diversity of views and opinions would alone be sufficient to tincture the exercise of the executive authority with a spirit of habitual feebleness and dilatoriness. Basically just we can't have a divided executive. But one of the weightful objections to a plurality in the executive, and which lies as much against the last as the first plan, is that it tends to conceal faults and destroy responsibility. Responsibility is of two kinds, to censure and to punishment. The first is the more important of the two, especially in an elective office. Man, in public trust, will much oftener act in such a manner as to render him unworthy of being any longer trusted than in such a manner as to make him obnoxious to legal punishment. But the multiplication of the executive adds to the difficulty of detection in either case. It often becomes impossible, amidst mutual accusations, to determine on whom to blame or the punishment of a pernicious measure or series of pernicious measures ought really to fall. It is shifted from one to another with so much dexterity and under such plausible appearances that the public opinion is left in suspense about the real author. The circumstances which may have led to any national miscarriage or misfortune are sometimes so complicated that, where there are a number of actors who may have had different degrees and kinds of agency, though we may clearly see upon the whole that there has been mismanagement, yet it may be impractical to pronounce to whose account the evil which may have been incurred is truly chargeable. This is basically saying that, like, if you were to try to consider if a president is making a mistake due to, what did it say? Basically, are you doing something that's bad publicly, or are you doing like a criminal act, essentially? It can be hard to differentiate between those two things. Quote, I was so overruled by my counsel. The counsel were so divided in their opinions that it was impossible to obtain any better resolution on the point, end quote. These and similar pretexts are constantly at hand, whether true or false. And who is there that will either take the trouble or incur the odium of a strict scrutiny into the secret springs of the transaction? Should there be found a citizen zealous enough to undertake the unpromising task, if there happens to be a collusion between the parties concerned, how easy it is to clothe the circumstances with so much ambiguity as to render it uncertain what was the precise conduct of any of those parties. Ooh, I wonder if this is quoted in any of the in any of this, because I feel like this whole paragraph here speaks way better to the hazards of criminal prosecution. In the single instance in which the governor of this state is coupled with a council that is, in the appointment to offices, we have seen the mischiefs of it in the view now under consideration. Scandalous appointments to important offices have been made. Some cases, indeed, have been so flagrant that all parties have agreed in the impropriety of the thing. When inquiry has been made, the blame has been laid by the governor on the members of the council, who, on their part, have charged it upon his nomination, while the people remain altogether at a loss to determine by whose influence their interests have been committed to hands so unqualified and so manifestly improper. In tenderness to individuals, I forbear to descend the particulars. Out of respect for those accused, I won't say shit. This is what he's saying here. This is like a tongue-in-cheek or cheeky. It is evident from these considerations that the plurality of the executive tends to deprive the people of the two greatest securities they can have for the faithful exercise of any delegated power. First, the restraints of public opinion, which lose their efficacy, as well on account of the division of the censure attendant on bad measures among a number, as on account of the uncertainty on whom it ought to fall. And secondly, the opportunity of discovering which facility and clearness the misconduct of the persons they trust, in order either to their removal from office or to the actual punishment cases which admit of it. Hi. Oh. In England, the king is a perpetual magistrate, and it is a maxim which is obtained for the sake of the public peace that he is unaccountable for its administration, and his person sacred. Nothing, therefore, can be wiser in that kingdom than to annex to the king a constitutional council who may be responsible to the nation for the advice they give. Without this, there would be no responsibility whatever in the executive department, an idea inadmissible in a free government. But even there, the king is not bound by the resolutions of his council, though they are answerable for the advice they give. He is the absolute master of his own conduct in the exercise of his office and may observe or disregard the counsel given to him at his sole discretion. But in a republic, where every magistrate ought to be personally responsible for his behavior in office, the reason which in the British Constitution dictates the propriety of a council not only ceases to apply, but turns against the institution. In the monarchy of Great Britain, it furnishes a substitute for the prohibited responsibility of the chief magistrate, which serves in some degree as a hostage to the national justice for his good behavior. In the American Republic, it would serve to destroy or would greatly diminish the intended and necessary responsibility of the chief magistrate himself. The idea of a council to the executive, which has so generally obtained in the state constitutions, has been derived from the maxim of Republican jealousy, which considers power as safer in the hands of a number of men than of a single man. If the maxim should be admitted to be applicable in this to the case, I should contend that the advantage on that side would not counterbalance the numerous disadvantages on the opposite side, but I do not think the rule at all applicable to the executive power. I clearly concur in opinion, in this particular, with a writer whom the celebrated Junius, I don't know what the fuck this refers to, pronounces to be deep, solid, and ingenious, that the executive power is more easily confined when it is one, that it is far more safe should be a single object for the jealousy and watchfulness of the people, and in a word, that all multiplication of the executive is rather dangerous than friendly to liberty. A literal consideration will satisfy us that the species of security sought for the multiplications of the executive is unattainable. It becomes more liable to be more dangerous when abused and in the hands of one. Yeah, okay. I wonder. I wonder if any of the Federalist Papers wrote about criminally prosecuting a head of state. But I feel like, I mean, this is mainly just addressing like how the executive should act. This Federalist paper is basically meant to be giving the president enough power and flexibility to act decisively in crises and handle the responsibility of the office effectively, right? Yeah, and it's arguing over the balancing of a single person versus a council of people, basically. But okay. Whew. We're on 53 of 119. Jesus. Any thoughts on how it's cited now that you've read it? I think it's cited actually pretty well. I'll reread Justice Thomas's opening paragraph. Few things would threaten our constitutional order more than criminally prosecuting a former president for his official acts. Fortunately, the Constitution does not permit us to chart such a dangerous course. As the court forcefully explains, the framers had deemed an energetic executive essential to the security of liberty, and our system of separated powers accordingly insulates the president from prosecution for his official acts. Do I? That paper was essentially talking about how you can't divide up power in the executive because they would constantly be fighting over themselves and it would undermine the executive. But would a challenge from another branch of government be the same thing? I don't know. I'll give it a 50-50, actually. I'm not sure. I'll give it a 50-50 on it. To conclude otherwise would hamstring the vigorous executive that our Constitution envisions. While the separation of powers may prevent us from righting every wrong, it does so in order to ensure that we do not lose liberty. I write separately to highlight another way in which this prosecution may violate our constitutional structure. In this case, the Attorney General purported to appoint a private citizen as special counsel to prosecute a former president on behalf of the United States. But I am not sure that any office for the special counsel has been established by law as the Constitution requires. By requiring that Congress create federal offices by law, the Constitution imposes an important check against the president. He cannot create offices at his pleasure. If there is no law establishing the office that the special counsel occupies, then he cannot proceed with this prosecution. A private citizen cannot criminally prosecute anyone, let alone a former president. Oh, nice. He's just going to challenge. This is written in concurrent. Concurrent? Is that a word? It's a concurring opinion. This doesn't count for anything, right? Like, this wouldn't go. This wouldn't actually, like, do anything, would it? Oh my God, I did not mean to do that. Oh, thank God. Back to page. Okay. Federalist paper number 69. Do you think it's a valid concern to say that this decision can end democracy? I think that democracy in the United States is robust enough that no single act can end it. But it seems to be going in a direction of giving an undue amount of power to the executive that I don't think there's good justification for. We must conclude that a duration of 4 years for the Chief Magistrate of the Union is a degree of permanency far less to be dreaded in that office than a duration of 3 years for a corresponding office in a single state. Let's conclude the duration. Oh, sorry. Okay, this had to do with something else. I shouldn't have started there. Sorry. The President of the United States would be liable to be impeached, tried, and upon conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes or misdemeanors removed from office, and would afterwards be liable to prosecution and punishment in the ordinary course of law. The person of the King of Great Britain is sacred and inviolable. There is no constitutional tribunal to which he is amenable, no punishment to which he can be subjected without involving the crisis of a national revolution. In this delicate and important circumstance of personal responsibility, the President of Confederated America would stand upon no better ground than a governor of New York, and upon worse ground than the governors of Maryland and Delaware. At the time, I think these all had different things, restrictions placed upon them. The President of the United States is to have power to return a bill, which shall have passed the two branches of the legislature for reconsideration. The bill so returned becomes law. Anything else about? Secondly, the president is to be commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy of the United States. Do you ever notice how none of these guys in the 1700s, none of them ever fucking refer to our Air Force? Do you think that there was like an intentional reason for that? Or do you think they intended for like the Air Force to be controlled by like a second type of leader? Or... Damn, wait, these papers are so cool. Look, they have like, they expand on, and they use the original language of the Constitution and everything to give you directly all of their intentions. Man, these guys were yappers. The president is to have the power with the advice and consent of the Senate to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators President concur. The King of Great Britain is the sole and absolute representative of the nation in all foreign transactions. He can, of his own accord, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. I don't think, I don't know if they mention anything else about criminal liability or anything. Okay. Whew, okay. Cute. No former president has faced criminal prosecution for his acts while in office in the more than 200 years since the founding of our country. And that is so despite numerous past presidents taking actions that many would argue constitute crimes. That is an unacceptable statement by a Supreme Court justice penning an opinion that is going to be published by the Supreme Court. You need to give examples that many would say. That's a Fox News quote. I think you should provide examples there. For as much as I may disagree with him, Roberts gave plenty of examples in basically every single thing that he talked about. That's a pretty big statement. I think examples should be given, even if they're from dead presidents or something, so you don't like step on anybody's toes politically. I feel like you should give examples for this, but if this unprecedented prosecution is to proceed, it must be conducted by someone duly authorized to do so by the American people. The lower courts should thus answer these essential questions concerning the special counsel's appointment before proceeding. The Constitution sets forth how an office may be created and how it may be filled. The Appointments Clause provides the president shall nominate and bind with the advice. Well, I don't care about this. The constitutional process for filling an office is plain from this text. The default manner by appointing officers of the United States is a nomination by the president and confirmation by the Senate. But the clause provides a limited exception for the appointment of inferior officers. Congress may, by law, authorize one of three specified actors to appoint inferior officers without the advice and consent of the Senate. As relevant here, a head of department, such as the Attorney General, is one such actor that Congress may authorize by law to appoint inferior officers without senatorial confirmation. What is the special counsel existence a part of? Was that attached to the DOJ? Or like, what is the special counsel? Is a permanent, independent federal investigative and prosecutorial agency whose basic legislative authority comes from 4 federal statutes. The Civil Rights Reform Act, the Whistleblowers Protection Act, the Hatch Act, and the Uniformed Services Employment and Reemployment Acts. Formed in 1979. Damn. And Thomas is saying that this should be abolished because there was no... Wait, or is the Office of Special Counsel different than the appointment of Special Counsel? Wait, where's Pisco? Fuck. This is something different. This isn't the same thing. Like when you say that like Mueller was appointed or whatever, it's like a special counsel or whatever. This is not the same thing as the United States Office of Special Counsel. This is a different thing, right? is a lawyer appointed to investigate and prosecute a particular case of wrongdoing for which a company exists for the usual prosecuting authority. Okay. The limitation on the president's power to create offices grew out of the founders' experience with the English monarchy. The king could wield significant power by both creating and filling offices as he saw fit. He was emphatically and truly styled the Fountain of Honor. He not only appointed to all offices, but could create offices. The Federalist number 69. Oh, we just read that one, I think. As the king creates new titles, so may he create new offices. That ability to create offices raised many concerns about the king's ability to amass too much power. The king could both create a multitude of offices and then fill them with his supporters. In fact, one of the grievances raised by the American colonists in declaring their independence was that the king had erected a multitude of new offices and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. From the Declaration of Independence. The founders thus drafted the Constitution with evidently a great inferiority in the power of the president, in this particular, to that of the British king. The Federalist number 69, blah, blah, blah. The founders broke from the monarchical model by giving the president the power to fill offices with the Senate's approval, but not the power to create offices. They did so by imposing the constitutional requirement that new officer positions be established by law rather than through a king-like custom of the head magistrate unilaterally creating new offices. The Constitution thus gives Congress broad authority to establish and organize the executive branch. By keeping the ability to create offices out of the president's hands, the founders ensured that no president could unilaterally create an army of officer positions to then fill with his supporters. Instead, our Constitution leaves it in the hands of the people's elected representatives to determine whether new executive offices should exist. Where does the special counsel or the special investigators, where do these people come from? Like, how are they created, I guess? In the United States, a special counsel or special prosecutor is a lawyer appointed to investigate, appointed by who? The president, the DOJ? Might be handled by a special prosecutor rather than by an ordinary prosecutor, otherwise be in the position of investigating his or her own superiors. Special prosecutors have also handled investigations into those connected to the government but not in position, directly authority, cabinet secretaries, or elected campaign. Well, the most prominent special prosecutors have been those appointed since the 1870s to investigate presidents and those connected with them. The term can also be used for anyone. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Do you think Truman would have nuked Japan if he feared he could be held criminally responsible for the deaths of so many innocents? Yep. What's up? Quick, because I have to leave pretty soon. I want to finish reading this part.
You called for me?
What?
You called for me.
Oh no, I'm good.
I don't give a shit.
Oh, wait, we can talk more about it tomorrow if you want.
No, you asked for me. People added me.
Oh, I think they were trolling you.
Oh.
Damn. Wait, Jesus. You did earlier. Wait, did I earlier? Did I ask him for what? You said, where's Peace Cow? Oh, I just said that like rhetorically. I didn't. Fuck you guys. Okay, I'm good on this. Okay. Okay. Long-standing practice from the founding to today comports with this original understanding that Congress must create offices by law. The first Congress, for instance, routinely and explicitly created offices by statute. What the fuck does any of this have to do with the ruling that's given today? Did he just get bored? And he was like, bruh, I got this shit I want to talk about, and I don't know where the fuck to do it. And Roberts was like, I don't know, bro, just attach it to like the fucking opinion here. Why not? What's even your problem? He's like, I don't know, I just fucking hate special counsel. I don't think the president can do that shit. And then Roberts was like, all right, fuck it. We'll throw it in with the Trump immunity shit, I guess. What, like, why? Like, why is he even writing it? What does any of this even have to do with anything? I don't know. Maybe he'll tie it in at the end. That ability to create offices. Founders broke from this monarchical rule by giving the president some huge dick. Long-standing practice from the founding of today to today. The first Congress, for instance, routinely and explicitly created offices by statute. Still today, Congress creates the offices the executive branch may fill. For example, Congress has created several offices within the Department of Justice, including the offices of the Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, Associate Attorney General, Solicitor General, and Assistant Attorneys General. For some agencies, Congress has also granted the agency head the power to appoint such officers and employees as are necessary to execute the functions vested in him. In the past, Congress has at times expressly created offices similar to the position now occupied by the special counsel. Congress created an office for a special counsel to investigate the Teapot Dome scandal and pursue prosecutions, and a statute provided for the appointment of an independent counsel that we addressed in Morrison v. Olson. That statute lapsed, and Congress has not since reauthorized the appointment of an independent counsel. We cannot ignore the importance the Constitution places on who creates a federal office. To guard against tyranny, the founders required that a federal office be established by law. As James Madison cautioned, if there is any point in which the separation of the legislative and executive powers ought to be maintained with great caution, it is that which relates to officers and offices. If Congress has not reached a consensus that a particular office should exist, the executive lacks the power to create and fill an office of his own accord. It is difficult to see how the special counsel has an office established by laws required by the Constitution. When the Attorney General appointed the special counsel, he did not identify any statute that clearly creates such an office. Nor did he rely on a statute granting him the authority to appoint officers as he deems fit, as the heads of some other agencies have. Instead, the Attorney General relied upon several statutes of a general nature. None of the statutes cited by the Attorney General appears to create an office for the special counsel. Is any of this relevant to anything? So this is page 58. Okay. Maybe I'll read this offline and see if I don't know why Thomas decided to write about this shit here. Okay. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll keep reading through all this because why the fuck else? What else are we gonna do? Do dailies. Bro, I need to... We'll do connections. Because why the fuck not? Create 4 groups of 4. I don't know why I read the instructions. Okay. Pyramid, Prince, British, Seal, Sting, Washington, Nova, Usher, Northwest, Racket, Lead, Eagle, Con, Direct, Hustle, and Guide. Okay. Black Entertainers. Prince, Seal, Usher, and... Is Sting a... Oh my god, I'm not even one off. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck. Never mind, forget all of that.
Just kidding. I just assume that Seal is a black singer. I don't actually know. Okay, okay, well, I thought we were going to have an easy win there. Okay, hold on. We got this here. Okay, we can direct people. We can lead them. We can guide them. Or we can usher them. Boom. Show the way. Okay. Okay, this is a hustle. It's a racket. It's a con. A sting by the police? A sting operation? What a sting? Types of... It's like types of misleading people, I guess. Oh, wait, no. Pyramid scheme. Oh my god, fuck. Was it sting? A sting, a racket, a hustle, a con, a pyramid. Ah, fuck! Oh my god, fuck me. Okay, Northwest Nova, British Eagle, Washington Prince, Seal, and Pyramid. A seal, an eagle. What the fuck? The British Nova, North. Oh, I have no fucking idea. Nova? Pyramid? Washington. Oh, shit. Are these things like on a fucking dollar bill? Is there an eagle on our money? Like, isn't there like the pyramid? And then the U.S. seal? Maybe the pyramid. And what is DC on a bill somewhere? Northwest. British eagle? And then what are these? Prince, British, Nova, Northwest. So this is like some fucking... Oh my god, hold on. Are these Canadian territories? British Columbia, Nova Scotia, the Northwest Territories? What is Prince? Seal eagle. Is Prince a territory? Oh my god, I bet it is. I don't know Canada. Fuck Canada. Oh, seen on the US dollar bill. Oh, it is. Fuck. What the fuck is this? Prince Edward Island? Oh my god, cringe. Alright, not bad. Okay. Tomorrow we will read the rest of this. Hopefully we'll go a bit faster. I love you guys. It's been fun. Be careful. Stay safe. Ripriano, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, depuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my deuterinos. I hope you all get a good grippuccino. True. Throw up a 950. I don't have it anymore. I can't throw up 950s like I used to be able to. I've gotten too old. I've gotten too old. I can't do it. Can't do it anymore. Okay, okay. We take those. We take those. Okay. I'll be back tomorrow. Be careful. Don't die.